Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Mid-Atlantic Invitational. I'll be your host today, Paulie with the hype, Paulie hype dash Paulie, if you will. So you can call me whatever you like. But this week, of course, we have the Mid-Atlantic region, and we are claiming a winner in each of our 4-game titles of VALORANT, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rocket League, and Overwatch. Each one of those winners will qualify for our grand final event, a LAN. Finally, we're going back to LAN May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. That's coming up in just a few short weeks. So each winner will qualify for a bid to our grand final LAN event. Today on the agenda for the Mid-Atlantic, we have, of course, VALORANT, lately the most coveted game in collegiate esports. All the tryhards are in this one, and it's just so much fun to watch. So we have two amazing commentators up on the schedule for today. We have Orbital Casting, the guy we use for all the game titles whenever we need him, always in our back pocket. Make sure we keep Orbital for the ride. And of course, finally making his Esports U debut, it's going to be Rich Rad live on the mic with Orbital. As we take a look on the group stage, we have Group 1 is going to be Caldwell versus Concord, and Group 2 is Stockton versus West Virginia University. So without further ado, let's throw it right over to Rich Rad and Orbital for some VALORANT Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup action. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, my friend. It is an absolute pleasure to be here alongside Orbital. It's been a while since he and I have been next to each other, but we're looking forward to getting this VALORANT action underway. Orbital, I'm feeling pretty great going into this VALORANT cast.
I'm excited as well. I mean, last time we were casting, we were throwing dodgeballs, and now we're going to throw bullets around. It's going to be a fantastic time. And again, the group stages are always where things are set. It's where teams start to differentiate themselves. And of course, in best of ones, you never know what's really going to happen.
No, not at all. But again, they're all fighting for that amazing opportunity to go to a live LAN at that amazing Gateway Center Arena by, Hawks G League team. It's got to be such a huge opportunity for these players just to feel and know that they have that opportunity ahead of them. And, taking a look at just over the course of these groups, again, 8 teams total, 4 in each group, fighting their way to get that #1 spot to be able to enter into that. And again, May is only around the corner, so they've got it real close in their peripherals to be completing and participating in.
It is, and to be able to go to a LAN is a whole different scenario as well. These are teams that are really looking to get their experience in as well. Playing in front of a live audience brings drastically different stipulations than it normally would, and to be able to have that opportunity to be able to put yourself out in that position, it means a lot to a lot of players that are hoping to be able to further their esports careers. So I'm very, very excited about these opportunities, and Esports U, of course, putting on all these over multiple titles as well, not just VALORANT. I think is a huge and amazing thing to be going on. So I'm very, very excited to bring you to be here with you as well, and to be able to cast these first 2 matches.
Absolutely, as we're going to hop into the agent select here, looking to see what kind of compositions we're going to see coming out, whether it's something of comfort, more so in the meta, as we're going to be entering into Haven first. And from what we have confirmation of the picks and bans, we do know that it's going to be Concord on the defense first. And able to talk to Peyton, their manager of VALORANT and their coordinator, has been involved for 3 years, really talked about a lot of the individuals on this team and what they've really been working on over the course of these weeks leading up to this. And they're kind of like this diamond in the rough team that is really looking to step up and show that they are worthy enough to not only perform well within this specific region, but also be able to claim that #1 spot so that they can be offered the opportunity to be at that live LAN.
And to start things off, I mean, going up against the likes of others within your region really does give you a little bit of time. A 3-year program tends to bring with it a lot of connotations, right? It's a lot of, I want to say, history behind it. In esports, 3 years is quite a long time, right? You have first year groups are usually like first semester is what I usually look at in collegiate aspects. That's where it really hits the ground. That's where you have all the opportunities. Second semester or the latter half of the year is where you're trying to push forward. And then from there, it just takes off, right? You're taking a look at a lot of these opportunities and a lot of these players coming into play for your squad, and you go, okay, it's really happening. And then by year 3, you're looking to solidify the base. That is where a lot of these groups, you're working with maybe second-year students, maybe even third. And in the collegiate, you're really hoping to have a solid foundation. So I really, really like the point that you pointed out. Hopefully a 3-year program group is able to have some amazing opportunities is ready and waiting to go and can give us a great showing here in game 1.
And with Peyton, again, being there for so long, she is, basically emphasizing the same thing that you had as well discussed, establishing themselves, focusing more so on improvement versus just building the foundation of the, students in and of itself. And even got to talk about their in-game lead, Troll, who is kind of like the pop-off individual that you will just literally see somebody come out of nowhere and make everything completely turn on its head. So that's an individual I'm really looking to take a look into. But to even further know that they've recently just had, some new additions into it where Troll, Cap, and Male have been the longest group of 3 amongst one another, just recently bringing in Dawson, and again, just making sure that they can get Noaz, who is I'm speaking about, and then also their other player, again, that is in here, Zevzi. They are the 2 individuals that have really had to try and synergize and be able to build a cohesive plan. And they've entered really well into their lineup and have been really performing at top levels and have a really, really confident nature to them and looking to be able to give this first round of Caldwell, a decent run for their money.
And that's really the fun part, because again, no matter how established you are, it is still a best of 1, right? And that is something that I really, really like to see. There are some teams that specifically excel in best of 3 or best of 5s, right? You talk about some teams and they take a little bit to rev up. You want to see them in a best of 3 to kick things off, because game 1s can be a little bit shaky, right? And so for Concord, you were talking about Zevzi as well as Noaz, who I love the name, by the way. It is another way to look at it is no WASD, no movement whatsoever. So I love it so much. It's a great name. But there are so many different opportunities for them to be able to work with. On the other side, though, we talk so much about Concord. Caldwell are looking to do the exact same thing, right? Maybe not as established, or maybe even more established one way or another. They're hoping to prove themselves here. And remember, this is a group stage of 4. You are looking to beat out, I believe, 3 other teams. You want to make it into the top 2. So starting off with a win is vastly important. The best way to think about it, it's another best of 3, right? But against a fresh roster every time. So for Concord, yes, this trio is hoping to make a mark, but Caldwell are hoping to do the exact same thing, and it all has to start off with a bang here. Haven, one of the more intricate maps as well. So both teams hoping to lay it all on the line right out of the gate.
And Matt specifically from Caldwell talked a little bit about their nerves going into this. This is actually their first season to ever really play competitively in VALORANT, and they know that this is a new environment. And there are some others, on this team as well that have had prior experience, whether it be in CSGO, most specifically Peter, who is that IGL, that leader for the team that has previous competitive environment experience. So that is giving aid to this team. But again, when it comes to know somebody like Matt, who's like stepping into this role, and even talking about their history of, I really, watched a lot of Halo. I watched a lot of other competitive play, and Valorant is an option that they had, a part of their school that they could really dive into, put forth a lot of effort into it. And, going into this, the one specific thing to really just kind of note as well for Matt is that they're actually going to have to be playing on an agent that they don't typically play. They are such a dominant Raze player, so now they're going to come out with the KO specifically to try and adapt into this composition that can work alongside what they also claimed very much with Peter on this Jet. Very, very level-headed, aggressive type of, chaos that they can work with, and seeing how it's going to play out, especially on this defensive side.
It's a strong call as well, right? You're talking about how Matt really likes that Raze and likes kind of that, not initiator, but the duelist coming out here. But Valorant is also that game of ever-changing motions, right? Depending on the map as well, you can sometimes see a player very specifically pick up agents across the board. Infantry Jet players work along their talents. It all depends on if they like the map. And so far, Reaper is liking this map. That's going to be 2, but Cap's 2, and Zevzi is going to finish it off with 3. It's down to a 2v2 right out of the gates over here on C.
Yep, managing to now have an opportunity to recontest this. Post-plant comes through with Zevzi up front with Troll. Again, Troll, the key factor in making plays happen. Headhunter watching these corners to see if anyone's going to press out into it. And they're going to have to coordinate this swing around it. Rendezvous escapes. They're quick enough, but now only leaves one to watch that long position. Rotation back. You've got Zevzi now attempting to try and take out the second, but gets traded out by Matt, and finally will actually go down. And this is Concord able to take this first round in a quite risky exchange.
That was one of the more dangerous ones I think I've ever seen, and I have to give credit to Caldwell for actually pulling off an early stop, but unfortunately Reaper was not enough to kind of finalize that. And of course Troll living away, Troll's known for their resilience, living on 1 HP, quite literally got away by the skin of their teeth, and it was a fantastic move, right? And Concord, again, this veteran squad, this veteran roster, as you were saying, with 3 out of 5 returning, you're hoping this synergy can work well. Of course, at the beginning, though, you got to be worried about here in round number 2. Those eco pistols coming out of Caldwell is going to do quite a bit. Ooh. However, when you're blinded, you tend to run into a wall.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed dash play there, not getting behind cover quick enough, left out in the open, as you do see that crown control over by Iron Man, looking to just wait for someone to push out. They have acknowledgement that there are potentially 2 nearby, as it's a very slow, methodical play here from Concord, and not going to opt to dive in quickly as they did before, but a great pickup as well. Ooh. Because Caldwell played a little bit more open than they probably should have.
It's the anti-eco, of course, as well, and so all of these mistakes are also punished much more heavily, right? You're looking at a very early Vandal from one member, and then Nowaz is, of course, running that Spectre, which is the standard approach. In this instance, though, Troll is going to be able to mark one more down, Cap is going to take out Matt, and a follow-through as Iron Man takes away a second player. It's a nice one to have, and losing 2 in the anti-eco is fairly standard. You're wondering if you can get a bit more. Can Iron Man find 1 or 2 more kills?
Looking for the wall bang there, knowing that they're hiding behind box. As you do have some intel potentially coming out. Does not find Iron Man specifically, but they know they're in the back. That will be Zevsy getting the elimination and now putting them at a 2-0 scoreline.
It's a very standard scoreline as well, right? This is kind of, I always like to call it the standard opening of VALORANT. This is where it can get a little bit dicey, though, because usually the first 3 rounds fall something like this, right? It's the 2-0 for whichever team got round number 1, and then round 3 with the eco coming out of the I want to say, winner so far, means that the opposing team, the current team that's sitting at 0, is going to sit with the full buy, right? You can see it right there. Massive weapons online, so we should see Caldwell be able to come away with a round. Concord, of course, going to try their best to deny that on their own attack here. Little bit of an oddball shot there. Sova lineups always amaze me. Sometimes they just don't land true, though.
Yeah, you know, between the branches and amongst the leaves, every now and again, one's thick enough to stop that as it attempts to come from overhead. And you got, again, a little bit of a, you know, reservation here. Concord being really, really strategic. I commented on that earlier, and that's something that they've held themselves to a really high standard, that they want to be more of this methodical, but yet still somewhat aggressive play. As there's Peter, though, demonstrating their ability with their previous competitive experience, getting a triple in their line of sight, as it now is slightly reduced, so Caldwell still only has at least that 1-man advantage.
You know what? You'll take a 3K. You'll take a 3K wherever you go. It's an opening that you really enjoy, but of course, as you said, Concord firing right back. 3Ks are only as good as you can get, and Cap immediately turns up. For all that work that Peter did, it's down to a 2v2. And can Concord actually push up? That's the big question. You got the kills, but you don't know where the remaining 2 members are. So Caldwell spreading thin across CNA. We are going to hear the garage actually looking true, and this is going to be the chance. Can Matt spray down both? Yes, you do. It's a full house of frags between Peter and Matt, as they're able to take it back, but not without heavy losses. 3 losses in that exchange.
And this is where it's going to give Caldwell a real opportunity to bolster their morale, because again, Matt at the start of this said that they were feeling nervous, that they weren't really able to feel as confident because they know they were working on so much. Peter here getting an early lead for this team. Matt IGL just showing dominance on this jet play. Does go down despite it, but Matt towards the end of it, able to get these 2 kills, specifically closing out this round, has definitely been a confidence booster for them, as they are about to go into this next round where they can feel a little bit more comfortable with their economics.
Enemy suppressed.
Yeah, this is also where I always feel that the game starts to actually branch out. This is where we start seeing all weapons are hot. This is where teams should be bolstering up, and it really goes to show, you know, who is going to have the main advantages. And right now, Peter is still wrapping true. Again, currently first kills off the board. Has the Bladestone available if you want to pop it up. But with the deep flank coming in here, you know they weren't expecting it. Peter picks up a 3K, looking for one more. Is ready to go. They line up and almost lock it down. 4K for Peter. And Iron Man finishes it out. Caldwell with a nasty, aggressive defensive play.
Yeah, being in the wings, making sure that they can give assistance if Peter's rotation in that lurk doesn't manage to be successful, but Peter's still getting a chunk of change out of that one, and now as we do see, it's an even 2-for-2 score. This is where you're going to have a little bit of a troublesome eco for Concord, so now they're going to go for a light buy here, partial armors, get maybe a rifle or two that they can use. They've got that Spectre, and then seeing what they can do also with this other is really only the Sheriff and pistols are there for the sidearm.
And this is, again, the standard. The question is, again, can they pick up any of those frags? At this point, you're more just trying to knock out the eco from Concord, right? You want to knock around the economics that they have, the creds that they're currently saving up. So you're always hoping for 2 to 3 frags throughout these rounds as well. If you don't, you're looking at Concord being able to carry over a massive amount of money into the following rounds. And you can hear the 2 out of 4 is already prepped by Trolls saying, look, we're going to give this our best shot, and we're going to try and kick some butt.
We'll see if Matt is able to respond. Rendezvous place, looking to see if they can peek this corner ever so slightly, but Matt hasn't yet treaded into the open space as they look to peek. One shot goes wide. Matt survives for now. As Troll continues to press forward, they've got the information that they are still playing in that small cubby position, as now Reaper holds this angle and waits for them to push in.
Peter again with the mid flank is absolutely annihilating them. Stroll is able to take Matt back. Reaper is going to find him in garage, and it's down to a 2v4. Caldwell really enjoying this layout once again, but Troll takes a snap peek. 2 out of 4, ripping away Peter's life there. It's down to a 3v2. Troll looking for at least one more before the teammate gets there with the plant. Even though Caldwell do have the players up, Troll is immediately going to turn it with a 3K.
Yep, Troll being that MVP player that can turn everything on a dime if they find an early lead, and with that tour de force giving that really, really great angle to be held, nobody checking their corners as effectively or even ready for how they've been consistently playing. Now Cap's going to lead in with the null command, so there is more than enough dominance to keep presence around this position. A lot of util committed even into the corner so that nobody can get there, and again, it's solely now on to that last remaining player. Baba pushing out into this open position. Might look for a gentle tap onto this for the defuse, but knows that there has to be either some in this corner, and doing a very good job with this slow pace, making sure that there isn't anyone near, but has to address soon because they are going to get a little bit too close for comfort as they push out. Rendezvous maneuvers. They still get the pickup down the long position for C. But at this point, they have to commit. This is going to be such a danger. They get it. The timer. It's going to be so close, but they will not be able to get it in time. I don't believe it will pop just before it's. What a worthwhile effort, though, from this defensive position.
You know what? I give it to Troll. Troll was looking for the ace. It was not given. But it was dang close, 0.12, and Troll, again, at the very end, I want to point out, they lid with such a sliver of HP. This swing in here, Peter has done so well. If this mid position cannot be taken care of, this might be a problem for Concord later on, but Troll here on C's site, laying it down with the 2 out of 4, so the operator, if you will, getting 4 kills early did cause Baba to be stuck in this situation. You can see Troll on almost no HP there and still able to flick out, cause a little bit of a distraction. That's what you do. You play the time. So well done by Concord.
And the other thing, too, is when it comes to Caldwell on this defensive position, they seem to be networking out a little bit further. There's the op, though. You don't have the tour de force anymore, but you still have the op ready for that next round after how close it was and saving it. Matho playing very, very out in the open to see if they can get value. A little bit aggressive here, so they've reduced numbers on this defensive side, and they're going to be really spread thin here to compete against Concord.
Yes, they are. But Male hoping to cause a little bit of a surge. Troll has so far been aggressive on C, but A has barely been touched. And this might be why Caldwell going ahead and open up with a few, but Troll takes out Iron Man's life down to a 1v3. So sorry, I can't count sometimes. Caldwell with 1 alive. It's the Brimstone. You can do a little bit of work here, but I think you're probably just going to save. So Concord with a phenomenal entry into a showing off their skill so far and claiming what should be a 4th round.
Yep. They're just going to sit back. They'll keep their economics for the Brimstone, but looking at the bigger picture, and when we've seen this consistent Caldwell positioning on the defense, they like to lean out a little bit. Peter's been the one to play more aggressively into the open space. I like how Concord have been more to respond to that aggression that's come through, allowing them to more so wait for this you know, uneasy aggression or maybe impatience that Caldwell has, looking for that forward momentum. And Concord has been taking advantage of it. And if there isn't this little bit of, let's say, reservation from Caldwell moving into these later rounds, I think it's going to continue going into this direction. And they have to be more, let's say, reactive than, I think, overly proactive, because it's catching them out a little bit.
On defensive, I think that's very, very true, right? And I think it stems actually from Peter's excessive wins in the mid, right? Whenever you have a player that pops off this hard, it tends to bleed over into the rest of the players. And actually, that's what you want. You want a star player that can carry a team forward and kind of give them the confidence to take some of those fights and say, hey, you're going to have someone backing you up. There's someone that's always going to get those kills. However, it can backfire. As you said, you get a little overconfident, but Peter is able to snipe one out with that Blade Storm. Once again, just one blade. That's all you need. However, as you said, the rest of the team needs to be ready. The rest of the team needs to be prepared for the fact that sometimes Peter is going to go down and the rest of the team is going to apply appropriately. You can see him flanking in on all sites and ensuring that they have the main points covered. No one over-aggressing right now.
But yeah, this is what I like to see. Again, Peter still hesitant, not over-aggressing. I like this because they have the numbers advantage. They can cover more space with this, and depending upon where Concord is going to dedicate their time and rotation to, since at this point, they're indecisive. They're not really sure because they're waiting, as we've seen before, Caldwell press out in this. So if Caldwell just holds, they get this round.
I have the spike.
They would, at the expense of 2 ultimates as well, and we do have to keep track of the ultimate economy. This is the first time Caldwell, I think, are actually adding it in, but Peter, again, containing that mid, is able to take 2. Baba this time with the 2 to 4. Big weapon with big kills. Holding down C once again. Kind of rivaling that side, but Noaz is able to take out Baba. And again, this is a 2v3, although normally we'd say Caldwell has this. Concord have done this before. Lots of util thrown down that long hallway, and the gunfight goes the way of Reaper with the blind. However, Troll is going to find one. Can he get the other shot? No, he can't. And Caldwell live with 2. It is now a 1-round game as it's 4-3. As Caldwell look to have a resurgence.
Yes, indeed. Trying to continue to keep that gap closed to a very small, respectable amount, because it is only a round of 1. Everything's on the line here to move forward, as we do see a very full buy coming out once again from Caldwell now that they did have that round succession. A little bit of hesitation here coming out from Concord as they look to see if it's going to be a final pickup, or they want to go a little bit more for that partial eco for Noaz, as they have not yet fully invested into something more so just going for the light armor. And at this point, because they have the Hunter's Fury ready, they can sacrifice that weapon and look to try and invest into the ultimate. And you can see Mail already dashing in quickly, looking for an easy and early execution.
I mean, Mail wants to show what kind of challenge Peter to who is the better Jet player here. And of course, leaning out and around means that you know there is someone in a drone. And hey, Iron Man, not so iron outside of the suit. Peter says, that's not cool. We'll take your life. That is going to be Matt taking out Cap, and Troll taking out Matt. So the kills back and forth going to lean itself to a little bit of a dicey situation. Troll is able to find Reaper here on the main side of C, and that means it's going to be the Plant Concord lead with a 3-2. Man advantage.
And that was so significant to be able to just hold that corner. Nice pickup, though, by Peter, though. Again, reducing the numbers. Going to have a bolt going over the top. Peter playing hyper-aggressive in the close proximity. And you've got this rotation through that small room, and unfortunately unable to get the value or follow up. There was coordination between Peter and them, but it was just a slightly too staggered for them to get the actual optimal pick onto Zezvi.
It was a difficult one, and the reason for that is, of course, you're working with single-shot guns as well, and that's kind of the downside to it, right? You try to swing hard and try to get the extra shot off, but the teammate was not ready to go. It's one of the hazards, and I think it was well played by Caldwell, but as you said, just a little bit disjointed on that fact. Zevzi, of course, with a phenomenal swing as well, able to give a huge credit over to Concord now in a 2-round lead, looking for a bit more as Cap was able to take out Peter. And again, as you said, the IGL now kind of swapped out, having to go into drone position. Caldwell gonna have to do their best in a 4v5.
Able to spectate and direct the rest of this team defensively to make sure that they cannot allow this one to run away. There's a lovely drive-by droning as they still continue to aggress into this middle position. Shockbolt comes out over to the back right side. Couple of shots onto Reaper. Doesn't get much, but at least removes the armor as this suppression holds for a brief moment. Noaz waiting to aggress into the same thing with Mail, but they're going to actually opt to change positioning and look to rotate over to C, and this is going to leave Baba all alone and needs to be super cautious of this.
He's gonna try. Baba hiding around a corner. No one checked the flank. That is gonna be a huge rip there. Tried to go for 3, could only get 2. That's plenty enough. You even it up for the rest of the team. Shock bolt high and wide, and unfortunately lands along the rooftops. So you're not going to get any information there. 3v3 though. Caldwell given an opportunity here to play it out, and Matt just sprang into the wall and immediately meets their doom. Concord was ready for as Male and Troll take a kill apiece.
Iron Man now the only sole remaining member, having to be extremely cautious in where they peak. 26 HP and a dream. At this point, they've managed to at least get an upgrade, and they're going to bail out of this, but there is someone chasing Troll, looking in the back to see if they can bring down any sort of economic gain. As you hear the footsteps quicken. There's the headhunter, finds it as they swivel around the corner, and that's going to be a pickup and a denial on that weapon upgrade.
Oh, that one hurts. You could have left the weapon, right? You could have let the weapon go through, but it's the right move. Concord, of course, don't want to leave anything to chance here, as the early stages were incredibly close. This is the first time that we've seen anything larger than a 2-round lead for them, and so they're very, very excited here. Concord sitting at that halfway point, and if they continue through, especially with this eco coming out of Caldwell, they should be pretty happy, right? This does feel like it should be a 7th round opportunity, and they can look to start stacking up from here. Of course, you don't want to go to the dreaded and haunted 9-3, but if you do, that still gives you a massive lead to start things off, so we'll see what they can do here.
I mean, look at this aggression. It's going to have 4 look for an entire group for alert. The only one that's staying back is the solo jet play from Peter as they reconvene towards that side angle to go through the narrow corridor. But Troll has a long angle here with that op to make sure that nobody presses out, and gains 1 already so far, as they have an opportunity now to try and collapse into this. A lot of util tossed in. Cap gets another. Cap gets a second. Oh my goodness, this is just spelling disaster here for Caldwell as they're only down to 2.
That's a nasty little peek here, and I mean, this is what you'd expect from Concord, running full weapons hot. But you didn't expect it to be this clean. A flawless round victory means Caldwell were completely shut down and dominated, and Concord reading that round perfectly, saying, hey, we know that you're not going to really have any weapons. However, we know you like to push in some scenarios. So Troll rightly holding back on their own defensive positioning. That's how Peter actually was able to get a little bit of a steal back in the earlier rounds. So appropriately adjusting for the stuff that's gone on in this game. Concord really showing their experience here. 7-3, looking for one more large round before we look at a half swap.
And you can see even a judge going to be picked up here by Matt for close encounters. Could look for a very forward position. Actually is going to do so. As you see them hold the inner position, are they going to tread into the C-long position? Troll not opting to just yet, but if the shot comes through and goes in for the reload, a pickup from Peter, gets a second, wants the third, and gets it! Able to get the wall bang earlier, and now Troll is able to punish them since they are actually knowledgeable of where Peter continues to aggress.
Let's be real, Peter showing off a little bit of style, got 2, and then got away with a cheeky third. Probably shouldn't have happened, but that's just Peter, right? At this point, that's going to be the catchphrase. That's just Peter. Peter pulling off some of these fantastic plays. Of course, the rest of the team has to step up, and one of those players was Reaper, and it's another full house. These two have been so pivotal in some very important rounds, and I really like what they're doing here. Caldwell now sitting at 4, looking for one more, and we got to watch this again, right? 2 swings, and then the wall. You can see it right there. Male did not peak fast enough to be able to clip Peter before Peter was able to take out 3. It was quite damaging, and it gave Caldwell that opportunity.
And now as we continue to see them try to close the gap, we will look to be more so focused over by that C site, since it has been most repeatedly attractive to Concord, and having Troll manage that long lurking position. Tour de force goes for a shot. Peter able to elude that damage. Daggers are ready, and the dash comes in up front. Concord blazing forward, blitzing onto this point, but Peter up close. Impersonal gets taken down by the wall bang. Lots of damage spewed, and shall runneth over from Concord, and able to get this into a post-plant situation.
Just a nasty, nasty aggressive play, and I think that's the right call, right? At this point, Caldwell has, as we do see Reaper, unfortunately trail into a 1v3. You aren't really going to win that one, so Concord play into an 8-4 half. A fantastic score to be had. but I like the adjustment. So something that I really want to note there, and I don't know if it's going to continue into this second half, Concord have realized that they can't beat Peter in the direct head-to-heads in the first confrontation. In the first gun duels, Peter is going to win probably 7 to 8 out of 10 times, right? That's what we've seen multiple times. That's actually how we've seen Concord lose 2 of the 4 rounds that they lost so far, right? So the adjustment was made saying, hey, we know Peter's going to push. Let's just outpush on the other side, right? It's the close in on the weaker pincer side, which at this point sounds like the other 4 members. And I think it's appropriate. So very nicely adjusted. Let's see if that continues here into the second half. And if Peter decides to go 1v5 man mode through it.
And Peyton highlighted that. We talked about it at the top of the broadcast when it came to methodology and control and understanding their opponent's weaknesses. And they have been able to exploit what Peter has really been able to do for this team. Peter now dashing in quickly. Double bursts come through. Great pickup damage, but is going to be traded out. As I say that, you finally see Concord able to take the advantage. Your frenzy's in hand. As it's only Baba remaining. The headhunter looks for the shot. The shorty in the distance dwindles the health value as they've got some support from Troll in the back, and that'll be a defensive win here for Concord, putting them up 1 more.
I love the attempt there from Caldwell, trying to take a page out of Concord's books and really laying down the opening aggressive stance. It's the stat check, right? It's a skill check coming out here. Caldwell go, all right, let's see how good you are on the defense. And Concord go, bet, run us that pot real quick. And they take 1 and looking for another one to put them in double digits. So Concord really hoping to extend this lead of 5 into 6 and continue to work with it to take their first game here in the group stage.
It's the great way to start off when you talk about the group stage. It's a long haul ahead of them to get to that final position to have that LAN opportunity, but getting a win here out the gate and making you feel confident for the rest of the tournament is key. Troll barely able to get the rendezvous to escape after the shot goes wide. Baba now still in that middle position, playing aggressively, peeks out of the smoke, goes down from Troll once again with that headhunter.
It's a very, very nice peek. Again, Concord coming in clean, decisive. However, Male, unfortunately, is going to get the swing. You dance right past, but thankfully, it's a save round coming in for Caldwell. So 3 shots with the classic in the back is not going to do as much as you would normally hope. And it's going to be Concord coming away with their 10th. And you can see Troll, Cap, and Zevzi really putting up numbers, but watch this again. Troll bouncing through, great shot to the chest. I believe that was a 2-tap. And then the bounce forward, Male with the beautiful spray here.
Yeah, Male just comes in, styling out of the smoke right now. Dagger in hand, then swaps. 6 HP, comes out for the execution for the flawless round. Just having a time of their life. And now going to start moving into these critical moments as we approach these final rounds. Peter, aggressively forward in this middle position, looks to try and get some intel as they will typically play this aggressive style. Matt gets 1, which is a big opportunity, but unfortunately gets swung on by Male, and now this lurking can begin.
This is actually going to be quite difficult, of course. Now you know you lost the back, so Caldwell are forced into these fights, and forced they will. They were forced their way to a C-site take, leaving 1 in the middle. Cap is able to take 1 before falling. Iron Man is going to take out Cap, and that's the right call to be made. Now down to a 1v2. Can Male do the 70 HP in a dream?
Male has been historically able so far from what we've seen, be able to clutch out a couple of great plays, most specifically that last round. The health value not in favor for at least 1. In the distance, though, peeks into Peter, and as we've seen Peter before, if you give them some space and you peek all on your own, they'll take advantage of it.
It's a well-played fight. Again, Caldwell taking a round they definitely felt they should have. And we're going into the gun round, right? This is going to be the all-important setup here. No ultimates to be had. Male and Baba, I believe, are the only 2 that are relatively close. So maybe looking for that orb pickup just to get either the 2 or the 4 or the Bladestorm up and available. It's going to be a challenge. Concord sitting 3 away from taking this map, and Caldwell having to run it up a potential 8 rounds. It's going to be a very, very difficult one to work with, but they have the opportunity. They have the gumption. They have Peter, of all people, so we'll see what they can do. Of course, this is going to be a full side A rush as Caldwell are going to test the limits of the reactivity of Concord.
Wow, big smokes coming through. Peter now up top already looking for that back position, but gets punished by Troll. Finds the sight line. And now a shock dart comes in. Great positioning and understanding of where that default position is going to be from the opponent. With now Male looking to rotate and find this flanking position, but isn't going to be able to do anything with Reaper getting it. And now they're going to move in. This is the last chance for Concord to try and turn this.
Oh, Iron Man, though, catching two that tried to take a sneaky peek, and that's going to be the all hands on deck. Caldwell now with 3v2. And Concord swing, he got one single shot, and it looks like it's not going to work. Matt takes out Cap, and you're looking at just one more shot. Troll, with a pistol in hand only, is going to save the operator. It's the right call. Concord lose control, but Caldwell get a much-needed round with 2 alive and force it to a 6-10 score.
Indeed, indeed, as this is a great opportunity for them to get some momentum. We talk about that specifically. Once you start getting these rounds, closing that gap, you were talking about 8 rounds in succession needing to happen, and this is a way to do so as we do take a look at the economics here for Concord. Very light, partial buys, needing to make sure that they have some of that to work into this next one, so it's going to be a little bit challenging for Concord, but we've seen them be able to perform despite them being down in this currency. And Troll really coming here to step up, as we've seen before with this operator, to be able to equalize for this team against Caldwell, who is feeling really confident in their weaponry.
As they should be, right? They should not have any disconfidence in there. However, if we do see a couple knives come out from Mail, that could turn the tides. But all rights to be, yeah, this should be a weapons hot for the side of Caldwell. And they take 3 before losing 1, and Mail able to get the headshot with that knife. And I think that was a full right click, so it is going to be a little bit of a dampener. Of course, Reaper going ahead, spraying away here on B. Great hold, but Reaper ready to go. The fake plant this time around is going to give Caldwell that opportunity. Fantastic play to move to 7.
I think it was a combination of like a fake plant, but also a scared plant, because there you can see in the peripheral that you've got your friend next to you keeping cover, and then instantly being popped, and you're like, let me second get this for a moment. I ain't gonna be putting this down right now, and I gotta play super cautious, as we'll get it right here. You'll see Reaper go in for this pick, manages to buy some space. All right, I'm just gonna get it. I can see Sova. Oh, he's dead. Well, second guess, and I'll just go to take down Mail.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it, and it is. It's not scared. Well, that's a bad spot. Peter, though. Peter, you gotta stop making the highlight reels. Great body shot to Mail. That's gonna be knives out this time for Peter's side. And you're hoping to get a couple knives in. You should see a swing. Cap, though, finds a headshot on Peter. Really nice trade to keep it at an even 1-for-1.
Yeah, the op was out, then it was down, with the knives up, and then you're down. It's just this constant ebb and flow when it comes to Peter. You got your highs and lows, but that is per usual for any Jet player, as you've got Iron Man now looking to get a couple of shot darts up in that heaven position as they maintain down below. And you've got some dark cover being tossed into this position to block some of the silence, but there's still a decent angle held here, and that paranoia doesn't get anything.
It's nothing at all, but it does create a little bit of a diversion. Troll able to take out Matt, as Matt was able to take out Cap, but remember, Cap was, of course, in that ulti, in that null command, and now you get a little bit of a revive, so Concord being able to carry forward, but Reaper says, nah, you're not even allowed to do that. Immediately taken down after the revive, but Troll was ready on the flank, so Caldwell not allowed to mount a defense. Well played by Concord to put them at 11.
There was a great opportunity, though, for Reaper to get that. I mean, they had the orbital strike to buy out some time. Unfortunately, the resurrection came through after the null command and gave that extra numbers advantage, so it wasn't as comfortable to try and re-enter into this, which could have gone a little bit differently, I think, if they were able to get that sooner, or at least have the null command completely taken out. But that's neither here nor there as we continue to approach. Concord is now only 2 rounds away from moving on through this bracket and continuing out of these group stages. And I'm really looking to see how we're going to have this retaliation defensively here from Concord to try and see if they can continue getting closer to it. As Caldwell, they're rushing and getting close to over by that C position to feel confident for that engagement.
They are rushing a bit, but they have to clear garage first, or else this is going to be a 3-person rush. Mail saw someone go by and didn't take the blind shot, so that means Peter is allowed to have free roam, and anytime Peter is allowed a little bit of a window of opportunity, they do run with it. However, Troll, who has now put up a 30 bomb, I believe, or 29 just about, because Cap took that 3K. That is ridiculous to see here. Troll mounting a high-end fight with no walls to finish it off. It looked good for Peter there, but unfortunately Concord were much more put together. It's a 3 group, and Troll actually only got 1. Cap was able to explode up there with 18 now total throughout this entire match, and they are 1 round away. Rad, they're 1 round away from being 1-0 here at the start of this tournament.
It's do or die now. Concord feeling comfortable. and feeling that they're resting themselves in their chair, leaning back a little bit, but maybe that's the best opportunity here for Caldwell to turn this around. And as they look to focus towards the central position, going to have a little bit of position over towards C as well. As Troll looks to get out with the rendezvous, op in hand. As Mayhel plays this inner corner, waiting for someone to aggress forward, just in the suppression radius. And Dominant's now over towards this B position, but it's not going to be easy. Dark cover to lead in.
It's going to be a little bit dangerous play, but Mail going ahead, open it up with 2. That's a beautiful spray down. Iron Man is going to find that kill in the back, but again, the damage has been done. You can see Iron Man bleeding out here. Just 14 HP to their own, and Concord has set themselves up for success. Cap is able to find Peter the Star. And the MVP is down for the side of Caldwell, so Concord going to be working in a 4v2 fight. And that is exceptional to their own taste. A teleport back to C leaves a very open A site, but Concord are able to flank in very nicely, and this should be the final nail in the coffin.
It's all on you, Matt. With a full health, almost, in a dream. You unfortunately see your spike go down. The nerves might be setting in, but they have performed miraculously. Able to get one with the wall bang, but unfortunately unable to take down the 3. Worthwhile effort for Caldwell, but Concord comes out on top and continues to move on in a dominant fashion.
It was phenomenal, to say the least. Again, so many bright points for either side, but as you said, Concord really showing up here with really good reactionary adjustments, right? Not just with the players. I mean, Troll stepped up. Let's not deny that. Troll went on a freaking spree. But the adjustments is what I really, really like to see. I personally am a huge fan of teams when they come together and can spot flaws and adjust to work with them, right? In my opinion, FPS games, especially with round-based systems, you have to be able to adjust on the fly, and the number of rounds that you kind of keep that adjustment to low, you know, if you see a big flaw and you only allow it to go on for 1 to 2 rounds, I think that is amazing. That's exactly what Concord did. Caldwell tried their best, and my gosh, did Peter put up some fantastic numbers. It just wasn't going to happen this time around, and Concord are able to take the dub.
Yeah, adaptation is key, allowing Concord to take the win, but as you mentioned as well, you have to give some serious credit. You know, Matt, who also stepped up despite them feeling nerves, getting very, very high up on the KDA and having a lot of influence when it comes to their ACS. But yeah, Peter dominating for their team to help them out and continue to try and give them a more formidable opportunity in any competition they have later on outside of just this specific event. And with that being concluded, we do still have one more best of 1 for us specifically, at least, but there is still more VALORANT to come. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we've got a lot more excitement just on the other side of this break. Welcome back, friends, as we continue on. We've already seen some amazing VALORANT action where Concord managed to take the win over Caldwell, but we get to actually continue the story of Caldwell as they are going to be now facing off against University of Maryland College Park. So College Park actually did also have a successful win in the previous round as well. So at this point, Orbital, it's time for Caldwell to be able to come back and gain some redemption after that first game.
It is, and I mean, it's the opportunity, right? Because if they do lose this one, their chances at moving on into the bracket stage is going to be all but finalized. Unfortunately, as much as it sometimes hurts, in a 4-group stage, you are looking at least 2 wins to really solidify yourself up and above, so you're hoping for that. There's also opportunity for a 3-way tie, which is always very, very funny to watch. I'm not sure if we're going to get that, but we'll see if it does. Either way, I think you're right. Caldwell really need to show up here against another team that is currently 1-0, and I think it all rests kind of on Peter at this point. Peter had a phenomenal game 1, but unfortunately it was not able to be acted upon by the rest of the team, and at this point, that's what you really have to look at. The rest of the players kind of stepping up to bat here and making use of the opportunities Peter creates for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and being able to synergize with such a stellar player like that who has a history in other FPS CSGO was a significant part of their competitive past, able to now bring the knowledge that they have. Even though it's not VALORANT directly, there are still some very valuable and necessary skills that transition over into this game of VALORANT as we take a look at, you know, just and talk a little bit about Maryland as well. They have a very, very experienced history trajectory. Dusty, who is their captain, has been with the team for 2 years, a little bit over actually, since they've been playing. They are the initiator for this, typically more so of that Sova and Sky composition, which has been yielding a lot of value, even in upper-level competitive play, and really having a lot of synergies with these teams. As we get into now this Agent Select, we will take a look to see what that option is for composition. And we can even see the Sova coming out by Dusty, and a little bit of some uniqueness potentially going to come through, but also some very standard picks going into Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, the most standard, I have to say, is Sova.
Yeah.
Right? That is the kind of staple here on Ascent. Everyone knows the Sova. The only thing that they like to do is go get an Odin, prep up in front of B, and spray down the doors for all they're worth. It's a very, very valid strategy, and it works very well. As you were saying, though, hopefully seeing some diversity here, the unique kind of characters coming out here, and this is one of the maps that I want to say Killjoy is a little bit more abundantly available for. I personally am a huge fan of Killjoys. I suck at running guns. I suck at duelists, so utility is my favorite friend, and I think Killjoys excel here, right? With the nanoswarms, with the turrets, as well as with the lockdown. All three can play so well and can be pivotal for both squads here as they are running it. The only diversity I think we're going to see here is in that Brimstone Rays for Caldwell side, and for Maryland College Park, we are looking, I believe, at the Omen and KO. No, we're also looking at the Sky. So quite a bit of diversity, a lot more than I expected.
And, you know, to go back to Caldwell briefly, because this was one thing that Matt mentioned even before going into this, that they are basically a Raise one trick, you could say. And they opted to play more of that KO to go into something that is more compositionally sound. At this point, feeling that they can play what they're confident with, what they know very, very lucratively, maybe even potentially why they're going onto this map, even though it might not be something that's typically dominated by a Raise selection, they could still feel very, very powerful in their positional advantage, their entries, their also mainstay to get some showstopper value. There could be an assortment of things as we enter into this pistol round, and curious to see if those kind of adaptations are going to lean into helping Caldwell feel a little bit more confident going in against a team who's already won up in their scoreline.
You can, yes, and with that in mind, we could really see that kind of prep itself for success. Of course, Peter, the carry from last time, we should say, putting up huge numbers. With both of them online, it's now no longer a single battery powerhouse, right? You are looking at that double up, so very, very excited to see. And as you said, the Rays hopefully having some breakout performances. But UMCPG should be aware of this, right? They should be aware of this fact and aware of this Raise. And to pull off some of the Raise maneuvers, you can only go so many different directions, especially on Ascent. So I want to see if they can play it off here. Of course, right now we can't see UMCPG working their way towards Connector and are taking a chance here on A after the default. That yielded no real results, and next is able to take out Peter.
Yep, nice early engagement, finding the better end of this, and since Peter's down, but Reaper still playing that hidden corner that has yielded massive value previously, and is going to look to have this smoke once it vanishes to press out potentially into that open mid position, but there's still a heavy grouping over from UMC by that A long position.
Well fought as well. Again, those are some of the quick adjustments that you really need to make. So Reaper able to slow that one down before anyone got out of control. Does give them a lot of control here, and you can already see UMCPG, they're taking a long time to try and get on site. 30 seconds is usually what I would say is optimal. Necessary time to be able to get into site without rushing it, and I think this is the appropriate time. Again, Reaper now with that blind in front of them is going to have to work their way around, potentially wait for the rest of the team, as Caldwell are going to look for this retake.
And with the breaking of the door, that's going to give a lot of value and knowledge, but Reaper at least still takes one solely on the shoulders now of that Iron Man position up top. Not able to do anything. Triple kill comes out for Dusty, and that's attack side 1.
Beautifully done there. Again, the opening round by, as you said, the IGL, the captain, the experienced leader here. Dusty laying it in at a 3-0-0. Very, very nicely done. Next, and Endless picking up 1 kill each does give them a little bit of pressure for their ultimates as well. So that'll be a nice to carry through. On the flip side, Reaper was a star, or one of the stars, I would say, for Caldwell in game number 1. Had some phenomenal highlight moments, but this time around is sitting with a higher standing at a 2-1. So I hopefully get to see Reaper also have fun with that orbital strike. You know, I do fancy the orbital strike, not because it's totally my name as well.
you know, come see, come saw. There's some relation there, of course.
Yeah.
As you now see next, looking to take this high ground position, waiting for them to push out through this smoke. They know they're there, so they're going to dive in, get the pickup, and now have the numbers advantage as this gets into post plant.
Such a well-timed push. Again, this is UMCPG, understanding that they have the weapon advantage. They know Caldwell should not be pushing too hard. And if they do, I mean, what are you really worried about? You're worried about maybe a sheriff, maybe a shorty. Other than that, you don't have to worry about too much. A double swing is going to net Dusty a 3K. Just like that, UMCPG giving themselves a wide berth of opportunity, carrying 4 weapons over into the eco.
And when we take a look at that entry over by A, it was just so swift and precise. They had that dark cover initially coming out onto the high ground. Next, immediately taking advantage of it, knowing that they will have that positional advantage, waiting until somebody presses out. You didn't see them move out completely, but once they saw that there was a toss of the nanoswarm, they're like, all right, green means go. We're going to take the advantage of this, and we're going to run with it. And from there, it was just a downhill battle.
It's one that's very, very quick to switch as well. This is, you know, it's not like the bunny slopes that you normally see. It's just a straight snowball down a cliff. And you're just like, all right, yep, that's kind of what I expected. So UMCPG made the moves that we expected them to. Of course, Caldwell are going to try and do the same, right? And so far, Caldwell have done the appropriate. They have not lost on their initial gun rounds, even in game number 1 that they played. So hopefully they're able to do it here as well. This should be the chance on the save from UMCPG. They should be able to come back and fight just as well. And I love the fact, yes, I am so happy about this. Matt is going for the judge. This is old school tactics. This is the most aggressive setup. You see Razes do it. You see Jets do it. If this judge works out, we will be able to see why Matt is a raise 1 trick, and we get to see the absolute power that the judge holds.
And with us continuing to wade through this tech pause, we're making sure that we have everyone all situated before going any further, since it is now a 2-round win position. This is an opportunity for Caldwell to turn this around with what they have. Still a couple of light armors. So Peter, as you mentioned, also having that close encounter with Matt around this raise, and is just going to hold this door and see what kind of value it can bring them, as there is a heavy aggression over right into it. So Matt's going to feel really confident, but can't get the shot initially as the jet just bursts through.
And Next was able to actually spray that blind as well. That is not a loss that you want to have. So Caldwell immediately losing 1, and this is going to give a great opportunity for UMCPG to push this action forward. A plant with 1:20 left on the clock means UMCPG have to scramble for an opportunity, and they are flooding the rafters. So this might be a problem for them as they push 3-1 through connector, and that's going to be found out as well. Next, just flying off the handle here. Keep in mind, this is a save round by UMCPG. They are wiping the floor here as Ironman is only able to take one more time, and UMCPG are able to equip themselves with ill-gotten weapons as they take 3 in a row.
And that's a very dominant performance here. You can see why they were able to win that first round, carry that confidence into this one, as though Caldwell has to try and be able to regain some focus on this map that we've not yet seen them perform at. Very aggressive positioning for UMC over towards this A position, which has been very, very cohesive. Their structure in entering onto this and just their synergy as a whole is very, very well thought through. But now they might take a little bit of a redirection. Some nice cover coming out early over by that mid position so that they can try and network through. Next playing hyper aggressive, looking for a couple of shots, but and finally gets Reaper.
Oh. Next going. Go next. Go next. I want to go to the next round. That's exactly what they're saying with that aggressive peak. And at this point, UMCPG have identified that they can do this. And again, this is them keeping tabs of the econ. They know for a fact Caldwell are running with no weapons. The most that they might have is, as you see, that Spectre. And they're working their magic. ZYX, Zix crushing it here on Iron Man's side. Matt hiding with 25 HP. That is not what you want to have happen. Nozomi, of course, going to try their best as well to prep themselves, but Caldwell now in a 2v5 situation as A site is already planted. UMCPG are ready to go to get a massive lead. Kicking off here, Dusty takes a swing, gets 1, loses their life, but it's a 1v4. You're still in good position.
Yep, Matt with 25 HP at this point just has to hope for any sort of value to potentially hinder some of the gun value that you do have here from UMC. They collapse down below. Paint Shell actually gives them some distancing to get a nice pickup early, but attackers take this now a 4-0, and even looking at what Next has been able to do, and we take a look at the scoreline, how much value they've brought. Dusty also doing the same, and Dusty even commented going into this that if there's anyone that you want to see with the highest skill ceiling, it's going to be Next. So Dusty complimenting them, but still being the one to get the better outcome, at least from their KDA scoring, and really leading this team through quite the victorious rounds.
And I have to give credit where credit is due. As you said, Next and Dusty really powering through. And then at the back end, they have good reliance on the back end, right? These are not agents for Endless, Zix, and Gnar that are going to give like a huge, I want to say, rivalry for the top of the scoreboard. These are agents that are going to provide the utility for them. There is very rarely opportunities for compositions to be this planned out, right? And this kind of cut and dry. Usually we do see some of those more utility-based, getting those kills, right? Sometimes the Sage is a top fragger, or even the Killjoy is a top fragger. At this point, it is so cut dry, everything. You can see it. Dusty and Next are considered the carries. The utility on the back end is what is granting them that opportunity. It is bolstering their ranks to continue to move forward, and we are going to see more and more of that as this match progresses. Caldwell, of course, going to be trying to do their same. Reaper with an ultimate on hand, but the rest of the members not even close to an ultimate. You can see two charges waiting on Matt, Iron Man waiting on 2, and then 3 for Peter and Nozomi. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. The most that they have is, of course, the abilities in their back pocket, plus some ample guns.
And this is really to how UMC plays. They are a more methodical, weighted decision type of team that really puts emphasis on these precision decisions. And like you mentioned, those back three, making sure that you can give every inch of value available to both Next and Dusty, that they've really been able to run away with it at this point as we still look to try and get back into this game. I cannot wait to see how they continue to play on this aggressive side to open up these gates, and hopefully at this point that Caldwell can really make a decision or some kind of strategic altercation that can make it go favorable for them to try and get some kind of momentum in this, because again, they've full bought practically. There's only really the single light armor. Everything else has been picked up. So if they lose this round, this is now a even further situation that they are going to be at a deficit, where this will be a higher score for UMC to carry into this round swap later.
And the worst part as well for Caldwell is the fact that UMCPG are going to continue with aggression. They've won the gun round so many times, and they're still winning openers. As Dex takes out Nozomi, they're just going to charge into B, right? There is no chance for them. Peter, though, able to spring around 2. That's going to be the orbital strike coming down. Is not going to clip anyone, but does delay that fight. 3v2 still, though, as Caldwell were not ready for it. UMCPG going to go ahead, get that plan down, and force Caldwell into the retake.
Iron Man in the back goes down. Unfortunately, Endless gets the pickup. Now a great blind comes out for a team ace. And that's going to be another round win and a very, very challenging position to be in with Caldwell, as they have to go back into another light or partial buy here.
It should be the save. It should be a complete save, you know, outside of maybe the occasional Marshall in the Spectre. But look at this rush. Again and again, UMCPG have identified the fact that they are going to win opening gun duels. They are going to win those openers. They're going to win at least a 1v1 or potential 1v2. And Caldwell cannot contest. As that is identified, that means UMCPG will continue these rushes until Caldwell will have an answer. And quite honestly, I'm not sure if I do have one. Matt does, though. That's a judge straight to the face of Next and Gnar. And that's plenty to work with. Of course, that 2K is now dropped to a 1 as Gnar gets revived here. This is going to be Iron Man coming out of the smoke, and it just doesn't work. UMCPG, go ahead and run them over here on A.
Yep, the excitement dissipates as it's now only 1 remaining, and they are going to continue to hold every corner here from UMCPG. It's, you know, full flash on yourself. That's fine. They weren't worried. They were just playing a little bit.
They tried.
There's now Nozomi in the back with a solo Sheriff. At this point, hoping to just get 1, or potentially either a weapon upgrade or to at least punish somehow. There's nothing wrong in attempting it as they go for the shot and get 1 with the wall bang. Endless eliminated, but there is going to be a recon bolt to give them insight. You do have Dusty getting the pickup here and another round win.
Well played. And again, UMCPG are on course to be able to take a solid no matter what, because again, they're already on 6 rounds, right? This is a squad that is really prepped. Now, though, you have a little bit more to work with in terms have the ultimate defense, the ultimate, I want to say, over in Nozomi, and then the ultimate aggressive with the showstopper on that. So these combined can create an opportunity for Caldwell to be able to get a round back. Of course, for them, they're against the Hunter's Fury, as that blade from CPG. If they wish to set those down, CPG have already identified that they don't have to worry. They're sitting mid over again. Already has at least sludge under the belt.
Yep. 100% as they are going to now have to draw back slightly since they have been detected. Hunter's Fury, they have to use the updraft to evade the first shot. The second one does land, at least on Gnarl, as there is a aggressive position forward next, actually able to get a huge chunk onto Iron Man, but will be able to escape as Reaper finds a flanking position, taking down 2 and getting a great punishment on that forward position from next.
What a power. As I was saying, see those out for Caldwell is going to find this a little bit more.
One enemy remaining.
Reaper is going to find Reaper.
And now Zix up front into tree is going to attempt to try and find something down below. This is the first opportunity for Caldwell to be able to turn this around, but Zix producing another. Has 30 seconds remaining, as you do have this shadow going to come out, planting it into the corner. Dark cover is there. Double blast pack comes through for Matt to maybe shoot into the darkness as they peek out. Can't find the shots, and Zix comes in with a clutch, a 3 versus 1, and brings them now to a 7-0 scoreline.
What? On Zix with a 4 to boot. That was every single element that you could have right there. Yeah, let's go ahead. Replay here. Zix goes ahead, gets a full play on, immediately sits it up and walks for battle, swings one weekend, and what a phenomenal play. Being able to clutch it out means that there is a third carry now. As we said, Dusty and next big highlight players. Zix up through.
Well, Peter playing forward and getting a couple takedowns, at least for their sacrifice. As there is an aggression once again by Next. Looking to continue getting pressure underneath, down in hell, maneuvering up to heaven with that updraft to see if they can find Matt, who's just about to peek the corner, gets some damage onto him, and finally eliminates Next. So it's still a 2 for 2, as the lockdown will be placed in the corner.
It's going to be placed, but Nozomi, of course, sitting with only really a pistol to work with. It's a dangerous sight held, and just like that, it's been destroyed. But Matt with the showstopper, as we said, the ultimate that can turn the tides. Is this going to be it? Will Caldwell be able to stop this aggression? No, Dusty!
Oh.
Dusty swings it. First it was Zix. Now it's Dusty's turn to get a clutch up. What a display.
And there was such a great opportunity there. Matt actually came out really big with the showstopper, managing to get pressure down underneath in hell where they had that paint canister to lock them into the corner, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough for them to get value on top of it. They didn't chip away enough health and couldn't find the angle to get Dusty before they were able to turn that completely around.
And this right here, even with paint shells in your face, you watch, you swing, you fire 1 and 2. The transfer looked clean, even from the opponent's point of view. So well fought here, but already underway here in the 9th round. UMCPG running it down 4v2 now as Next is bouncing away to victory. Can you get the knives long range? No, you can't. Next goes on. Well, gotta guess I go with the Spectre now.
Yep, let's just unwrap my present and go continue to wreak havoc. That's the goal here. It doesn't matter how lovely that turquoise and teal wrappering is as Iron Man rotates around, checks the corner, doesn't do a... Oh, actually, there we go. I was worried they weren't going to do a full check, but they do. As now they go back in, 2 by boats passing. There is going to be the drone. Vision quickly coming out, so it's still a 2 versus 1 at the moment. Caldwell is in a desperate position to try and get something on the board. Iron Man, a lot riding on their shoulders, but still goes down by Next in the back, finding the sightline and continuing to grow this lead.
And at this point, UMCPG are cruising here. This is a phenomenal display from Dusty and Next, and they are showing us why they should be feared here. Again, we saw how well Caldwell were able to put up a fight against the likes of Concord. It was 13-7. It was a respectable score. At this point, though, UMCPG are showing that they are leagues above and are looking like shoe-ins as the first seed out of Group A.
Yeah, And it's just one of those things where this is a very well-rounded overall just group of individuals that are demonstrating such high level of performance. Next, getting another one. There's a follow-up with Endless coming out of the smoke. They are just going to completely eliminate all on this position. The lockdown will be the nail in the coffin to keep everyone outside. And what a display for a swift, flawless round.
This is crazy to see so far, and again, I'm just... Each member of UMCPG are just running and gunning, and it has not stopped, and this is, again, what I like to see out of teams. Not slowing the pace of the game down at all, right? Once you identify that you're winning these opening rounds, you keep pressing and pressing and pressing, because the opponents can't deal with it, and Caldwell have not found a manageable answer. At one point, Matt was the answer. You stood literally in arches in A and just powered through with a shotty, right? That was the answer. At this point, though, it's still 1-for-1 trades, and UMCPG are like, cool, we got the opener. Let's go for the next one. Dusty opens up. Zix is able to follow up, and just like that, it's a 4v2 here in round 11.
Get the quick exploitation of the recon bolt. Now Next gonna just dive into the back, and despite them, even if they go down, they still are gaining value. And now it's solely Matt, again, who gets Dusty, but Next is near, just around the corner. Paint canister dropped into window to see if they can maybe get some value into it. Chips away some of the damage, actually finds Next. Matt coming in big here and stepping up to maybe turn this around. It's still a tall task ahead of them. Finds another, gets the third, is the fourth in their sightlines. No, they backstep into tree, and that's where Nar is waiting for them to be walked into the trap.
Oh, Matt did so well, too. It looks so good. And then that was a rude play. Zix was like, we're
Rude
done
awakening. Rude awakening.
To be fair, Zix has also been the one that tried to knife out of a corner. So I fully expected Zix to try and work with a knife and be like, just give me that kill. Just give me that kill with a knife. That's all I want. No disrespect laid out here, though, as we are going to get those ultimates from Caldwell, the Seekers, the Showstopper, as well as the Orbital Strike. We should see all three attempted here. As we can see, just a gun deluge. That is, I mean, they bought out. They made sure they had ammo.
That's what you call riches.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they're still going. Oh my gosh, they're still going.
Do I want this one or this one? This
Listen,
one
they ran
or
out of
this
bullets.
one?
They shot one from each one so far, I think.
Now the Hunter Fury comes out from UMC, attempting to try and get a pickup. Does find Nozomi through the wall, so it is a numbers advantage once again going into this. 3 remaining, aggressively moving on to the point, tossing guns as a display of confidence as they are managing to be able to move in and should be able to get this plant with Matt in the back. Another hope and a dream right in their eyes.
It's a chance, and you don't want to go out without a single round, so they're going to try their best. Matt, of course, prepped and ready with the Phantom. Of course, they are going to be hunted down. It's a 4v1, so you're going to be looking for some. Endless, of course, trying to get every single pistol available back into this site. And I think he got most of it. I think that's about a quarter of what was dropped so far.
Probably. A good variety. Paint canister now going to come through. See if they can get some chip damage. Endless into the corner. Goes for the shots. Can't seem to find it. Gets one in the distance. They're juggling a little bit. They get 2. Unfortunately, won't be able to get much more. Matt just coming out and doing everything they can just for fun.
Switching sides.
Very well played again. UMCPG, for all the fun that they had, they are on a rampage here. Next, over 12 rounds, has had 19 frags so far. And for 3 members of this squad to be able to already have a 1.0 KD or higher, or to at least get 1 kill per round, gives us a lot of hope. I'm excited to see them throughout the rest of the tournament. This is a squad that understands what they have to do here and are prepped and ready to go for the rest of the tournament. And I just want to see what else they can do in a best of 3 as well, right? Those matches, I believe, will be going on, later on in the week. I believe that's actually a Sunday matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is for sure later in the week, but we can find out later as we do have this final match round point. It will be Friday as that next opportunity to enter into this. Nice flash comes out early. Just prevents any entry onto this. Next going to peek the corner. Endless is there, sacrificing themselves and gets one with Matt taking one of their own.
It's a nice little peek, nice little hit, and Caldwell, of course, being able to come out with a fancy round, but hopefully trying to get a bit more, even though they lost a few. This is the last chance that they got. What are they going to have? Next goes ahead, powers away on Iron Man and makes it a 3 count. Matt Nar is able to finish off Reaper, and that's the clean 13-0 UMCPG, putting on a clinic here.
And with them being able to take this win back-to-back, now they're feeling very confident to move their way into that spot of being able to gain that land position. But there is still more Valorant action to be had, as we mentioned, later on in the week. And honestly, between the two of them, biggest thing is calling back to what Dusty said. Very methodical, strategic, knowing and weighing their options of how they want to push in onto these points. And unfortunately, Caldwell was not able to stack up in this moment, have a lot of opportunity in the future to work themselves to refining their team. And, you know, even as we said earlier, Matt being newer to the roster has a lot of opportunity to continue growing and developing outside of this area to put forth the effort necessary to be a formidable team as they do, you know, look for other opportunities. And, you know, looking as a whole, when you talked about it, even going into this, we're talking about a almost 500 ACS coming out from Next on this. That just unbelievable high skill level player has really stepped up and showed up for this team.
It's something fun to always talk about, right? And again, this is what I actually love about Collegiate, is we get very large disparities between a lot of these groups. We get to see players at the top and then players also entering in, and it gives those players that are working their way up a good guideline to work for as well, right? So for Caldwell's side, you were talking about Matt, you know, a player that can excel and a player that can kind of work their way forward. This is an opportunity to kind of sit back and go, okay, so I know exactly what my strengths are after game 1, and I know what I get to work towards after watching that game 2. This is the level that I want to execute a lot of my stuff on, and that's something that I think Caldwell is going to take to heart. Yes, your options are dwindling for entering into the bracket play, but there is much more Valorant to be played in the CECC. There's also the comeback, I believe, tournament later on at the end of this month, or I believe at the beginning of May, that you can try in as well. But you know what to work towards. You know the skill that you want to match later on. Now you get to take those pointers and integrate them into your own style.
Absolutely. And with that being said, that is it for at least us for right now, but there's still more to come, and you will have a lot more action in front of you very shortly, my friends, with more Valorant. So don't go anywhere, because we will be having this exciting gameplay here after this short break.
Welcome, everyone, to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. I am Camel. Joined alongside me here is Jag, and we have two incredible best of ones here for you today. First up, it's going to be Maryland College Park going up against Concord. We're going to Haven with Concord starting an attack. I'm excited to see how these two teams duke it out. Definitely two powerhouses in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The group stage, it's been roaring on all day today, and already these two teams have claimed their spot in the playoffs on Friday to figure out who will be going to Atlanta automatically. And I mean, I feel like both of these teams have just had maybe not the easiest walk in the park. It's always a little bit harder to really determine how good a team is based on a best of one, because sometimes it can be map, sometimes just composition. But overall, these score lines have been very impressive. Concord, 13-7 Caldwell, 13-1 over Virginia. Maryland College Park themselves, 13-10 over Virginia, 13-0 over Caldwell. That's a very impressive shutout there. They did not let any rounds get away from them. And with that, it's really just playing for seeding right now. Which, whatever we've already made it in. But this could make a difference maker. Here, getting the first seed, playing the number 2 seed from Group 2 could help you get a little bit closer. So this game does have a bit on the line.
Absolutely. We will see how these two teams want to duke it out going into Agent Select here already. The compositions slowly being formed. Concord is already locked in their entire lineup here of Omen, Chamber, Jet, KO, and the Sova to round things off. And for Maryland College Park, already locking in that Sky, that Chamber, and that Jet. Still 2 more picks to be had. Not going to talk about them. I don't want to get trolled by the hovers, Jag. You know how it is being doing what we do. But regardless, since Concord has their fully load out here of agents, talk about them and what you're expecting from this composition.
Well, with the fact that they're running both a KO and a Sova, they're going to be playing a lot of recon to try to figure out where they'll try to play more default, wait for that open, or maybe they'll just be going on to a point of people there. I mean, exactly the same way Sova, is kind of information every few seconds. You figure out where they are, the recon bolt, or with the owl drone. KO is more just like, where someone is in a general area with them being suppressed and silenced. So that's kind of, I think, my idea on attack. They're going to play very, very aggressively. There's a lot of initiation on the other side for Maryland. Both the Sky as well as the Breach will be using a lot of abilities that, are flashes or stuns. So it seems like, they don't have as much information to go off of. But if they do get some information, maybe they just see someone jiggle peek a little bit too much, they'll be able to have a lot of utility to get onto the point with crowd control.
Absolutely, and here we go. We'll see how that crowd control, we'll see how they factor in this best of one here. A lot of adaptation needs to occur quickly if you want to have a chance in this, though this is really for seeding here, so we'll see which one of these teams comes alive at the start of this game. Seeming we see sided push with the spike over in that general direction. Troll maybe will go for a peek over through window where to gain some sort of control, but already it'll be a slow, methodical start here for Concord, not taking any chances, trying to burn some of this utility early on.
Yeah, I expect a recon bolt right away or a 0 point. We'll see which comes out first. It seems like that is going to be the bow locked and loaded. There it is. There's the information. So now they're just going to try to take on to the point. But you see already there's a big rotation coming through.
Go from next. He's able to find one on Mail. Can he find
One enemy remaining.
Help out, find 3 kills and absolutely obliterate the site. And the retake is clean right now for UMCPG, and right now Concord running for the hills. Troll stuck up in garage in a 1v5, and it just completely fell apart, Jag.
Yeah, it did. They did not really fight. They saw one on there, but the rotation was so fast, so clean. The re-engage from Maryland, they were impressive there. And, it's good to get a flawless at the beginning. It's not the end-all, be-all versus other rounds because, odds are they're not going to buy anyway. You're probably going to full buy yourselves here with some Spectres, maybe stick with a Sheriff or 2, but in general, you'll be buying yourself. So, it's not the end of the world to get wiped there. Right now for Maryland on this buy round, I really want to see them not lose more than one person. If they want any chance of contesting the bonus round, when Concord will be able to get a full buy themselves, they have to lose less than 2 people, I'd say, is really the go-to if you want to try to get 3 in a row.
Absolutely. We'll see if that is the case. Already here is the first roll being used. Next, Spallin instantly disappears the chamber. It's good for 1 already. Next, using that Marshal to its fullest effect, grabbing that early kill and potentially gain some space through A-Long if he so chooses. But regardless, the spike is still being left behind. Concord trying to work through mid here, work through some of these extremities, Jag, and clear out this utility. But you see how Concord, they're so scared to go anywhere. They have no idea spots are. They have no idea where these players are. So you're just basically walking potentially into the meat grinder. It's going to maybe be a jet dash or some sort of utility combo to get all sides.
Yeah, and I'd really love to see them play this round how they played the last round, actually. Just run everyone at one site, try to overpower them, because you've got less weaponry, but maybe you can just do it strength and numbers. But at this point, they've played for so long that they've just kind of staggered themselves out. Now they're all going to try to approach this B site, already down 2.
Here is Zix. Next, Endless. All action. Another flawless here for UPG. 2-0, as you expect, and the kills do come through. And, well, Jag, they completed your quest. So
yeah.
They didn't lose anyone. Now, this is where the bonus becomes interesting. This is where you see maybe an interesting tactic. You reach into the Gucci bag, think of something interesting, but it seems like the things will just play another default. They have those trips mid. They're going to have, actually, Gnar here. Phantom, so he could do some damage if he gets aggressive.
And Gnar can buy here because about 2,000 what you need for a full buy next round. So that might be a bit of a surprise. That might be something they have to work with. But again, like, they're at a weapons disadvantage here. They're adding armor disadvantage for sure. So next is probably going to get a headshot with this Marshal if they really want to get that one tap. Unlike last round where a body shot would work. If they win this duel, that's a huge start. But no, they end up losing it. And finally, for the first time in this game, Concord will have the person advantage.
to get their first blood here of this third round, and now they're going to have a bit of idea here of where they want to go. Have that omen over towards C, just in case it in that direction. Haven's so big, so massive. He can get those rotations off with ease if you so choose, and it seems like that will be the case. They're going to leave, but maybe look to go back. Does Dusty expect this? He does not, and Mail up front, close and personal, will gain that kill and potentially unlock this A site.
Yeah, great advantage right now. Not really taking over the site just yet. Recon Bolt, not going to find any information, but that 0 points is going to be really nice to see them.
Oh, Nar, this is the player we talked about. Is able to find one kill before going down, and is that enough damage done for UMCPG to get back onto the site? That's the question. A 4v2 is very difficult. Working through these smokes, working through these crosshairs is going to be so tough. Endless is able to find one, but that's all about it. Zix drops down, and in a 3v1, Endless, he's going to have to put on an absolute miracle here to gain this round win. But you like what Concord did, Jag. They were aggressive. They were easy with those rotations. They played a little bit of mind games with UMCPG, and it worked out flawlessly. But Endless still continuing to push forward with this site. Finally, will get taken down with Q grabbing that third kill. Means it's 2-1 in favor of UMCPG.
It's just interesting because the first round they played so fast and furious. In these last rounds, they've slowed it down. They have been able to find some kills just on rotation. In particular, I believe it was Nex was able to, not Nex, excuse me, I think their counterpart Male was able to find some really nice just 1v1s they could take, but they only end up having 2 players at the end of the day. So that means that yes, their economy is not great. As you can see, most of their players are below 1,000 credits. So this is a big round for them. If Concord can't win this one out here, they're going to have a weak economy going forward, which could end up falling down to a 4-1 deficit.
Spike left behind, but Apple Drone will be used in conjunction here with Mail pushing forward. He spots Nex's skull and bludgeons the jet. Good for 1. Can he find 2? He does. So simple, so seamless. Crispy game from Mail. He's able to find the first 2 kills of this round and give Concord a massive advantage.
A massive advantage. It's because this was a very important round, as we just talked about. They didn't really have much to buy off of, so if they're able to win this cleanly and not lose anyone along the way, or only maybe lose 1 or 2 people, the people that did live the round previously can buy for them. So all things looking pretty good.
Dusty, how much can he get done? He won, but it's an earthquake on top of A. Easy kills going the way of Concord. How about a 4v1 situation here is Endless. Will try his damnedest to stop some sort of maybe potential push towards himself. Looks like a couple of darts will be lofted over in his general direction. A couple will find their target. But again, Jag, it's the aggression. It seems like Concord are playing with a lot more pace, a lot more confidence, and they're going to be ones. If they're able to win that, especially with the way that they're aiming, it's going to be scary for UMCPG. They're going to have to find some other ways to deal to push if they want to survive in this game. But fortunately for them, they will save this. And that's all they can really do at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, it's either throw it over the side or just try to run away and hope that no one chases you down. I think the big thing right now is that Concord, around the head, they are very confident in those 1v1s, and they're firing first. I've noticed a few times when we've had the POV of Maryland play, that slight hesitation, that just 1 millisecond of, oh, like, is this really happening? Is there really someone rotating on top of me? Like, I didn't expect this. And then all of that, it just falls away, and they just end up getting their head blown off. And being able to, take those fights first, having good accuracy, having your crosshair on the head already, the crosshair placement, all of it is so important. And I feel like we're seeing kind of a difference of style early on. I feel like Maryland really, really smart with their team play and really synergized with how they were rotating onto sites on the defense. Concord, they're just finding the early picks now, and they're just rolling off of it. They are being able to find all the success they need from it. But like you said, they still have the operator. No one else can buy here, though, so they're just going with sidearms.
Flash will be used, gives Dusty 1 kill before being traded back. So he'll be good for his first kill of the game, now leading things here. 4v4 situation. Bladestorm is active for next. Eyes on him to really make a play here with the knives. So it will just be Nar continuing to jump, peek, continuing to wait. Now we'll see a couple of bullets over from Troll. Spike is still left behind, so now Concord, they've reoriented Jag. They've a little bit, playing for another default situation. They know they have the better guns. Very smart here, trying to burn a lot of this utility and look for a safer option towards one of the other sides.
And even though they lose one, they don't give up the weapon. So that's the most important thing. Upgrade yet on the side of Maryland. They do have the Bladestorm, like you said, so we need to keep our eyes out for next to see if they could pop off and do any work with that. Yeah, It's just the operator and 2 sheriffs and 1 classic, which is not going to be very well fought against these vandals, but maybe if they're able to catch someone off guard, trolls looking the wrong way, they could find the upgrade from that. But it's really not just about getting the kills, it's really about being able to pick up some weaponry from those kills.
Zix will be good for 1 and still next. Unknown over towards the side, will be able to find Q. Can he find a second? He'll use the Cloudburst. Shrouded in mystery, trying to get something done here. On to Zix. He's still maintaining his confidence there. Determined is next. He's able to find the kills, 3-2. This Jet, unbelievable. That's what you need to see at this defensive hold.
No shot that just happened, Cam. No freaking shot was that. That is a 3K. Okay, so this first one, that is just a nice duel. That's 1. But then after this, like, you get the headshots, you get the reset, so that's huge. You're paranoid, you get a cloud smoke, you're being pincered, you just use everything you have. You get the weapon upgrade, and somehow you win off of that. The fact that they don't collapse there, Concord, that is a display, and I think that's kind of what I was talking about before, where they're winning in the 1v1s, their mechanics generally have been just as good, if not better. Team synergy is not there. They could have just gone for the 2v1, they never do it.
Elevate on top over towards B. Here we go. Mail now. He'll use the Blade Storm himself, along with everything in the kitchen sink being used here for Concord to push forward. Steadfast going towards B. More aggression here coming out of Mail. He finds the daggers. He shanks every single member. CPG. It's a flawless for Concord. And they take it by the throat. The jugular. B is contained. Concord things up at 3-3.
After giving up what was a thrifty round, that's a very nice way to answer. There's no economy for Maryland after they full buy, and you just kind of show up yourself. Mail says, all right, I see what you did next. I'm about to show you what my Jet can do. Gets a 4K when all is said and done. Doesn't buy as well, so their economy personally is looking really nice and healthy, and all things are evened up. And they don't wait. They don't play for default. They just run on to B. They take over the site because they have all of that recon ability that they can use. They have so much information based off of that, and that's what they use to lead themselves to a round win.
The same scenario. Will they expect next to be so close? And he opts in to use the dash to get away to safety, but in the meantime, Endless drops on the opposite side of the map over towards Garage. So Concord getting this early lead. Can they find more? They do. Off of the save here, Zevzi will be good for 1 more and leading things into a 5B situation with the Hunter's Fury just as a safety net if they need. But the they have, it's only 1 next, has that Vandal back pocket to use. It's going to be another difficult economic situation that UMCPG have put themselves in, as C will be the target. Let's see if they go fast.
Seekers are available here, but I would not use them. I mean, Dusty, you can actually see it have a sliver of health, like maybe 5 or less right now. So there isn't really any point in trying to commit here. At this point, you just try to find spines too. That is dumb thing. But I'm not sure if they can really do much more here, especially because they're found out by the Owl drone. At this point, you're just living, but next could get the ace themselves here. They called the sun, like, oh my goodness, what is going on? But the Seekers, they don't come out.
Require an ace right here, right now from next. 7 HP, no dash available here. The plant will come in from Troll. He'll TP away to safety as next. Just a guessing game here. He has no idea where these players are. A ridiculous flick catches the Omen, a 4K for next. And he's looking for it all. Does he spot Troll? He does not. Troll sets his feet, takes aim, and fires next. The miracle ends there, but holy mackerel. Jag, break it down for me. Next is just built different.
Holy wide joy is what I would say to that. Think about if Dusty got that weak, or maybe just didn't peek out that angle, that could have been a huge round. You saw they were trying to go for the Seekers, that ultimate that would stun up or locate where the enemies are located on the side of Concord, but they die in the middle of trying to cast it. They don't get it off, so they still have it for this round. That's a big thing to say, but because of that, Neck caught out while in Garage, gets chunked down by a wallbang shot, and they only have 7 health. You know, so many things went right for Maryland. Last second, the final hour, so many things go wrong, and that second thrifty round will be denied. Good news for them, though. They do have a full buy. They also have 4 ultimates. Concord has 3. I feel like right now what we see from Maryland could be a little bit more advantageous. I'd love to see the Seekers come out.
All the time. Oh, the timing comes in. Endless spots out Mail with the trip, and that's another massive pick here for UMCPG, and they're going to have to use this one to its fullest effect. They have the Seekers available to see them use that sooner rather than later when they think that push is approaching, but the bomb has now been conquered. They have that Hunter's Fury available. They could even go for an Omen TP if they'd like, maybe to the back of the site, maybe towards Heaven if they really want to, but it seems like they're just going to have Troll posted up in mid, looking for a kill here. We'll spot the scout. At least knows where Dusty's location is, and we'll back away to safety. A very slow, methodical push will now lead its way over towards A. The presence of Next will be detected. They at least know where his general location will begin. The Seekers will be used to deny this push from Concord here. Smart strategy with the util, but it's going to be a full rotation, Jack.
Yeah, it does force out time though with this full rotation, so that means they'll not have a lot of time really to set up on this point. It looks like C is the destination, a bit surprising, but I guess with the Omen from the shadows, you can just completely take that over. They know no one is there, which would be a very difficult retake. Endless, they get onto the site, this could be huge.
They have no idea Endless is good for one. Can he spot two? He does, but Troll immediately, absolutely denies any chance there, and now it's going to be Next. He elevates up top. Will spots Depths. He takes fight two. That's the question. Troll sealed in the smoke. He is finally taken down by Dusty, who finishes it off and gives the full win over to the defensive side of UMCPG. Back and forth we go, Jag. These two teams so neck and neck.
Producer, before this game started, this could be the match of the evening, of the day, really, because both these teams have been putting on quite a show throughout. And like we already said, both of them already qualified, but this is for pride as well as seeding. Whoever wins this gets top seed in the group, and potentially an easier matchup on Friday for the playoffs to qualify for Atlanta. So there is a lot at stake here. And again, it's the two different play styles. I mean, Concord for the first time in a while are down a person, and even though C is completely given up, the way they retake that, I mean, they open it up with the breach utility, they get a stun onto the site, and then they're able to actually hit a really nice paranoia and then use just a very nice blade storm on top of that. It all kind of play hand. You can see that they are very similar to each other's play style.
Well, they spot two there through Garage, so B could be the target here as we see Male pushing up through that general area. Nar will be good for one. Can he wait on the blinded light, use it there, along with Dusty's help, trying to get another peek, but he's over in mid, doesn't want to take his chances with Troll hawking down to this area. Is the spike being left behind, Jag? It means that Concord, once again, going for the burning of utility, but again, they're in a man disadvantage, and especially considering that's Male going down, one of your main initiators, one of the main players who have gotten majority of these kills on those entries onto the site. It's going to be tough to get onto. Assuming the Hunter's Fury is going to have to be used if they really want to fully invest. We'll see.
I just feel like they look better when they go for the full rush, like when they just run onto a site and try to take it over. When they try to play for default like this, they play a little bit too scattered, which means even when, you know, they do damage, generally they haven't been able to find trades because of that. Also high for Maryland, so some of that damage can be healed up. And they play like very slow and steady, and you know, it can work out, but I feel like on a map, it's actually probably one of the worst things you could do, because the fact that defenders are already with there being 3 sites, where there's no other map in the game with 3 sites, the defenders are already so spread out, like literally take over a site if you get 1 elim, and then it's just a 5v4 as you get back on.
10 seconds left.
It's just going to be an ult here for Nar if they want to stop this push. It seems like they won't. It's going to go towards A. Plant will go down the nick of time. Troll will be good for 1. And now Nar will use the Rolling Thunder and absolutely take over A. The retake will come through. Here we go for 1. And another. And this is easy pickings for UMG off the back of the Rolling Thunder. They have 1 more to deal with. It's Troll. He'll try, but Dusty deals. The defuse comes in for PG. They'll pick up the scraps, but it's a 5-4 advantage from side. What a retake in conjunction. Rolling Thunder out, and they do.
It's exactly like the last round, really. I mean, they're down a person, but still Concord finds a way onto the point. Merits for the retake, and then nice combination of utility and gets thrown in. They've got a double operator setup. I don't think we talked about that at all, but that is very dangerous and deadly. The comp that Maryland has, a lot of Jet players have moved over to the chamber. They play very similarly in terms of they have kind of ways to get in and out, and they are controlling sight lines. So the fact that they have both sides means we could see a lot of double op setups. Right now, Next is on that next level.
Absolutely. And let's see what he can do here with this op. His name will be watching over for a long, and this time around they're back to this default setup that you didn't really like, Jag, and it's going to be tough. You know, with only 1 ultimate here, they have the Hunter's Fury. Still, they've had it for a majority of this first half of play, but this double op setup, because Concord they've really, loved pushing through these extremities, through C long, through A long. It's really been how they've gotten a majority of this site control. But the fact that Endless, the fact that Next are here with these operators, it's going to be very difficult. And once this Aldrin just come out, the smoke drops. Cap gets capped on the head at the flash out. Didn't expect it. The dash will still come in regardless. C will be taken, but you're in the same situation, Jack. A 5v4, the retake's going to come through.
No garage control, not looking for the potential for, which isn't happening anyway. The one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about right now is you see that Next is actually in the mini-map, so it's a 4v4, but that's such a nice combination of the stun as well as the paranoia.
Mid. The difficulties here for Next, and now he will be used to buy some time, but the shot's not going to find it there. One more will come in. The flash is there for Q. No idea what to do, and Dusty will be good for one more. 6-4 advantage for UMCPG, and they are not slowing down one bit. Have the Seekers available, Port of Force available, just in case Endless decides to throw the operator off the map. He's got one more just in case, but regardless, Concord, it's so difficult riding on this male train because he's going to run out of steam, and he was able to get those early kills, to get those frags, to get on to A, to get on to B, whatever the case may have been. But now it's getting more and more difficult. The Concord are going to have to different with that KO utility, with that Omen, maybe a TP on the site, whatever the case may be. It's got to be more. It's got to be stacked as 5, just like will be the target here for Male. He's going to try to get early pick. He does. Nar will fall down. Zix, can he find one? He does. The set has been this is the Concord we wanted to see.
Absolutely. And they're moving in fast. They have not cleared full back of the point. However, they're winning the gun duels, and that is going to be okay. So, it kind of ends before I have to throw it back to you, but this is what I want to see finally happens. It's just a very quick B take. There were all splits on the side of Maryland, like the Seekers might come out, but Dusty instead tries to take the gun duel, wins one, gets traded out immediately after, and they just hold on to the site. They don't really ever plan it. They actually don't fully clear it either, but they're able to play enough for everyone who's running in from A and C just gets taken out one by one. What's really big about that is because the previous round, Maryland had secured at least a tie at halftime. Concord, the fact that they win that keeps their economy alive. It means they actually have a way to contest this round, because if they had lost that, it would have been 8-4, basically no matter what, unless there's an amazing Grifty. Now, this could be 6-6.
Could be 6-6. It'll be off the back of Murray able to do it. 6 will be good for 1, good for 2. Endless destroys Male, and, well, the push ended before it even started. Now it's going to be ASD trying his best, but Endless shuts him down, and, well, we wanted the stack as 5, but it didn't work out there. Jag, break it down.
Yeah, I think if you're ever going to run a 5-stack, it can never be C-long. The angles are just way too good for the defenders, especially knowing that they've been running a double operator. They have a tour de force ready to go, either through garage, mid, or A short. I think those are usually the ways you want to do it. A-long maybe can work if you're able to smoke off heaven, but in general, this is just for snipers, and knowing how proficient Maryland has been thus far of it, you got to make sure you're not giving them any chance to have the sight lanes they want. That time they kind of gave it to them for free. And yeah, it was they tried to run in also, and I think that worked on B just because there's a lot less room to cover. And one thing I wanted to go back to is I talked about how on one side Concord is more, I guess, recon based, Maryland a little bit more initiation based. KO is an initiator. I mean, that is his role, and he does have stuns, but that's never really been the base of his kit. It's always been about the 0 point. And even with that, like, sure, you do suppress them, it's still not going to stop them from, like, shooting you in the head, So that's why I really like the idea of the breach in the sky in tandem, as well as, honestly, the Omen. Like, that can also pack a punch. There's a lot of just disruption to your vision, and I think that's a big part of why Maryland was so good on the retakes, and I expect it to be even better here on the side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe the one mini interaction we could maybe Cap is able to somehow find the 0 point on Endless while he has that Sheriff out, because then you don't get that ability, so you'd actually switch back to the gun that he had, so that'd be the pistol here for himself. So that could be a mini action we get in this pistol round, but regardless, it's really the only way they could potentially win that 1v1 there, but it's going to be a bit of an aggressive push through window, actually, as May will work his way up through that area. Could be spotted early on, but regardless, actually made his way entirely through that area. Now he's going to get spotted by that trip, forced to back away. has that dash to reorient himself if he so chooses. But UMCPG, they're looking at A. They have 2 members over towards long trying to push through. They have the spike over in that general area. There's a trip there for Concord to play off of, and I'm assuming Next is just going to dash in if that is the push. But UMCPG, they back off. They change their mind. It looks like mid will be the target. Male still over, hunkered down. Sneaking his way through. That 0 point will be used. Endless. The timing. Oh, my word. So difficult, Jack. So many angles to watch over.
What's crazy about all this is that really, if there had been a push on to A, it would have been a pretty winnable situation for Maryland. They had only 1 member currently there, which is the Chamber, but they have not committed at all. It looks like now they're actually going to be going for it at 2 different angles. You see them looking at A short, and I think the Chamber actually just teleported out, so use the tether to get away with the rendezvous. So that's a free cap. That's a free way to plant the spike. And oh, this is such a good angle from Endless. We'll mail check it.
He checks it all right, and he hits it. Fine there, and that'll be good for 1. That's what Concord need. Now it's going to be a 5v4 situation with a flanker to worry about. Never mind, flanker not going to be worried about. Dusty deals with that quickly. A massive flash will find a couple. Troll is still able to press forward, find 1. The same fate for Dusty. He'll be able to trade things back. Still so many angles to watch over, but now it's a 1v3. A 1v2 for Dusty. Can't find enough bullets to find the skulls, and Cap will find the defuse. It will be 7-6 in favor still of UMCPG. This will be the bonus here for Concord. Let's see if they can hold it together, hold down the line, and win this up. Let's see if UMCPG has any nifty tricks up their sleeve for this next round.
So this goes back to winning that 1 round before the side swap, why it became so important. Because although you were at a deficit going into the halftime, 5-7, you win this next round and all of a sudden you're back at even. You probably give up the bonus round to a 1 round differential, but that is much bigger or much better for you than an 8-4. Then even if you got these 2 rounds, you'd still be down by 2. So that 1 round win really shifts Concord, makes this a much more winnable situation where they can come back here on this defense. Overall, I think the big thing is the fact that Male won that 1v1. That was really so, and they did get traded out immediately, but the fact that the team had all the information was really good.
Ooh, the Molly is going to shut down long, and with 2 kills already going the way of Concord, they're just going to be stuck up in this general area, and it's going to be very difficult to work their way back into C as the spike. Well, it's a very short distance away, but it feels like a marathon right now for UMCPG. There's really nothing they can do in this scenario, and this is what Concord need to do. They need to find those early kills and now use this man advantage quite nicely. As it's just going to be UMCPG, I imagine, just waiting to the last possible second to push forward. I mean, there's not really much you can do in this situation. Zevsky and along with Cap are just watching this over. It's going to be tough, and as we have 45 seconds, this is, I think, this the round looks like for a majority of it.
Yeah, and I would love to see them push through garage, maybe try to catch someone off guard. There's really no way I think at this point, but just kind of waiting for the round to end. It's actually going to be disadvantageous. They do get 1. If they actually won't get the death bonus, so they'll have it in their economy. So at this point, it's kind of like run in, see what you can do, and maybe it works out better for you, maybe it doesn't, but you do want to fall here. You do want to give up your life here to help your economy stay nice.
Well, here we go. They will walk in, try to find some kills. Endless can't find 1. Next is able to roll. See if he can continue to get things done. We'll dash in to the firing squad of Concord and go down, but that's what he wanted. A team ace for Concord nonetheless. Everyone involved on that second round of play, but regardless, kills coming in. A couple of light shoots, going to be a little bit easier for UMCPG to find these kills, and they have the Seekers here for Dust. Do you expect this to be with those Seekers? To just say we have the gun advantage, let's try to save the ultimates and try to use it maybe along with the Rolling Thunder in some conjunction? What do you think, Jack?
Usually I'd say the latter, save it for round where you know it's going to be an equal buy, but because this goes, maybe you can commit forward anyway, you'll get the Seekers back again later. The advantage you can get in a 7-7 game is huge. So go for it. It doesn't look like that's the play. Trying to go for a B hit right now. Trailblazer are going to lead the way. Once they see that side is basically empty, they're just going to go for it. They might be a little caught off guard by utility there. Well, at least for the moment. But I mean, you look at everyone is on A. If they had actually gone for that plant, they would have had a free point for quite a bit. Now they have to worry about this rotation potentially coming out and surprising them. I think Gnar is watching it, but they just give it up. Now it seems like they might be met right head on by Cap.
They are. Cap is good for one. ZMC just adding insult to injury here, and this is the buy-up here for UMCPG. Everything falling apart. It's going to be, but he gets it from the rear. It's Troll. Scurr and finds the kill. Look for a gun as well. Everything wrong there for that round for UMCPG. Walk into the meat grinder, Jack.
Timing was so crucial there. If Gnar had held that angle a little bit longer, they probably wouldn't have walked into that fight, not realizing they were about to gunfight. And then also, I think just like, you know, taking advantage of the timing they had. Obviously, they have no idea where the enemy team is, but if you see a site is empty and you're able to clear it out, just go for it at that rate. You have the weapons advantage. You've given up the bonus round. That is a huge thing going against you. And now that Seekers that we talked about, if they had used that, they would have had all the information in the world to play off of. Instead, now they're going to be going for a light buy, and they're down.
Down, and now they're down 3 men as well as UMCPG will once again just walk in here and give their lives over to Concord. They know this round is really all but lost, considering where the spike is now. And Endless, they'll just try to play for some exit frags perhaps and just hope Concord walk over towards him. But it seems like Concord, they understand the situation of this game. They understand how close it is. They don't want to give over their life in a silly way, so they're just going to use the Owl Drone instead. Check the angles. Good TP from Endless. We'll bring them back over to spawn. But it will be Concord, who have really switched things up and have turned new gear. It was looking, you know, both ways over the course of this game. There were some moments where you thought, yeah, maybe UMCPG could have just ran away with this one, look for that 8-4, but Concord have always stuck in there. They've always stayed around and made things interesting, and now, potentially, unless Endless has something to say about this, we'll have a 2-round advantage over their opponents here, and things looking very, very good for Concord after this one. We'll see what Endless can do here, but regardless, just going to be walking into 2 separate crosshairs at once. Not the greatest idea, but Jack, tell me how you see UMCPG after this Thrifty round, bouncing back in some way, maybe using some utility. What do you need to see them do to come back into this game and tie things up?
You know, I was critical of Concord in their attacking strategy early on, and I feel like Maryland is doing basically the same thing. They are taking very long to get onto sites when they have advantages. I mean, they've only had an advantage one time in attacks. We'll see how that continues, but the round where they had the bye and Concord had to save just what they had, I would have loved to see them play really fast. Go on to A, maybe to C through Garage, just whatever the shortest route is, the least amount of sight lines, and don't give, you know, Concord really any chance to win that, because even though Spectres usually do lose out to Phantoms and Vandals, it's not always the case, especially in close range. So you can take a site really quickly and then force them to come into you. It becomes much more tricky to try to win that bonus round out when you have the lighter buy. They just took way too long, didn't use any of the, you know, resources they had, and then they just got completely caught off guard. The rotation from Concord was immaculate. I said before, you know, Concord, a little bit more mechanically based, a little bit less team focused. This defense, it feels like they've really been upping the team play. And I think what we just saw there on that last round was part of it. They lost one. They said, hey, you know, there's a headhunter out there. You never know what can happen to the chamber. Let's not take the risk. Let's just play the spike. Let's not chase for this elimination. Probably come to us at the end of the day anyway. That's what happens. They only lose one in all of it. Keep their economy, for the most part, pretty nice. Just really disciplined, really well played. And if they keep this up, they might be able to snowball this economy and this lead all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it should be easy for UMCPG to get onto site. I mean, you have a breach, you have a sky, you'd think, right? You'd think it would be the easiest thing in the world, but Concord, they've always found ways, and credit that potentially just UMCPG not trusting themselves. Now it's going to be a 5-stack. This is what you want to see at a UMCPG with the double flashes. But Troll has other ideas. We'll take down Dusty. That's one of the flashers gone. One of the initiators gone for UMCPG. Nexus put himself in a decent spot, but the spike will be planted down. And UMCPG, it's a must-win for them. Because here we go. There's the KO ultimate being used here. Cap will drop down along with Troll. Good trade back for Concord. Means it's going to be a 4v3 technically, but Zix, he'll try his damnedest. He finds 3 kills. A ridiculous flick over. Saves the round in favor of UMCPG. Concord had a chance, but the chance is gone. UMCPG bounced back in a big way.
All right, thank you, production. I was about to ask, can we please have a replay of that? Because that is one of the snarliest plays I've ever seen. Just the flick was incredible. They are blinded for a bit of that. There's one. There's two. How do you even see that out of the corner of your eye? 30 health, the headshot turn. Zick just
Ugh.
absolutely keeping Maryland alive in this series. If they lost that one out, like you said, it would have been not quite a death sentence, but double digits almost would have been in the, oh no, it would have been definitely guaranteed for Concord, maybe even more than that. Now Maryland, they can buy here on that win, and they still have 2 ultimates to their name. That was a huge round that could shift all the momentum their way.
Huge round, pivotal here for the second half of playing. UMCPG looking to move through Garage and try to get something done here. Mail will be good for 1. Long-range logistics for Mail. He finds 2 kills out of it. Takes down Dusty, takes down Next, and Concord doing a much better job in this round here, Jack, and just winning their 1v1s. They win them there, and it's going to be a 5v2. Difficult for UMCPG to bounce back into this one. They do have that TP available, but I doubt you're using this one in a 2v5. And I mean, that really just seems like the difference here, as Zix will scrape together a kill onto Cap, but it just seems like Concord, sometimes they're winning these 1v1s, sometimes they're not, and that really has been the difference maker. Concord love this team play. They've continued it all day long, but this time around, it will be UMCPG going back over towards A, looking to get a free site take. We'll see if they can, but Troll's still waiting over with this op, and we'll find his first kill.
I mean, I feel like the team play has really stepped up from attack to defense. I feel like on the defensive side, on the attacking side for Concord, it's a little bit more just like run and gun. The way they've been holding these sites, the way they've been playing angles, and the way they haven't rotated, like I really like that. You see that they're not instantly moving on to a different site when there's any sort of noise or interaction that's been happening. I mean, Troll is on that A site basically the entire time, just waiting for a potential rotation. And with the Tour de Force locked and loaded, ready to go, absolutely just deletes everyone who's left from Maryland. It just feels like they know exactly how to play this defense, and they are making it work so well. They have gone double digits, which means 3 more rounds, and they win this best of 1. They get that #1 seed.
One there. Oh man, that is rough. Really rough there for Mail. We've all been there before. Don't worry, bro. It's all good. 5-4 here for UMCPG is a gun upgrade for Gnarl. We'll see if he can get something done here. And with that breach utility, with those flashes, it's a free admission on towards A, but the spike's over towards C. So it's all a bait and switch here. It's all a ruse, Jag, and it's worked wonders for UMCPG.
The Mirage has set in, and while they have found advantages on the site, it seems like it doesn't really seem like Maryland knows what to do right now, because, I mean, the spike has been played at C. How do we get into this? There's still someone rotating through the back of A, and defenders spawn. Like, this is just all over the place. It's looking great right now for Concord. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though.
There's the trade for Next. Dusty gets involved as well. Now it's going to be a bit of a difficult spot for Troll with this operator. He's been stuck on automatic for a majority of this game. This time around, though, just too many angles, too many players that are shooting at him. So UMCPG pick up their 9th round victory, and it's been Concord for a majority of this second half. UMCPG have found ways to get their act together. It's a few rounds there, a few rounds here, and we'll see now Next. I imagine he will just look for maybe a full shield and just go for the knives if he wants. I don't think he has enough, so it looks like that'll be the case. Yeah, I'll just go for the knives, let the eco be in a bit of a better spot next time around. So I'm expecting the Rolling Thunder along with the Blade Storm here, Jag. It's got to work. It's got to be nice for UMCPG. 9-10 situation with Next having this Blade Storm, but it's spotted. Oh, it's rough.
It's only going to be offline for another 2 seconds, so they will get it back. Now they have it, so it's not going to be like the KO Ultimate, the Null Command, where it's going to be just consistently silencing them over and over again, so that's the good thing. I mean, we saw it next time with these Blade Storms. That triple kill, one of the greatest plays I've seen in a while. Wow, paranoid. But so far, no fights to be had. You know, they say never bring a knife to a gunfight. I think any Jet player would disagree with that statement. They have the site. They have positioning. They have not gotten that plant down. There it finally is. And oh, Troll at the last second pulls away from, I believe, their operator. And then that just leaves them completely vulnerable.
Brutal timing right there. And that could cost them big. It's a 3v4, and yeah, just safe. They're not confident. The Rolling Thunder's available. You still have the Blade Storm active. I think this is smart from Concord. Yeah, this is smart. I mean, 9-10 situation. You're going to tie things up. So it's not the end of the world for Concord. You can lose this round, and you'll still be at 9-10. They want to keep the guns. They understand how difficult it's been to really keep their economy for a majority of this game. They don't want to deal with the situation like they did in the first half, where they were just struggling to even buy guns. So they'll have the Bladestorm ready for Mail next time around if they want to go for an aggressive play of their own, but Rolling Thunder not even invested for UMCPG. They'll have that for the next push if they want to. So all things considered, it's a good save for Concord. It's a good start for UMCPG. Both sides getting really, what they wanted, I think.
That's a big coin toss, I think, for Concord. I'm not so sure if I agree with that save, honestly. I do see that there are some lower economies, so I think that, Mail's gonna have to go for the Bladestorm, like we talked about. Yeah, I guess it's the play to make there, but it's just so close score-wise, and considering it's a best of one, there's very little margin for error here. So, maybe they force that 3v4, it works out, and they're able to secure a round that they shouldn't win. They do decide to just play for this round instead. They lose this one, though, and there will be a little bit of money left over. I think they will be able to mostly buy next round, but already have lost Mail, and that Bladestorm is off the table.
I think he bought. That was a Vandal I saw. So I love a.
I think someone
tab
bought
when
for
we
them.
get the chance. Oh,
I think
okay.
it was their KO that bought for them, if I remember correctly. But we'll have to see what that looks like, as this round is still going on. And despite that first pick, Maryland, they're not committing to this site just yet. I mean, could you imagine if they go for another just switcheroo right here?
I mean, they don't have the TP for themselves here, so they do have the Rolling Thunder and the Tour de Force. That's about it. So we'll see what the idea is. There's the smokes, and here we go. Sebzy in a really, really difficult situation, but he has his teammates for backup. Gnar will be good for 2. Can he make it 3? He does. Swiftly anticipating and finding his way onto the site, he'll find every kill he needs for UMCPG to gain control, gain autonomy over the site. Control in a 1v2 situation. He's got the op. It's not the best gun to have in this circumstance, and they know it. Endless scores away and hits. He'll find the 11th round win for UMCPG, and the save doesn't work out well. And Concord 11-10 here. Backs are against the wall. They're going to have to win this round unless they want this to go to match point for UMCPG.
Can we just talk about how good these fault lines have been for Gnar? I mean,
yeah,
not at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to kills, but the assists. That has been really the big thing. So many times with those fault lines, the aftershock, the flashpoint, they've just been there when they needed to be. They've either created situations where they get the final blow or the teammates able to be set up for it. Just absolute understanding of how to play that. Just honestly, I don't know if that's luck or skill, knowing that the chamber is going to come through there. But regardless, just perfect placement. In Maryland, they are in such a good spot to win this now. Concord does have a bye here. So they won't. It means they'll be down to probably just a force buy, whatever they have left. They'll spend in an attempt to make sure they don't lose this series. Maryland, they have completely turned around. It looked like Concord had all the momentum on this defense, and suddenly the door has been opened wide again for UMCPG.
Kill there for Troll. Can he make it 2? He's flashed there to log next to slide in, grab the kill for a good trade. 4v4 situation for both of these sides. Even footing across the board and balanced situation for the first time what feels like a while. It's been very hectic over the last couple of rounds, but this time it'll be a bit of a slower affair. Both teams trying to reconsider their options, trying to burn some util wherever they can. The margin for error has been so small, and next, a little bit too antsy, will get shut down. The main duelist here, the main initiator towards one of these sites, Jag, is gone. Now UMCPG, they're going to have to find another avenue to get onto one of these sites. It's going to be very difficult as they're hunkered down and be looking for options.
Do you commit ultimates here? You have the Tour de Force. Probably not that, but the Rolling Thunder could be thrown out here to try to either equalize or just take over a site. No loss. He's going to run through. He's not going to be seen out, but they lose the duel. That is so big. And this could be one. It's a 2v1. All of a sudden, what has happened? 1v1.
1v1 situation. Spike needs to be planted. He should have just enough time, and he does. It's Zix. It's Cap. A 1v1. He's flashed. It doesn't matter. Cap, he finds the headshot. He finds the kill. And the 11th round win for Concord. It was almost scary. It was almost very scary. We almost entered a whiff montage territory, Jack, but we got through it. Concord got through it, I should say. It's okay. It's okay now, ASD. It's okay. Breathe. I mean, get through it. There's always next round. There's always next round.
Cap flashed themselves. That's the one thing we have to talk about. That was their own flash that went out, and I feel like we see that more of KO than any other character. Maybe Phoenix, but Phoenix has not been played in what feels like a millennia. So they flashed themselves, still find the elimination, and it helps because Zix is already at 30 health. So really, just one shot is all you need to get the job done. But very crucial clutch play there. 11-11. How many times have we seen this game tied up? I think this is the third or fourth time now. These teams are just so even-footed. And we haven't seen the teams from Group B yet. But just watching this game, I mean, this could be a rematch that we see in the grand finals if all things play out. And I hope so, because, man, are these two teams good.
These two teams are so evenly matched. Your Seekers will be spawned in for UMCPG, and that'll allow a bit of intel going their way, but the spike is down instantaneously. There the shock darts fly. Average Jonas fan clearly as Concord will try to retake the site the best they can. Cap has the flashes available. Just one, assuming he's going to wait for that 0.4 seconds here for the potential retake for Concord. Bladestorm is active and ready. They look to check Hell first. They do. There's the first flash from Cap. He'll peek out of that one. Endless still firing off the Tour de Force, looking for a lucky kill inside. There's the drop for Cap. He can't spot 6. Next is good for 2 on his own. And it looks like the retake has been unsuccessful for Concord. Every duel is lost, and it will be the round going the way of UMCPG. Flawless victory in the round that really mattered the most here. Match point for the attacking side.
Maryland, they started off tonight with a flawless round here on stream in our matchup, and then they might get the penultimate round with one just the same. And I said before, it wasn't that big of a deal because, at the end of the day, it's just a pistol round. But here, that is huge and critical. As you see this buy, it is just non-existent for Concord. They will have a Tour de Force, forced out by Troll as well with a Shorty. But, a Sheriff, a Marshal, that is not what you want to see in what is such a pivotal and possibly game-defining round. Maryland, they have everything. Everyone stayed alive. And now they are looking for that final nail in the coffin to secure that #1 seed from Group A.
You're looking at Mail. You're looking at Troll to step up here in a big way. This shot has to go his way, and it does. Nar falls. There's no revive here. Nothing of that nature. So it's a 5v4 situation for Concord. You see how cautious they're playing things out. This trip will act as a 6th man here for Concord. If B is the target. We haven't seen the dash play yet, but next will work their way onto the site along with the rest of the members of UMCPG. Spike will go down. And then a 5v4. Let's see how the Concord retake looks. It's all on the shoulders of these players with the gun advantage who actually have a chance here. Troll, Mail could really get things done. There's the first 0 point being used. Here comes the push towards the site. Zix is good for 1. Can he spot 2? Dusty finds the other. And here come the kills pouring in. But Troll is able to find the 3K somehow, some way. Mail in a 1v1 here with Endless. But it doesn't matter. The retake is not successful. The trades are good for UMCPG. The attacking side wins at 13-11. We expected it, Jag, to be back and forth the whole series long, and it was. It delivered. 13-11 was the final score there. UMCPG eking out the victory just barely. But I think this is a great example of two really, really phenomenal teams who use that utility exceptionally well. We're able to rotate off each other's plays and adapt, I think, over the course of that game to a really high degree.
I think in general, honestly, if you look at that game, if there was an initiator on the side of Concord, this might be a completely different series. The fact that they really didn't have any crowd control to utilize besides their paranoia, I think cost them a little bit. You do have the 0 point, and sure, that is crowd control in a different way where you silence the abilities, you suppress them. So it's just really gunplay at that point. But if you're at this level, if you're in this tournament, you're playing to a pretty high degree already, so no 1v1 is guaranteed ever. But still, despite a composition which I think, was missing a few pieces, they played as close as they could in regulation to Maryland. I thought that actually might go to overtime, especially that opening pick. They just didn't have the weaponry at the end. They just didn't have a buy. If that was an equal buy, I think we go to 12-12. I think we see a few extra rounds. But the good news for both these teams is that they will be moving on anyway, as we talked about before. Both of them are moving on to playoffs. And if this is a best of 3 series down the line, best of 5, who knows how this goes? It could have a very, very different result if there's more maps to play.
Absolutely, Jack. Well, hopefully we will see the same type of matchup, the same close combat, the same close game throughout in our next matchup of the day. We're going to go a quick break before then. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. We have West Virginia versus Rutgers coming up next. I am Camel. Joined alongside me is Jag. Once again, it's our beloved Haven, Jag. I know how much you love back-to-back maps. So, honestly, it'll be interesting to see how these two teams change up their strategies as opposed to the previous game we just saw. But looking around in the lobby, it seems like everyone's Immortal, Radiant, that type of rank. So this should be a very competitive, very close game, unless I just jinx it. So hopefully we get to see a very intense contest between these two squads.
You already cast a curse even before we started the match. Congratulations, Campbell. It
course.
has to be a world
to.
record. But I
Have
mean,
to.
honestly, the thing is, in the last matchup, we had an expectation of how those two teams would perform because they'd already played two matches throughout the day. They'd played in the group stage. It's a very similar circumstance in this matchup, but very different kind of ways of getting there. Both these teams have already qualified for the playoffs that are going to happen on Friday. This is for seeding, first versus second seed. Neither of these teams have played today. Unfortunately, due to some issues, the other teams that were in Group B had to forfeit. So West Virginia and Rutgers kind of qualified automatically. So we don't know what to expect. That's the truth of the matter. Like you said, very high elo players. So this should be a good matchup. I think Sora is the one player we're going to be looking out for. That's the one who has been confirmed Radiant by production. But other than that, there's a lot of question marks about what we could see out here. I don't think it's going to be the same compositions we just saw. I feel like you're probably not going to see double initiator setups like we saw in the previous game. I don't feel like we'll see double recon potentially. I think I'm really intrigued about how these teams decide to switch it up because, like you said, it is the same map back to back, but no two teams like to play it alike. So we should see a lot of differences in kind of not just compositions but also play style.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I saw the Neon Supremacy today with VCT. I saw Optic pop off. I need to see Neon on Haven. It's a large map. You get the extra move speed. You can really run fast. You can go rampant on the enemy team. Along with the Brim Stim, I mean, you got a pretty sick combo right there. So potentially that's a way these teams could go. It'll be interesting to see what they do end up going for. Maybe that Chamber is another route they want to take along with that Jet. That double operator has been very powerful, at least in that first game that we saw. Remember, still a best of one for everyone in chat who was wondering. So not a lot of adaptation you can really have towards your opponent. You got to think quick on your feet. But we should be close to get into the game, just waiting on production to give us the okay that all the players have joined up. But regardless, just be waiting a little bit longer. We'll see what does happen. Anything else you're expecting? Anything else you want to see personally, Jag, as we head into Haven? Any picks that you personally like?
I mean, I do really like a Sky and a KO in tandem. I think that healing is very important on a map like Haven just because it's very spread out. So sometimes you'll have teams that try to put players all over the map and then they try to reconvene and then you can get that massive AoE heal. And then I think that just KO is really great for initiation. So you combine the guiding light with the 0 point and it's just chef's kiss. A little bit different than what we saw in the previous game, a little bit more towards what we've seen in pro play today. And, I was very happy that Optic One just got to put that out there as someone that works for MD/Optic. But I want to talk about that Neon pick actually a little bit more because I think it's something that's very unexpected. But if you can make it work, you can make it work very well. Everyone's like VALORANT's a tactical shooter. You can't run and gun. Why do I keep getting walking headshot by the Vandal? Please, Riot, tell me. But I think Neon is kind of the ultimate run and gun character in a game that a lot of the time you're playing angles, but we saw today in that Optic gaming matchup, Victor use it very, very well. That pick was just catching Zarya off guard so often because you usually just don't expect someone to run up to you like that or just have positioning way too far forward that a normal character could not get because they don't have the ability to run like Neon does. So I'm not expecting it. I feel like in the past, the double duelist setup usually was of Reyna, but Chamber's kind of taken over that secondary duelist role on this map. So I'm expecting Jet and Chamber if we do see, double duelist-like composition come out. But Neon, I don't know if it's going to come out today, but that'd be so cool if it did. I think there's a lot of interesting plays you can do where you play just really fast and furious, especially combo that with a KO and either a Breach or a Sky, just flash them into oblivion and then just run and gun right up on them. Oh man, that could be a deadly force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and I think, because we're in a situation here where both these teams are qualifying regardless of the outcome, I think you have that sort of leeway and have that sort of space to play whatever you want to, expand your agent pool, expand your strategies that you do want to employ against your opponents later on in this tournament when it starts to become a playoff situation, when the stakes are a lot higher and money is on the line. But regardless, we'll just wait and see. Seems like everyone is ready to go. I think just waiting on 1 or 2 more people, but as soon as they are ready, we will bring it into the game here for Haven. But regardless, seems like one player's in the range, Jag, and I hate to see it. You have to get the aim training in. You have to get the aim labs in. You need the Kovacs plus range combo. So as soon as that player is all good to go, it's probably Sora. He wants to make sure he doesn't throw the bread here. He is the only Radiant in this lobby. So it would be a travesty if he does end up not performing, because we're expecting so much from him just in terms of how this lobby is formed out. But regardless, just waiting, seeing what can happen. Is the most important part of this game. Obviously, seeding does play a role, but it looks like we are here going into Aiden Select, and can't wait to see what these guys pick, Jack.
Yeah, and I don't let Riot hear you say Kovacs. I'm pretty sure AimLab is the official sponsor of VCT, but regardless, yeah, it looks like we should be getting into this pretty shortly. And one thing to remember, what is on the line here, if you make it into the top 4, which all the teams that we have seen today have, or at least you and I have seen today have. But beyond that, I mean, there is still a lot on the line. $1,000 in scholarship money, $500 second place, and the winner is qualified for the Atlanta LAN May 7th through 8th. I mean, that is going to be the best of the best in the country together, potentially for the first time in 2 years from Collegiate on the same server. That is where you want to be. That is what you want to prove here today. And, well, we might see a little bit more funny business, because like we talked about before, you might not want to show your full cards in a match that's, really just for do you get first or second seed. There isn't a ton on the line. And there's more VODs on the teams you could potentially be playing, because I do believe the other teams have been on our screens already before the match that you and I broadcasted. I think there were 2 others, and I believe at least one of them included the teams that we got to just see. But regardless, we're going into this Agent Select, and there is no Neon, so that is off the table. But I feel like what we're seeing from West Virginia is a very standard composition, and one player that I know very well actually is Jay Chronic, one of the most well-renowned Sovas in the entirety of not only Collegiate, but also like the tier 2 scene in Valorant. This guy can pop off, so I'm really intrigued to see how they make the Sova pick work here, and if we can see the usual performances we expect from Jay Chronic.
I'm hoping it too, because he was hovering Neon. He was teasing me the whole Agent Select. Cool. I was waiting to talk about it, but swaps over to the boring Sova picks, and now we're gonna deal with all these dart shenanigans.
Wait, hold on.
Lineup.
I gotta ask you.
Please.
Are you a Sova hater too? Because I work with Sepulence a lot, and he hates Sova. Are you in that club?
Yeah, I don't want to deal with the lineup Larrys in chat. Give me the angles. Yeah. Yeah, you have to deal with it. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if Jay Chronic can change my mind, or if Almost can change my mind here in the Sova gameplay. But regardless, let's see if Rutgers has any ideas here. But it seems like a tech pause will come out here for one of these teams. Don't know really what the issue is, but we're going to get it resolved as possible. But just icing the kicker. Just icing the kicker. Jag, obviously, just waiting. West Virginia, clearly. Just 200 IQ. If this is their pause, they're trying to burn Rutgers out, clearly. But regardless, we'll see if Rutgers has any sort of strategies on these pistol rounds. We saw different strategies last time around. We saw, defaults. We saw 5-stack pushes. We saw a multitude of things. So it'll be interesting to see what Rutgers do this time around in the pistol round.
I haven't seen a Killjoy in forever on Haven, so they're going to use this probably for post-plant or for just stopping rotation, depending on where they put that turret. As you see, there is going to be a very aggressive push out from C long from the defenders, maybe also a little bit in garage. But this is a B push for sure from the attackers. That lineup was almost perfect there for Almost, but they did not shoot. They do get the first frag, but it's traded out, and through the paranoia, it looks like they've actually rotated all the way around to C. This is amazing. This is such a smart play from Rutgers.
Really smart play from Rutgers, using the entire map to their advantage. And for West Virginia, you're now in a 2v3 situation. It's going to be very difficult to work your way back in towards this site. But that's a great start for Sora. He'll spot Ivan and take off his head. Good for one there. A 2v2 situation for Rutgers with the spike down. They'll meander their way back up through garage into window, and Sora doesn't have any idea. Let's see it. Here's the peek around. The spike is planted for them, and Kwanzi, he'll spot down Sora, take him down. A 2v1 situation for Black Coffee. It's going to be very difficult here with 43 HP and a dash to his name. He's spotted. There's the second tap, but Rutgers, they're playing it smart. They know exactly what they have to do in this situation. It will be 1-for-1. Easy stuff there for Kwanzi. Gets the trade, gets the round win for Rutgers. A great start to this best of one.
Yeah, and even if they had been able to get the 2 eliminations, I don't think there was enough time. I think that's what Rutgers was doing. They were playing for the spike to start going into panic mode when it just speeds up its BPM, its beat per minute, and at that point it was going off no matter what. They did it twice. How did they do it twice where they rotate all the way around the defenders? First time it's through B, second time they do it through Garage. They just continue to rotate all the way around West Virginia. They have no idea where it's coming from. On the back of that, they take what was a very close pistol round overall, but just isn't a go their way. Now they get the spoils from the round win. They get the Spectres. West Virginia, they're going to be stuck with the Classics. And this should be another round win for Rutgers unless something goes horribly wrong.
I have the spike.
Yeah. Have to be a massive hole in the ship. Finn will be good for 1, taking down Fruta. Somehow, some way, no trade is acquired. So Finn, he'll work his way back over towards B with the rest of his team. But C, once again, will be exposed and free. Plant will go down in the default area. See if we have a lineup here. This will really be the first test for the Sova here. See what we can have. But regardless, once again, Rutgers, they're going to play for time. They have a 4v5. So for West Virginia, it's about playing off of each other's contact and looking for these trades.
Trades not to be found yet. I mean, they do have a numbers advantage. That's something to work with. But that dash on the point, maybe a little bit ill-advised. Cloud smoke thrown out. I think it wasn't landed after the dash went through, and that's just going to be them running through the rest of West Virginia. So 1 kill found, but not much else. Very solid second round going their way, but this is the one that West Virginia, we expect them to get back. However, Sora, notably, cannot buy full armor. So that could be a huge difference maker. Yvonne, the one that falls, has to make a decision. Do you buy a little bit here, or do you just save for the equalized round? It looks like they're going to be going for an Ares. I don't think they're going to have enough for a full buy. This is a very risky play to buy here. A Spectre, I mean, it's basically around the same price. I think the smart thing here is really just to stick with the Classic and accept this is probably a round loss, but Ares is secured at the last second, so they are going to try to win this one despite being at a weapons disadvantage.
This is going to be tough. See how the push plays out. It's up to Finn to really find some here through the smoke. Can't do it. The plant will go down instantaneously for Kwanzi. They're going to get the hell out of Dodge here on top of B. You see all the players now scurrying away and creating space. Garage, Apple Drone will be used by West Virginia, but they get the plant down fast. They know they're at a gun disadvantage, and they know they don't want to take these 1-for-1s up close and personal. So they're going to play off this smoke. They're going to play for this spike. Great strategy by Rutgers. Let's see what West Virginia can do with this utility to gain some sort of space through mid.
Despite the weapon advantage, they're not able to take the site, the Nano Swarm. It's going to help stop the defuse. Yvonne buying the Ares might actually be what they needed.
One enemy remaining.
It's looking good. It's looking great.
Remaining.
2v1. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1. Jay Chronic, but doesn't have enough time.
Wow.
Has to leave, and that's the pop-off potential that Jay Chronic has. They don't even get out. They lose the Vandal and almost also falls, but the difference is that that was a full buy from West Virginia. Rutgers, they just kept what they had except Yvonne. So for almost, it's like, hey, I'll take the death there. I'll take the bonus from getting all of that, and they get the full buy. That's 3 rounds in a row for Rutgers. Oh my goodness. Camel, they are looking so phenomenal early on.
The Ares, the utility, the mollies, so much to work through for West Virginia, and they can't do it. And by the skin of their teeth, they are able to find Jay Chronic, who just barely dies to the spike explosion. Won't have that gun. We saw he got a 4K there, just ran out of ammo. That was actually disgusting, but he wasn't able to finish it off. Just unfortunate. And out of bullets he had, so they're now going to take these guns back over towards spawn. Don't want to give these up to any unsuspecting player of West Virginia that could walk by. They'll just throw it off the map, but meanwhile, still a lot of brawling occurring out throughout this game. A couple of trades going the way of Rutgers, who have now put themselves in a 3v1 after all that. And A site will be completely exposed, and Rutgers look to sanitize and get the plant down. And West Virginia, back in another situation, man disadvantage, a sliver of HP for this chamber. Kwanzi, look at his, 5th plant of the game, it feels like, for this guy. He's always been on this, and he'll have the TP as well because of it. 7 HP for Sora and a Dream. This looks to go back over to the site, but Jag, I have to ask, since this round's gonna be very difficult here for Sora, and he'll be very slow on this. How do you see West Virginia, playing a little bit? Is it the caution that they're playing with? Is it the fact that they're not, respecting Rutgers enough? What do you need to see them do to bounce back?
No, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you right now. I'm trying to figure that out in my head. And I just think right now it's Rutgers out-tempoing them. And it's not always been, just running at the site. They have had a few different plays of how they got there. I'm still thinking about that pistol round, how they just out-rotated them after what was a fake towards B, essentially, that turned into a C push. They just seem to be really, really in sync right now. They are playing wherever West Virginia isn't, or they're winning the battles quick enough where they can just take over a site, and West Virginia just isn't able to rotate onto them quick enough. I think one thing is that West Virginia, honestly, I would say maybe give up the site for now and just let the full rotation come in. Don't try to retake when it's a 5v3, or try to take that fight when it's a 5v2, whatever the numbers are. It's been very difficult for them to win out in these gunfights so far, and I think Sora and J Chronic has to be really your muscle, and usually have not been there when needed.
Oh, through the smoke, Yvonne, he's good for one, takes down Black Coffee, good espresso shot there towards the West Virginia duelist, and it just feels like West Virginia, they're doing too much. You don't need to be pushed up that far, especially how the rounds have been going 4-0. I know you want to try to do something, but you're on defense. Let the play come to them. You have the Sova ultimate, you have the Hunter's Fury to play off of that, you have the Tour de Force to play for time, agility. Can he be good for one? That's the question. The speakers will spot him out. He will be able to find Fruta for almost. And now A site, once again for Rutgers, will be the target. Let's see if they fully commit, because they still have 50 seconds to rotate off if they so choose, but it seems like A will be the said target. Here comes the push on for Ivan. The rest of the team looking to gain some space. It's going to be a bit difficult here as Jay Chronic and Finn will scrape together 2 kills. We're already in a 2v1 situation. Through the smoke goes Finn along with Ivan. A 3K for the chamber is pure. In the 5th round for Rutgers, almost gets the plant down as well for some extra cash. But Rutgers, like you said, out-tempoing, out-gunning, and out-running West Virginia. And there, it just felt like a complete lack of respect. I mean, you're pushing that for up too long. If you don't get that play working, it's never going to happen for you. Yeah, they do get one, but that's not enough.
The one thing to think about is that this has not been a squeaky clean attack from Rutgers. They're winning around 5-0, but they are not getting flawless, as they are usually losing 2 to 3 people along the way, which means they're super healthy. I mean, you look at Beast 2 Hype, and they're at 100 credits right now. So it's not like this is an impenetrable economy that's been built up after Rutgers has just been running over West Virginia, because that's not the case. They're just winning out early, and it's been hard for anything from West Virginia. That's a trade, but Weapon's still going to be an advantage of Rutgers. Like, I think you brought up a really good point before, where it's like they don't have to make these plays. They don't have to be doing everything at once. I think they're getting a little impatient early on, maybe a little bit worried that if they're not going for those big plays, this series is going to fall out of their hands really quickly. Sometimes all you got to do is sit back, relax, and just let them run into your crosshair. You don't have to be the one pushing up to them.
Another gun will be thrown into the abyss here, trying to contain some of this economy. 4v4 situation, like you said. 3 ultimates here for both sides. Jake Chronic, he'll use Thunder's Fury first, take down Quanzi from downtown, but Yvonne trades it over to Finn. V3 situation, and now Rutgers, they have the idea of where they want to go with that Hunter's Fury, with that Tour de Force. Plenty of avenues here for Rutgers. If they're able to get that plant down, that'll be the go signal to look for these lineups. Look for this Sova along with this KJ play, because you have the stalling power. You have the double mollies. You have the Sova darts to your advantage. It could be very simple, but agility, along with the rest of West Virginia, will hold strong towards C. Dart will be destroyed, so that gives a bit of an inclination of where these players are. More shock darts being used here as Yvonne will push for the site. Agility good for 1, taking down the first frag was massive. He'll be looking for 2. Can he find 3? Jake Chronic does it instead. The first round for West Virginia comes at a much-needed time. And they'll take down Rutgers first here themselves. Maybe that's the momentum they need to get back into this game.
Bladestorm committed, but that isn't what saves the day. It's agility, hiding in the corner, just perfect location. And they try to do that duel 1-by-1, but the crossfire. The angles are set up perfectly to stop any approach from C long. West Virginia, they finally stopped the bleeding. They're finally on the board. What a good time, too, because if that round had gone the way of Rutgers, at worst, they would have been guaranteed a halftime lead, or not, excuse me, a tie after 6 rounds. Now they're still playing for that tie, potentially a lead. They win 2 more rounds, guaranteed at least 7-5. There's so much for Rutgers to use here. There's 4 ultimates right now, so they still have economy, they still have utility. And they've got 2 kills off the bat. Traded back, could be a 3rd.
Be a 3rd. Finn trying to run his way out of this one. The classic. Oh, Yvonne barely ekes out of that one. Finn, 17 HP. It's all you needed, but couldn't find the kill. Now Rutgers in a 3v2, making a 3v1 as Sora can't deal with Beast 2 Hype, who finds a frenzied kill there, leaving things at a 3v1 situation for Rutgers. Plant will go down, and it'll be a slow walk back here for Jay Chronic. In a 1v3 situation, a must-win, and they know where he's at as well. So, for Jay Chronic, has all the utility he can play off of, but I think you just saved this one. It seems like the economy hasn't been in West Virginia's favor for a lot of this game. So it looks like Jay Chronic will just play for some exit frags, but they're not coming. So it's going to be another save, another smart save, I think, Jag, honestly, for West Virginia.
Yeah, agreed. Also, smart by Rutgers not to chase this out. Not worth it when they can just play the site, make sure it goes off. So overall, played well at the end by both sides. But, West Virginia, they get that one round, but that is all for now. They don't get any ultimates out. Again, they still get 2 kills, so it's not perfect. Beast 2 Hype actually had to be bought for that round, I'm pretty sure. So it's not like Rutgers is like absolutely, guaranteed to win no matter what at this rate, at least for this, halves. It's going really well for them, but they lose 2 to 3 rounds in a row and that economy starts to crumble. But it's really on West Virginia to start getting something going. It's just they don't have the engagement tool. G-Chronic had a really nice Hunter's Fury before, but that was kind of just hoping that you hit something. I think they did maybe have a recon bolt off the back of that, but other than that, it was just like throwing it down mid and you're able to, stick the landing. This from the shadows. Maybe they could use it for recon. Maybe they use it to contest a spike plane if they're too far away. I would love to see the null command come out early. I would love to see them just try to play really aggressive, change up the pace. I mean, we said like don't be too aggressive. At 0 point though, that gives you a lot of info. Like, you could use the null command off the back of this to just run straight into them, and maybe not actually because their weaponry probably isn't the best. But if they try to go for that at some point here, I think that would really change the pace and put them in control.
Well, we're back to see. First kill goes the way of Sora. Yvonne from downtown takes down Finn. And with the mollies being placed here on top of C, you have the Sova as well, but that Hunter's Fury. Sora will drop down as well for good measure. And for Rutgers, it's another situation where they can play for the stall, they can play for the time. And unless West Virginia get a massive flank off here with Black Coffee, who looks to be timing here by Almost, gets the dink off, gets the leg shot, and Black Coffee will get taken down by Almost. A 4v2 situation. I mean, is this another save? I mean, like it's really just difficult for West Virginia to hold strong. Rutgers, they're playing with such confidence, with such aggression. West Virginia, they just can't commit.
It looks like G-Chronic wants to play a bit more aggressive here. Maybe try to find some exit frags instead of just running for the hills. But other than that, like, what can you do here? It's a 4v2, like you said. And at this point, I think it's just too little too late. They're going to back out of this now. I wanted to talk really quickly about Black Coffee because I feel like no matter what, they were going to end up falling there. That turret was about to just murk them. So even if the final blow wasn't found by the Sova on the side of Rutgers, I feel like they had no chance, unfortunately. These turrets have actually been really clutch from Fruit. I talked about it really quickly. And again, it's like, not the highest performing player right now, KDA-wise, 1 in 6 and 2. But that's kind of what we saw in the Breach in the last match. Like, sometimes it's not about finding the final blow. It's about setting up plays for your teammates. Having that turret as more just recon, knowing when someone's there, has been massive. They have a lockdown they could use to completely take over a site. There's no Hunter's Fury on the other side to destroy. They'd have to rely on shock darts or maybe the KO grenade. So they're just doing a lot for their team right now, and that's a big part of why they have this 7-1 lead.
Good dart there. We'll spot a couple. 7-1 situation. Null command still available for West Virginia if they so choose to use it. Aldrone will be there first. Black Coffee will negate that. There's the bottom light here, along with Yvonne pushing forward. The KJ lockdown being used as well for Rutgers. Really looking to go for A, and they're going to wait this out and then push forward. This will force a dispersion, force a complete overtaking of the site. West Virginia can't push forward. Let's see if they use the null command to counter this. The plant will go down for Yvonne. Finn from the top lines will be good for 1 with that Marshall. Jay Chronic as well getting on the action. That shock dart did not go where he planned it. 3v4 situation with the null command still available. They could go back into this, but Rutgers are going to play this one slow and wait for West Virginia to come to them.
And that shock dart, that was a bouncy boy. That just went up and out of the map. Goodbye, into the void you go. But that information is huge. They have recon, but they're not able to collapse off the back of it. Beast, too hype, able to find 2. It's 2 for 2.
2 situation, judge in hand for Yvonne. He blasts down agility. Fruta takes down Chronic through the wall. And it will be the 2 kills they need. 8-1 situation for Rutgers, who are doing a great job here in this best of 1, trying to gain a massive lead, and they have. It's been tough for West Virginia. They haven't really been in a great economic state for a majority of this game, and in a great mental state. It really just feels like Black Coffee can't get it going. And this is, a player that, especially in this game, that you need to pop off. Yeah, we've talked about the Chamber being, a pseudo duelist, if you will, but you need to be able to find some sort of value out of this jet pick, whether it's transferring over to the ops, saving a couple rounds, and looking for, you know, potentially easier kills. It just feels like Rutgers are so much more confident going for these 1v1s, and they're getting these headshots, they're getting these kills, and West Virginia, they can do nothing but watch their team crumble before them.
And this is a Rutgers team that has been pretty dominant through Collegiate VALORANT. They won quite a few Conference 1 titles back in the day, back when Conference 1 was a thing, ripping. But, you know, they have consistently been one of the best teams in the collegiate scene, like, regardless of the year or the roster, and I think here you're seeing a great example of what this has been. It's just a 9-1 lead. They don't have a duelist. That's one thing I was thinking. Like, there's a pseudo-duelist for them, sure, the Chamber, but there's actually no qualified duelist on the side of Rutgers. They have quite a few, like 2 Sentinels, 2 Initiators, and 1 Controller. That is what they are running right now. So it's not the craziest comp when it comes to engagement, because, you know, there isn't a lot of speed and mobility, but they're still finding ways to get onto sites so efficiently of a combination of the Sky, with the Killjoy, with the Sova. Like, all of that in tandem has helped them really understand where people are on the other side. Sora, though, last round they actually tried going for the Alt Orb, didn't buy, and they ended up falling early, but this time they do get the Tour de Force because you get an Alt Orb once you end up falling in the previous round, so that's a big opening. One of the first advantages we've seen them have in quite a while.
Absolutely. Still have a flash available with that Omen, along with the Owl Drone as well, but you can even just use the Hunter's Fury to gain control of a site if you want to. And Garage has been an idea for Rutgers. This time around, though, there are trips stationed in that general area, so Rutgers won't have an easy time as Yvonne drops down to Sora with this Tour de Force still hawking over mid, gaining space wherever he so chooses. Finn will add insult to injury for Rutgers attack and deal with Kwanzi, who will drop down. Now the Hunter's Fury will be primed here for Most, who really is looking to feel it with the shot. The first one goes wide, the second one goes wide as well. The third one, much of the same. Sora will drop down. Now it's going to be a 1v1 here. Fruta and Sora battling around. And there won't be much there for Fruta to do. A 4K for Sora, really trying to get things going here for his team. We talked about him being that one player to look out for, along with Jay Chronic, and they're doing their part, but they need some assistance here from Black Coffee. They need some assistance from Agility. It's just so tough. It's just so tough, especially on the defensive side. Potentially we'll see more aggression from Black Coffee, but for the time being, Rutgers, they've done a great job. Good bounce back for West Virginia. Potentially they can go for a 9-3 curse here. They have that operator now for Sora. Obviously, he was very efficient with that gun last round. Let's see if he can do the same here.
Yeah, we can talk about the 9-3 curse if we get to that, but I think the big thing, honestly, beyond that is denying double digits would be huge for West Virginia. Not letting Rutgers get the 10, making that win condition that much more difficult once the side swaps onto what I would say is actually better for Rutgers comp. I think the defense, they might actually have an easier time on a map that's usually harder, but just this composition feels so defender heavy. And they're going for it all in this last round already. Seekers used. They still have a From the Shadows if they want to go for a sneaky play. It looks like that is not going to be the call, though, as they will be planning here on C.
They're on C. One more flash goes for Sora. He gets sprayed through the wall. Beast too hype. He'll find a very cheeky kill, and now it's going to be Agility. He has to get something done off of this flank. The timing, they're good for Black Coffee. Able to find Kwanzi. Finn as well, getting in the fun. Takes down Yvonne. A 2v2 situation with a spike down. Rutgers have the advantage here. West Virginia, the onus sits on them. Both members tagged. That'll be huge here, almost. Bring up the shotgun. First one goes wide. Black Coffee will stick to the half. Almost. He's good for 1. He's good for 2. Shifting and sliding his way through the defense. It's going to be Almost. 4 Rutgers gets the double digits they need. 2 to 10 for Rutgers. A complete destruction of the first half of Haven. Now for West Virginia. I mean, where do you look? Where do you go, Jag? It's so difficult. Just being in this type of situation, 2 to 10, it just seems like such a difficult task to overcome.
And think about this, because of that 10-2 scoreline, you give up the pistol round, you got to think about, do we force here, or do we play for the bonus? I think we probably play for the bonus because the force is never guaranteed, but if you give up, you know, the round after the pistol, it's lights out. It's Rutgers being 1 round away from winning. So it's in a very, very difficult to get back up this hill, but they win this pistol round, it becomes a lot easier. Your chances, you know, getting to 4 to 10 becomes a lot easier than if you're down 12 to 2 and then you're playing for that bonus. So they know the win condition. They know how important this pistol is on the attack. Let's see what they can get done. Already made some noise at B. It looks like they're going to C, and C's actually empty right now because of that noise in that 0 point that we saw on B.
One tag will come through. It's a good start here, a good frag for West Virginia to bring things into a 5v4. Beast 2 Hype is going to need to find that kill on Sora. He does not. Maybe get a 5v2, a 5v1, and everyone falling like flies there. Rutgers will scrape together 2 kills for almost, but with 31 HP, no utility to play off of, and 3 hungry West Virginia players looking for kills. It's going to be tough. And Jake Chronic from downtown, he's able to find the team ace for West Virginia. They needed this round win. They get it. It's a good start, but still a lot more work to do, Jack.
And that's like, you get over the first hurdle out of what's realistically another, oh God, I can't do math, 10? Yeah, 10, there we go. So, first round in the book, should be able to take this next one pretty easily. Then after that, once the bonus hits, it's kind of all downhill unless you're able to, if you get a thrifty round on the bonus, like, all of a sudden your chances skyrocket. You're actually back in this. But in general, you're just playing for this round as is. I think Finn staying alive with the Bulldog is really important. We've seen a few teams do this here and there where they force the Bulldog round 2, ends up paying out pretty big dividends. It's really interesting they had forced, though, and it's usually a save round, so I'm very intrigued about that for Rutgers. We'll see how that pays off, but in the meantime, A is completely wide open, and they've already lost Yvonne.
They deal with the lurker, and that's big. They don't have to worry about a flanker for the time being. Jake Chronic continuing to watch over window, watching over this flank that could approach at any minute, any possible second. As Jake Chronic, he'll wait it out. A side is cleared. Plan has already gone down for West Virginia. We expect this with the gun advantage they have, but it's up to Rutgers to find some of these cheeky kills here. Beast 2 Hype cannot as well. The turret will act as a distraction here, but Fruta can't find the shots. We'll get 1 or 2 in, but regardless, the damage has already been done. The spray is in for agility. He takes down Rutgers, and West Virginia back on top once again. Their second round win in a row, and this is it. This is what you talked about. They're going to have a Bulldog. They're going to have a Vandal. So it's going to really be up to Black Coffee. This is it. This is it, bro. You've been on the bottom for a majority of this game. 4-11-0. And he has the Vandal in his toolkit. He's got the dash available. He can make an aggressive play with agility with those KO flashes. We just need to see it, like you said, in tandem with each other. The utility has been the name of the game for, really a lot of these teams here at this tournament. And if you want to find success, especially against these top teams, you're going to have to find some sort of connection with each other. You're going to have to use that utility along with your duelist to get that site clear, to get that plant down and make yourselves a lot easier looking for that retake.
One thing here is that Rutgers is finally not just dedicating themselves to one point. They are playing the whole map right now, but Yvonne already took so much chip damage. That's really like 1.5 players currently on C site. They take out Black Coffee. That's huge. Maybe grab that guy. Actually, I think they gave up the Vandal to someone else. They actually only had a Spectre, so that Vandal's in someone else's hands right now. And with that elimination, there's really no info. I mean, maybe now you see that it's an A push because you see the smoke go out. You take out Sora. So that's huge. It looks like maybe this could be winnable, but it's... Well, now it definitely is. Those 2 picks on the A site completely changed what I was thinking. They get the plant down. Rutgers, they're playing from behind.
Good plan for West Virginia. You don't have to get too eager. Rutgers, they push through the smoke. It's difficult. Agility, Finn, grab their kills. 5 rounds here for West Virginia, slowly but surely working their way back into this game. And that bonus, that was the round that really counts. And now, for West Virginia, this is a very winnable situation. Just looking at the economy, looking at the momentum factor. The first round doesn't matter anymore for West Virginia. They're just looking right ahead, full steam ahead. This is going to be a save. Rutgers, in theory, should lose this round unless West Virginia really blow it. But regardless, things are looking much, much better than West Virginia camp, and you have to credit that to the team play, to pushing together with that utility. They're finally working in conjunction with each other, and it's working beautifully. Rutgers haven't done enough to deal with the push, and they're going to go back over towards A-Long.
Yeah, I think this has been huge. I mean, 4 rounds in a row. Potentially, if they win this one, denies any rounds going the way of Rutgers. They're still at 3. They've been at 3 now, it feels like forever. I mean, it's not just that you're going... I mean, it sounds pretty silly in, retrospect, but it's not only that you're getting your own rounds, it's that you're denying the win for Rutgers, but they are still finding noise here.
Oh, no. Finding a lot of noise here. 18 HP on Sora. They got to be very careful. There's the blind coming out as well. Kwanzi will take down Finn. And West Virginia fans, please, this is not my doing. I did not cast or curse anything. Don't look at me. Now I just cast or cursed it back. So now it's a 4v2 in favor of Rutgers. The utility still being spammed over towards A-Long. Everything's falling apart. The Sheriff's too strong for Rutgers. Here comes the push in. Yvonne feeling himself with that Vandal he acquired. The 11th round win for Rutgers. The thrifty is there, Jag. It's not my fault.
It's not Camel's fault. It's... Our production's telling Camel that it is indeed his fault. But I mean, think about it this way: like the round that West Virginia probably shouldn't have won, they did, and then the round they should have won, they didn't. So this scoreline we would have arrived at regardless of how that played out. The difference is that actually Sora now is not able to full buy here. They're probably gonna go for the Headhunter. They don't have the ultimate. They don't have the Tour de Force. They don't have 6 either. They're at 5. So maybe they get one alt orb and then they get a kill and then they can get the Tour de Force online. I feel like there's gonna be a play here to get an alt orb. Maybe, maybe not. See how that plays out. But it's a bit of a half buy. It's a bit of Frankenstein buy, and this is where you see the desperation a little bit because they realize like they're 2 rounds away from losing the series. And again, they will still be in the playoffs on Friday, no doubt about that. But they'll have a disadvantage going up against the highest seed from Group A.
Flash coming out from Agility. We'll be able to find 2 off of Yvonne as well, almost. We'll try to trade things back. Agility really feeling himself here. Drank a bang before this round. He finds 3 kills out of it. And Agility stepping up in a massive way here against Rutgers. A 4v1 for Kwanzi. Let's see what he can do. The first engagement is Black Coffee. He does not win it. There's going to be another kill going the way of Jet here. Black Coffee clearly heard me. And we're going to get a replay because Agility, he's got Agility here. With his movement, his quickness, it's insane for the 3K Jag. Just break it down for me.
You know, I'm not exactly sure if it was Agility throwing in the flash bang or not, but I mean, they immediately turn the corner. They get a really nice stun onto the Sky, and then from there, it's kind of like everyone peeks into him, but it's one by one. And usually you think, oh, well, we're peeking from window and garage. We have the high ground advantage, but the angle that Agility was holding was just perfect. And I think it was like a 3-for-1 at the end of the day. It's just too much for Rutgers to come back from. These rounds are getting really dicey. I mean, you see that there's a light buy from Rutgers, and yet this is like, what, the 2nd round out of 3 that they've had to do this? And they're finding elimination still. Like, you cannot count out anyone when they have a Sheriff. This is incredible.
Spike down.
I mean, it's just that easy. Yvonne now, he's got the Tour de Force available. He's going to peek out of this. He finds the kill, but Sora gets 2. They line up there. A chance, potentially, for West Virginia in a 1v3 situation. The Sheriffs come alive for Rutgers, and they give them the advantage they need. It's going to be Sora with the bomb in hand. Does he check this left corner? He must. He has to. He'll look for the peak. He can't find it. Kwanzi reorients and hits for the 12th round win for Rutgers. West Virginia, they roared back, but it's clearly not enough. Rutgers have figured them out. They win that next round, and Yvonne, he'll pick up the operator as well. So this could be another way for Rutgers to deal with these fast pushes. And West Virginia, I mean, they just... there's not much to say. I mean, they just lost the 1v1s with those Sheriffs against Vandals. There's not really much you can do other than, you know, getting in the lab.
Yeah, I just don't think they're expecting an aggressive push like that from Rutgers, considering that they know that it's probably going to be a bit of a half buy. But they get caught out. The headshots lands, and doesn't matter how much armor you have, it's not going to protect your head when there is a Sheriff going out on you. Now West Virginia, they've got to think about this. They lose this, series is over, game's over. Ultimate's already being thrown out. Tour de Force. Hunter's Fury, do you use anything else here to try to secure this win? You already got almost off the table. Sora still has a few more bullets left in this Tour de Force.
One enemy remaining.
We'll miss the first one, finds the second one there. 5v1 situation for Kwanzi. Maybe he's good for 1. We'll spot down Agility. He's good for 2. Oh my word, Kwanzi. Slow down, my friend. Sora finally jumps in and deals with the hot hand of Rutgers, and 7-12 will be the situation West Virginia have put themselves in. They're going to need 5 rounds in a row to deal with this overtime if they want it. We'll start here. It's going to be a bit of an interesting buy for Rutgers. Not going to really have the best circumstances here. It's going to be a couple of Phantoms, a Bulldog, and looks like almost will just save, perhaps, or maybe get a buy. We'll see what does happen. But West Virginia, they're going to have to use this gun advantage and just not get too antsy. That really has been the issue on those save rounds, on those difficult rounds for Rutgers. They've been able to find kills with Sheriffs. Hopefully this time around, if you are a West Virginia fan, you see your team play more as a team, play more as a collective unit, and not get over-eager and you know, blow a fuse, if you will.
I wanted to say that old command, we get to see it come out, but it's going to be a kill traded back, though looks like West Virginia will have the advantage. I like this. They're playing aggressive, and this should be a round they have pretty well secured. And Rutgers might have made a big mistake here, because they went for a half by themselves. It's worked out a few times. This time it doesn't. And it's kind of like the economic situation. Like, do we give over 1 round here where it's probably guaranteed to lose it, or do we try to go for that force and then potentially give up 2? Looks like it's going to be 2. You get the null command out, so that's sort of a good trade. You've got 3 ultimates yourself. It's looking like it's going to be 9-12, and it gets ever so closer for West Virginia to make potentially an unthinkable comeback here. You know, it's still, I think double digits is like when you really start to feel the heat. If you're Rutgers, you're not going to be there quite yet. You got to think about how you had this enormous lead built up after halftime, and even if you win this, you let a lot of it slip away. And I guess you could argue it's just side. It is better to be an attacker here, even though I said maybe this comp would work better on defense. I think I've been proven wrong. In general, though, like, I mean, they just had everything going their way, and it's been much more back and forth here since the side swap.
It's going to be difficult. Piece 2 hype. Timing there is massive. Is still going to fall, actually. Sora, great intuition. Shoots through the wall and takes down the sky. Great early contact, great early kill. UT, though, it's going to be almost, and Yvonne able to scrape the other 2 kills somehow, some way. Always able to find these kills with the sheriffs in hand, but A-Site will be the target. Quanzi, he's lurking around, not able to find the kill on the Finn. That could have been massive. With a lockdown available, with a Hunter Stream available, you imagine they have to just go for broke here and go for the lineups. Here we go, almost. He'll send the shock darts out. Do they find the target? No, no way. Bring out the protractor. The math prodigy takes down Finn. The Hunter Stream will be used as well in conjunction with the push forward for Rutgers, looking to get this spike diffused, looking for it all. Agility. He'll take down Fruta. That's a good start here for West Virginia. A 2v2 situation. There'll be shots from Jay Chronic. Take down almost. Agility takes down Yvonne. They shut it down. The lineup, Larry's in chat. They're going crazy, but not crazy enough for Rutgers. West Virginia scraped together their 9th round here and their 3rd in a row.
It's such a close round, and I think West Virginia, like, they stay alive, but think about how really it shouldn't have been as close. It seems like Rutgers, you cannot count them out when they have those light buys. The fact that they make it a 2v2 at the end, oh boy, that gets very, very close. Especially, again, you lose one more round, you're done ski. But they stay alive. Very nice positioning there at the very end, especially from Jay Chronic, having those lineups ready. I mean, we talked about the lineups from almost, but Jay Chronic, I think, had that ready to go just in case worst came to worst. This is, again, another testament for Rutgers. Put this away here. The longer they let this go on, the less chances they have.
Walking into the cage until you're walking into the sky flashes, but they do not give a damn. West Virginia spraying through the smoke, getting those kills, getting those early frags. It's a 4v2, make it a 4v1. You know what, Jag? You know, I think maybe Rutgers just all by shares. I mean, clearly that's where they're most powerful.
That's the play.
That's where they're hitting their Super Saiyan status, because clearly when they buy real guns, it just doesn't work. So for Rutgers, back to another pretty awkward situation. It looks like it's going to be a Walmart buy. You're getting, you know, a little bit of everything with this one here. And for West Virginia, it's looking good. A sea of red here. That's what they want to see. And they're going to have the Bladestorm ready. And on the opposite side of things, Rutgers, they're going to have the Seekers online. Quanzi's one ult away from at TP of his own, could get nifty there, but they're going to go for a buy. Quanzi's actually going to buy up here. Oh, no, he's just toying with me. He's just toying with me, Jack.
Almost did keep that Phantom, so I'm not a huge fan of that, because realistically, you can give up this round and it's fine. You still have one more to prevent the overtime scenario. But they're trying to force buy here, one gun in particular. I'm not sure if they'll have enough for next round. I'm guessing they must think they will if they're going to go for that. I mean, with the loss bonuses, maybe they will. Those do stack over time, but it's not looking super hot for Rutgers to contest this round. Seekers, I'm assuming they'll probably save for the next one. West Virginia, they have just been doing the same thing over and over again. Hit a site after waiting just a little bit. No command going to be thrown out here just to make sure that they can really secure this.
What can he do? Not much of anything. Beast 2 Pipe will get one kill, but that's all. It'll be a 4v3 with the null command still out and running here for West Virginia. Plant will go down for Finn. I think we're in a 4v3 for Rutgers here. Backs are against the wall. Let's see if Quanzi can get anything done. Bit of a difficult spot here for Yvonne. He is able to find 2. Can he find 3 in a 2v1 situation? Smart, though, for West Virginia. Just backing off, playing time here. Yvonne, he'll peer over the corner. Does he find the headshot? He does not. Finn, dancing and prancing his way around the bullets, is able to find the 11th round win for West Virginia. 1 away from match point and overtime here. And it's been a long and arduous journey for West Virginia, but they have been able to work their way back from a 10-2 situation, and now this is it. It comes down to this. The culmination of everything here lies into this round. Ultimates 3 on both sides, Jack. Where are you expecting West Virginia to go?
I expect another A hit, but I think they're going to make some noise C first. They definitely are at least looking towards C, but you see the spike isn't going there yet, so it might actually be more of a default, maybe just a bit of a mirage, as we like to talk about before. Oh, that could have been a collat, but it's only one. But finally, for the first time in forever, Rutgers, they actually have a numbers advantage, and it might be when it matters most at the final adder. No matter how this ends, both the matches that we've been able to cast today have gone the full distance, and that is all you can ask for as a caster. I mean, we had no expectations or no idea how this matchup would go because neither of these teams have played today. We have gotten our money's worth and more.
Absolutely. But for Rutgers, I mean, this is, in all seriousness, that could be a game-deciding pick because West Virginia, they're going to have something made out of nothing here with that Bladestorm Fruta. If he's good for one, that could be all they need. Has no mollies to stall for time, will be blinded first. Now he'll check the corner. Instantly going to get sprayed and shanked by Black Coffee, who's good for two. The trade back is there for Yvonne. Jay Chronic will take down Yvonne himself and now leave things at a 3v2. And it's the switcheroo for West Virginia in a 3v2 situation. Even after that first pick, they're not able to do enough. Fruta's not able to get any kills off that retake. Beast Hype gets killed from the flank, and a 3v1 looking so good for West Virginia. Rutgers, they get that early pick, but it doesn't matter. West Virginia confident in their pushover. And Jag, you predict the future. The A-hit is there. The overtime is there as well. West Virginia come all the way back from 10-2 to give us 24 rounds of play here. All comes down to this overtime. It's going to look a lot different. I'm expecting a lot more of a passive situation, but you never know.
Yeah, never say never, right? I have seen 12-0 leads end up 13-12, and that was with not this overtime rule set, which is not going to be possible. You cannot end 13-12. It has to be by 2, so 14-12, 15-13. It's a lot of ways it can be done, but it goes on forever and ever, and I mean, I've casted like 12 rounds of overtime in a row, so you never know how it can go, and you get also one side per an attempt, so it keeps switching back and forth. You got to win on attack and on defense, and the economy also resets. So a lot of things that we talk about in regulation don't necessarily apply here. Like economy, who cares about that? You get the same amount of credits every time anyway. Really, it's about team play here, and maybe even more so mechanical skill. If you win outright, you're not going to be relying on ultimates. Abilities will be there, but maybe not as important in this situation, as Rutgers gave up that 10-2 lead to make it 12-12. Start off on the right foot right here, winning this attack, which both teams look just way better on attack than they did anywhere else.
Absolutely. Well, now they're going to have the first strike at attack, so definitely in their mind, a much-needed round. You don't want to be down 13-12. Put yourself a match point. Sora in a very precarious situation. He'll drop down. Fruta finally getting in on the action. They'll take down the hot hand of West Virginia, the one player you're really expecting to pop off in these types of situations when it is so intense. Now Finn, with no TP to his name, will have to stay present in this duel. Will find 2 kills out of it all, 58 HP to spare. Those are massive kills for the Omen.
Massive kills indeed. 3v4. Yvonne, about to find themselves in a world of hurt if they don't peek this the right way, and they don't. Oh, if they had committed one way or the other, maybe they could have traded it out, but now it's going to be an A hit, but this site is not cleared whatsoever. That orb is also going to weigh the sound cue. Turret? Oh, no. Jay Chronic's there on the back. This is falling apart for Rutgers. It's falling apart completely, and West Virginia on their side that they came back on, made that epic comeback to make it 12-12. Could put away the game right here, and one of the greatest reversals of fortune I have ever seen.
I'm not going to say it's laziness. I think it was just like, why would he be there? I think that's almost logic. Jay Chronic was in the weirdest position, and you saw when he pushed out of A, he didn't even check the left. He didn't even check the left. He was looking towards the right. If he just literally just glances over for a fraction of a second, he would have seen Jay Chronic peering over through B, but that's the timing. That is the smallest margins of error we expect from these two teams, and now it's going to be up to Rutgers, who are already down a man. Yvonne goes down, wasn't able to get the TP off in time, and here we go. The flash is ready, the dash is in for Black Coffee, and everything is going to be used to get into C. It's a full retake scenario for Rutgers. They do not want to lose any more players in this situation. West Virginia, 5v with this round advantage. Does one more almost through the smoke, is able to take down agility. The kills start to pour back. Black Coffee's good for one more, a 2v1 situation. Rutgers and Beast Hype. He's got a flash. He's got a scout. He's got the heal available. No more. 30 HP to spare. 8 bullets in the chamber for the Sky here. What does he go for us? They know exactly where he's at. With one flash available, he'll use it. There's the first flash to get on the site. He flashed himself. Unfortunately, he'll pop one more. He used the duck down. The plant's there. He gets one, but he's got only 3 bullets left. He
What?
uses them all. He's got the classic 4 HP Black Coffee. He's just gonna blow on him. Can he do what he does? The right click is there for Black Coffee. He's able to find the last caffeinated shot he needs to burst through. And the comeback is real. Jag, you gotta be kidding me. 10-2, and then another 10-2 brings us to an overtime. The next 2 rounds, West Virginia. I mean, clap it up. Clap it up, guys. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, please. 10, it shows you guys in solo queue. Any game is winnable. Never quit.
I'm gonna keep telling myself that when my duelist is yelling at me about why I didn't heal them when they're already dead. Anyway, I think the thing there is, like, it's true, especially in a game where your team, you've been playing together for a while. You never know what can happen. This game is no side based in so many situations, and here we saw just attack teams absolutely pop. I think the big story about this is that if you got no plans Friday and you're not watching the playoffs, what are you doing? Because we got 4 teams that absolutely look incredible. And, I don't think it really matters who got the number 1 or the number 2 seed, to be completely honest with you. I think any of the 4 teams that are left standing could end up being the winner that's going to be going to land at the end of the day. But here today, I mean, what else can you say about West Virginia? The mental fortitude that must be required to be able to come back from that. It all started with that pistol round when I said, you start there. That is the beginning of the journal. That is the first hurdle. They jumped over 12 at the end of the day, 10 rounds in regulation, 2 back-to-back rounds in overtime. I think the most impressive part about all of that was their defensive rounds at the beginning of overtime. They just looked like they were in the driver's seat, and it looked like Rutgers, the gas had completely just been their car or something. Didn't really seem like they had anything left. And I think it's kind of the opposite. Them for West Virginia, it was their Rutgers. They might have just had too many blows to overcome that lead that they ended up giving up at the end of the day.
Absolutely. We are looking for, it seems like Jay Chronic might be the recipient of this interview. We'll see what does happen. But as we look and figure out this whole interview situation, we will go to a quick break after that long extended match. The overtime is won by West Virginia. Congrats to them. We're going to go to a quick interview after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Mid Invitational. We are on with our interview with Jay Chronic after that very, very long best of 1 there, the overtime comeback here. Jay Chronic, first of all, congratulations on the win. But I got to ask, what was the conversation looking like after that 10-2 start? How do you guys, bounce back in terms of the mental fortitude you need to come back from a deficit like that?
Yeah, obviously we had a really rough CT side, 10-2. It's hard to come back. We know we had a good T side. Normally in our scrims and stuff and league matches, we have a better T side than CT. So it was just getting that pistol around, and then as soon as that was over, I was like, boys, it's not over yet. We can rattle a couple rounds off, get the momentum going, and then we were right back in it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. And that's what actually I said to Cam, like, hey, you start with a pistol and then you never know where it can go. And all the way to over, guys were able to secure a 14-12 victory, the number 1 seed in Group B. And with that under your belt, now you'll be playing again Friday for sure against Concord University, the number 2 seed from Group A. How do you guys feel about your chances there? And how do you feel overall about your chances of qualifying for Atlanta?
Well, we haven't had the ability to play Concord yet, so that's a bit of an unknown. I know they played in the other group earlier, so may go back and look at that game. Who knows? I would say our chances are pretty good as long as we play not really the other team's game. It's an all, but we don't want to force ourselves into how they want to play, and that's the issue we have. But if we play our game, we definitely have a good chance for qualifying for Atlanta.
Absolutely. Good luck with that qualification. Is there anyone you want to thank or shout out before we send you off?
Yeah. Shout out to my team, of course. Couldn't have done it without him. Shout out to Josh, our director, the one that got. He's the reason we're playing. Shout out to my friends, family. I know I have some of them watching. And hopefully I get the continue that I've gotten, and we qualify for Atlanta.
Awesome. Absolutely, man. Well, good luck with that, and good luck to your team as well. Well, as we say goodbye to Jay Chronic, we say goodbye to the stream as well. It's been a fun time. I want to thank KTAD and Cool Scoots in the back, as well as everyone for helping out at Esports U. It's been a hell of a ride here, Jag, with you. always love the cast. We got two very, very exciting matches, and it will be Rocket League tomorrow for you guys, so don't miss out on any Esports U action. But that's going to wrap it up for the stream. Everyone have a great day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Mid-Atlantic Qualifier. We have seen some amazing action go through so far, as it was Overwatch on Monday, and we were followed by Rocket League was on Thursday, Super Smash Bros. Tuesday, and the start of VALORANT was midweek Wednesday. We are now going to have the conclusion of VALORANT, with each and every one of those game winners qualifying for our grand final event, the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. That'll be at the Gateway Center Arena, May 7th and 8th, in just a few short weeks, and it will be the largest live collegiate esports event / festival ever. It is going to be amazing. Tickets are on sale right now. CECC.GG is where you can find those tickets. So, without further ado, you guys know me, Paulie Hype. Hype Paulie. Call me Paulie Hype. We'll go like that as we start here, this Mid-Atlantic qualifier. As we take a look here on the day, once again, this is going to be the finals of VALORANT. We have Maryland College Park taking on Rutgers in match number 1. In match number 2, we have West Virginia University taking on Concord, with those winners facing off. And the winner of that grand final match will see us down at that Gateway Center Arena May 7th and 8th. So, you guys have heard enough out of me. Let's take a quick moment of hype. You guys know the deal. No moment of silence around here. Moment of hype. Let's go. Collegiate Esports is here. Esports University. And let's throw it over to our casters, Los and Juggle God, for the call. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Polly Hype. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to the semifinals for the CECC right here at Esports U. Once again, my name is Warren Juggle God Hammond, joined on the mic by handsome host Los. How are you tonight, my friend?
What is poppin', Juggle God? It's good to be here. You can see I was doing a little bit of dancing there because of the hype from Polly Hype. It's just too much, man. He's building up, and it should be built up because this is a big deal. It's the CECC. Players have a chance right now to get a ticket down to Atlanta. So there's a lot on the line right now. It may be a qualifier, but it's more than that. You have such a great opportunity to be part of the biggest, as it has been mentioned. I don't want to understate it. I gotta keep saying it, that this is the biggest collegiate esports event ever. ever. And it's all going to have a little bit of another track here as we continue moving forward to the 7th and 8th. But today, we've got Maryland College Park going up against Rutgers for our first semifinals. I am beyond excited for this one.
As am I, and we already have the ban and map picks in, handsome host Los. So, before we get to that though, why don't we take a quick look at the bracket so that we can see exactly how we got here today. So, it started out, let's see here, I'm pulling up my copy of it as well, with Maryland College Park winning their second game. So, winners of those two got to be meaning in our grand finals, and like Paulie said, getting that ticket to Atlanta.
Yeah, and that's what's at stake here. That's what's up for grabs. And we are seeing that Maryland College Park went undefeated in their initial group of Group A, and they're going up against Rutgers, who did manage to make it out of their group, going 2-1, but it still will put them as a little bit of a disadvantage because Maryland unstoppable up to this point. So it should be interesting. But all those previously were best of ones, as we have seen that before in the previous qualifiers, but this is going to be our first taste of a best of three. So there is an opportunity to read into your opponent. You have the chance to fully understand what they're going to try and bring to the table, what their setups may look like, how they like to play, if they're on the back foot, or how they like to press the advantage. And it's very hard to read your opponent when you're only given one map previously, but even in those instances, Maryland's come out on top. So this is going to be a real test if they can keep that strategy, keep that real fire in their bellies, I guess, up to snuff here in the semis.
Yeah, and we're going to see things starting out here today on Haven. Maryland going to be taking defense on this map first. So already starting out with a very exciting map, a very dynamic map. Of course, there's going to be 3 spike sites. So perhaps even a little bit attacker favored on this map, even if it's just slightly Los. So really some exciting things to see coming up with this map. I think we're going to learn a lot about both these teams when we see how they play here.
Yeah, of course. Haven is it's a difficult map to keep all your angles covered because you have 3 spike sites. You're going to have some area with less defense if you want to have every single site, secured. You may want to leave B a bit unguarded, maybe drop a trap there, just see if someone wants to push in, play for the retake if that's a scenario. But there's one place that you cannot let go unguarded. That's got to be the garage. You can't let that be unabated. If you let someone take control of that, it opens up so many possibilities. So it will be crucial to hold those angles. I think we're going to learn more as soon as we hop into the agent selection. But after we jump into Haven, we got a few more maps on the docket. It will be Ascent and Icebox to follow it up. Icebox, if it is necessary, if we don't end up in a 2-0 scenario. So it will be great to see what these two squads can bring to the table. And also keep in mind, folks, this is going to be a single elimination playoffs.
That is true. So the moment you take an L in this bracket, you are out of the tournament. There is no lower bracket for you to make that Cinderella run in. It's one. Against the wall here, right? They're starting at that situation, so this is their do or die time.
Yeah, there's nothing left to lose here. You have to just throw everything you got in the server. No time to waste, no strategies to keep guarded for a later series. You got to drop it all in the server right here and right now. And sure enough, we'll be getting into the server for Haven in just a few moments. We're waiting on everything to shore up as we are loading into the lobby, but I'm still excited. It's a standard map pool that we're seeing. Haven, Ascent, Icebox. These are definitely some comfort picks that we'll see from a lot of collegiate teams. So I mean, the teams seem to be ready. We'll be going into the games soon, and actually, we're going to be jumping into Agent Select in a few moments.
I always like the agent select because this is going to give us an idea. We can kind of theory craft as they're picking agents, and we can start to comment on maybe how some of these picks are going to impact their style. And in particular, I'm going to be looking at how each of these teams are going to stack up defensively, right? Because defense is going to be stretched thin on a map like Haven. So what is it that you're going to do to hold down all 3 sites? So, already taking a look at Rutgers, we've got a Killjoy in there. Great for holding down a site, potentially a Ivan already picking the chamber, likely going to be posting up at C, maybe B to, hold down that long sideline. With an Omen as well. I think the Omen, we haven't seen too terribly much of Omen recently, but today we're going to be seeing it on both sides, potentially.
Yeah, I'm not even going to acknowledge Maryland right now, unless you lock in. I'm not going to look at that. So we can talk about Rutgers, because what they do have right now is quite standard. You have the double Sentinel. I mean, I've been more really, that's a duelist, if we're being honest. Chamber's a duelist. We can get that. And the double Sentinel, double Initiator, 0 duelist composition, which is always an interesting one. There will be a pick of Next jumping onto the Jet, so you could expect them to just play in a similar style that Endless may. Endless might be looking down C long. Next will have that same position, but looking down A long. So a double operator will totally be on the table for Maryland as we jump into this map. And yeah, we will not have any Neon. Classically, I mean, they're gonna bait us a little bit, but we did see Neon a little bit in the previous qualifier for the West, and that was not a good play. It was not a good agent to pick, and I certainly would like to see Neon find a place for herself as a viable agent within the competitive scene, but at this point, she just needs to take some more time to develop. Maybe players need to understand how to play her better. But now we got some pretty solid compositions. I'm excited. What are you thinking about either team's lineups here?
Well, to me, I look at Rutgers and I see a team that's playing much more defensively, right? They, I think, want to make their mark when they're on the defender side, right? With that Killjoy, with that Chamber, I think they've got a very good defensive, potentially lockdown on this game. Whereas you look at Maryland, they're going to be going, they're doubling down on the attack, right? They're saying, okay, Haven is an attack map. We're going to double down on that. We're going to see if we could just blitz through the attack side. So this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a classic attack versus defense squad.
Yeah, that's what it's all going to come down to. And this is some serious attack from the beginning,
Wow.
but that doesn't start off too well for them.
Well, it's going to be a quick 4v4 as a trade comes out almost immediately. Very fast push onto Site A from Rutgers. They want to take this as quick as they can. Quanzi already has the plant down. Very little utility also expended to get onto site. They are taking this very, very quickly. It's going to be an interesting retake now. We've got almost looking to see if they can find a little information. Beautiful shot coming out on the classic. They're able to take down Nair Alma as well. 2v2 now on site, Los.
Okay, well, now it's all up to Quanzi to get it done, but they just can't do it. That was a fantastic retake out from Next specifically, who came out with, I believe, a 3K on the Sheriff.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful play coming out from them for sure. Defense going to take the first side, so Maryland off to a quick start. They're going to be happy about that. They're going to be able to buy up a little bit. And, of course, Rutgers is going to have to be content with just some pistols again.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to take. I think I want to talk about this in the beginning of that round. That was such a wild offensive that we saw. Both teams, they just jumped right down mid to make something happen. Balrosh died, and there was a trade involved with Ivan, but in the end, you know, they were able to force a rotation out of that. Now they have a bit more idea centered toward, oh my god, C, or at least they thought they did, but Endless gets a great shot. A second one, too!
That, to me, seemed a little bit foolish from Rutgers. I mean, they were playing a default, but they kept peeking C long, and you know that they're going to have some kind of a sniper rifle looking down there. So that's a quick two-player advantage in favor of University of Maryland College Park. But they do strike back. Endless gonna find another. They are up to a 3K already. Now it's just up to Ivan to see if they can get a plant, maybe make a little bit of money, hurt the econ. And you know what? I'm not going to count out a potential win here for Rutgers. It's on the table, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
All depends on the next move against Next. If they can get that timing, that crazy timing, that would have been what they needed. Not going to happen, though. Next, chilling on top of the boxes by A, holding it down, not having any rotation of the sort, and they get the job done again. But really, we gotta say that was on the back of Endless, who just had 2 freebies on the Marshall down on C long. Having that re-peak after an initial pick in the beginning of the round, it's not what you want to have, and it severely cut down their numbers in the beginning. But now they got some rifles on hand, and I'm excited to see it. Kwanzi, unfortunately, though, only rocking with those light shields.
I'm going to be curious to see how this bonus round goes for University of Maryland. They're going to try and push it up C one more time, see if, maybe they can outduel that Marshall that's been hanging out there. Almost going to look for a little bit of information as they start to push up C. They've got the Omen smoke close by so that they can get a little bit of progress on the site. Quick push out onto C. Most of the members of Maryland also backing off of it. They're going to give up the site and just play for post plant.
Yeah, and rightfully so. They don't want to just throw their bodies on the line. It's a clear disadvantage in terms of firepower, but maybe Endless can start things off. They have the ability for the rendezvous, and Next is on the flank. If they catch this shot out, no, not yet. But they got to continue and start applying pressure here against Rutgers, because at this point, the spike's taken.
That it is. We're going to see the paranoia thrown out. One way dissolves before their eyes. Nice flash comes out. That's going to be 2 in favor once again of Maryland. But Rutgers able to strike back. It's the 3v3 now, and crucially, they have the plant down. That's going to be some util from KJ expended on point, preventing the defuse, and Rutgers University will take their first round.
Wow, and 2 going down with the spike. I mean, it did cost them heavily. That is 4 rifles lost, Juggle. They're going to have to put all the money that they had, and they won't be able to have full buys again. In fact, I think they may consider, okay, good, that won't be the case. I almost thought for a moment they were considering buying SMGs. And if you have a win, you can't give up the advantage like that. You can't go for a save after winning. You need to press that momentum. And maybe this will be another hard stop that we see down C long, because Endless this time, they're rocking with the operator.
Yeah, and I think in recognition of that, we see Rutgers massing up for an A push, at least potentially. Most of the players over there on that side. Zig's going to throw out the Aldrone, gets a peek of several players, so they know that there's at least a few of them lining up on A. Zig's going to push very aggressively down A long. They're going to be potentially good for 1, but you have to think they're going to get traded out. No, they're just going to die, as a matter of fact. So Rutgers up 1 right now, and they've got A long clear. They're going to be able to push very, very close and likely get a plant off of this. But 2 defenders are still back there for University of Maryland College Park.
It was a very bold push by Zix, and it was punished, and there's no ground or nothing to lose for Rutgers, but everything to gain, because they're going to rotate off. There was a bit of a adjustment as no one is on B at the moment, but now they're still Endless with the operator looking down C, and that presence has been felt. They have to send out the smoke, and maybe they can start things off, and a guiding light is a good way to do it.
That it is. We're going to see the Omen Smoke committed as well. Paranoia briefly obstructs Endless point of view. Nice shot going to come in. But we're going to see the Hunter's Fury leashed as well. That's going to take Endless out. And with that, there goes the operator too. That's going to be crucial for somebody at the end of this round if they can pick it up. 3v3 now on point. It's going to be Nar Malma taken down. And Rutgers will even up the scoreline.
Yeah, that's a great round by Rutgers. A good way to respond after taking such heavy losses, despite getting a win on round 3. And now they can continue that. They have the guns that were picked up from the previous round. Ivan finding that spoils of war. They've got the operator in hand this time, and it's all pistols all day for Maryland. This is going to be what we can expect. Another round loss. But that was a lot of resources expended by both squads. You did have Nar Alma try and utilize that no command for the retake, but it was just such a great post-plant setup. And if Rutgers can get the plants, they might end up just continuing to win the round, because those setups are too strong.
Yeah, and, the interesting thing is, too, Rutgers has been able to get a lot of plants as well. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've actually planted every single round. Save for maybe 1 so far. Going to be a lot of gunfire outside of Garage. That's going to be next, meeting their demise. Rutgers now opting for a rotation. Looks like it's going to be over to A site, where there's just 1 defender, just Sova at the moment.
And that's what I'm liking about Rutgers so far, is that they're very willing to just play out the time, let it elapse, let the round continue to clock down, and maybe make Maryland sweat a little bit. But this is going to be a red rotation. You have 2 players still on site. It's Nair Alma and Zix, who are waiting for this attack. But again, they've only got pistols, and the spike will go down.
Knife is taken out of the equation as well by Beast to Hype. That's going to be a swarm grenade detonated by Killjoy as well. 5v3 right now. Rutgers looking very good on this post-plant situation. Kwanzi going to rotate underneath to Hell, considering throwing out that paranoia. There it goes. It's going to obscure several of the members. Nice one-way as well to help them out. Just one more defender. It's Endless with a hope and a dream and a headhunter to boot. 19 HP. Not much left that they can do, and since it's only pistols, they're gonna try and push out, but taken down by almost.
Yeah, that's the Esports you flawless, you would have to say. But, you know, great play. It's what we expected. You know, they were only working on pistols on the side of UM. So now that they have a bit more in the tank, they have Next this time over on the operator. This is going to be a bit more of a threat here on A. And we haven't seen so much pressure from the A side. Last time it was Zix who moved up on A long, got punished wholeheartedly. And this is going to be an interesting duel, because Endless bringing out the tour de force in this op battle.
That's going to be 2 big sniper rifles in play right now for University of Maryland. Shot going to come out from Endless, but they're forced to rendezvous back to safety. Altron sent out now to try and clear C long. We're going to see that Omen smoke dissipate as well. They're going to spot out KO, not get the dart on them, unfortunately. Already we've got Beast to Hype securing a lot of mid as well around B and Garage.
And it's also important that they haven't felt the pressure of this up on A short, and there it is. Next gets the shot. So they were so concerned about C long being an issue. They try A short, they get sniped. Only option left is to hit B.
We're going to see a 4v3 coming up here. University of Maryland College Park a little bit in the lead right now. Paranoia going to blind Kwanzi. They're going to rotate around. And in fact, it's going to be a quick plant onto C-side as well. Zix going to send out that recon ball. Going to find Ivan. Takes a shot, but taken out by Zix. They're going to be traded out, though. So we've got a 2v2 on this retake. But Next has the Blade Storm out. Can they find the value that they need? They're going to be able to peek out Kwanzi around that corner, barely catching them at the last second. Updrafting on top of that container. That's going to lead them to success, and Maryland will strike back and tie things up.
Yeah, good way to make it an equalizer. It was quite a bit of an investment. That's 2 ults, an operator as well, but they have 2 to walk into the next round.
Wow.
So, hey, maybe it isn't that bad. That's a return on investment juggle, and that is a huge play for them. So they're going to have both ends covered consistently, and maybe at this point, they will have to rely on Kwanzi as well as Beast to Hype. Just get those flashes, get the smokes, cut off the vision. But nobody at this point has expected a harsh resistance from B. And this is where we'll see Next. They might try and peek down mid, and that is going to be a major problem. However, Nair Alma only has Spectre along with Veil Rush, so a little weaker in that department.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking B would be a great site to push as well, but look, we've got that operate set up on B site. Potentially, they were thinking the exact same thing. So the rotation going to come out to A for Rutgers. They're going to clear sight with that Trailblazer. Omen Smoke going to come out now, and look at how close this is being played by KO. They miss him in the smoke. They're eventually going to come back out of it, but not before Nair Alma is good for 1 kill, reducing Rutgers' push by 1.
Wow, he hit him real sneaky deaky, like right through the dark cover, backed off, sent in the fragment, and just got away scot-free. Here comes a flash. Maybe they're good for 4. They only get 1, though.
That is going to keep them at an advantage, though. Next, with the operator, going to increase that advantage to 2. It's just Kwanzi left to try and make something happen here. They're going to appear to go for kills as they've left the spike down near sewers. It's going to be 1. Can they find a second? No, it's going to be Endless with the headhunter.
Wow, another round And I wouldn't say easily won, but another round secured by Maryland. And they still hold on to those operators, applying the pressure. I mean, we got to talk about Next, who was holding it down from the defender spawn, getting it from that angle, and anyone who wanted to walk around that A-site box, they wanted to have the peak because they needed that security that no one would push them when they went for the spike plant. However, there was no security found, only death brought courtesy of Next, and now they still have the ops. They still have the ops, but no real response can be brought to unless maybe a tour de force can be the answer.
We're going to have to see. That's certainly one way they could try to eke out an advantage, or at least equalize what on paper looks like a fantastic defense coming out from Maryland. Here comes the Seekers from Rutgers side of the equation. Nar Alma going to be good for one. Endless finds a second. Despite those Seekers going out, things looking very, very good right now for Maryland College Park. Nar Alma eventually taken down, but not before they take out 2. It's just almost left, and they've got to try and take out 3 with just 5 HP.
And it's almost no chance for them to win this round. I mean, you've got that player up in heaven. The second they move away from the safety of these boxes, it's done so,
Yeah.
Bill. Population almost, and that's exactly what we saw. The double swing coming from CT, secured and finished what everyone already knew, that this was such a difficult way to get it done. And what their response was in that moment was to drop most of their ultimates. You can see that that's 3 ultimates gone. It was the From the Shadows, Tour de Force, as well as the Seekers, all dropped in play to try and counteract that, but most of it was denied by the no command from Nair Alma, just sitting on the other side, hitting them with the suppression.
Yeah, so, a pretty expensive push there coming out from Rutgers, and nothing to really show from it. Yes, they got out a couple ultimates from the other side, but they spent more. They will have 2 going into this push. Most notably, well, not anymore, just having 1. Balrosh going to be good for 2. That leaves just 2 remaining for Rutgers, but they do have Killjoy still with the lockdown. So if they can get the site, they can at least stall out the post-plant retake from Maryland.
Now it's a much slower play. And that's what we have seen previously from Rutgers, but I mean, it's a slow play because they just don't know what to do. They're trying to figure out what the new strategy can be. Balrosh breaks the barrier and gets the wall bang headshot, leaving Ivan all alone in the 1v5, inching ever forward toward another flawless round here for University of Maryland, unless Ivan can maybe potentially turn this into a kill. No, the first shot doesn't make a connection.
That's brutal as well, because now they know exactly where he is. This 5 squad can start to collapse on him. We're going to see the knife come out. That's going to suppress him. Looking for a few shots, and Endless had a few opportunities there, but the shots don't land, and that's going to be a flawless round for Maryland.
It's what we saw in the cards again, and the maintaining of these 2 operators is just such a difficult thing to overcome, because you have no response really from the side of Rutgers. They want to try and maybe block them off with smokes, maybe get a flash in, but anytime they try to push onto an offensive, you've got University of Maryland changing up their positioning. You don't know where the ops are, and there's 2 of them. And how can you keep track? How can you defeat what you can't even see?
Next with a beautiful shot and a dash away to make it a 5v4. Rutgers really on the back foot right now. They're down by 3. They desperately need this plan on B to work. We're going to see the lockdown come out. Here comes Hunter's Fury as well to clear just a little bit more space. Spike will be planted, but it's going to be a quick push back onto site. Balrosh going to be good for 1, but not before Ivan takes one out as well. Frutta now looking to see if they can find something in garage, and they will. They're going to take out one of the ops. Now it's just Endless left. University of Maryland has 2, but the spike will be defused, and Maryland goes up by 4.
That's an unfortunate one, and I liked what we saw from Maryland is the fact that they ensured they were completely secure during that last round, during that retake. But Next, hit him with a great opening snipe, and there's not much you can do from that. It's like a momentum destroyer in the beginning of the round, but like I said, they took great care, Juggle, to ensure that no one was going to be able to shoot them back. They had control of that spike and just looked around, waited maybe 10 extra seconds once they had control of it to ensure no one was going to come from an off angle, because there was that pressure that they felt from mid window. But the second that shot was taken, they had another angle, 2 players looking at it. The smoke was on the mid doorway, so they had it complete cover, complete control of the spike when they went for that defusal. And in the end, despite as much as you want to try and spray from the mid window, you just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, no, you just couldn't, and that's, I think, one of the strengths of having Omen here as well. Giving that cloud or shroud, allowing for the defuse to come in. So kudos to them for saving some of that resource, saving some of that util for the retake right there. Tech Paw has got to be done now, so we're going to be headed back into the game to see if Rutgers can turn this around. They have a pretty good buy this time, Los.
Yeah, finally. This is what they need. This is the opportunity for them to win it out. And B, at the moment, completely unsecured. Just a trademark that's destroyed easily. Last time they got the plant down, but they lost so many players in the moment. Perfect coverage, perfect denial of the side angles, and now they're in for the post plant.
That's going to be next, making a very aggressive move onto the top here to see if they can get this site under their control. They've got the operator looking for a head. Haven't been able to find one. They've got the Bladestorm out as well. Going to be a quick trade coming in, so now we got a 4v4, but the timer's ticking down. Next tries to make a move for it, but unable to. We've got the Hunter's Fury now loosed to try and make sure that Spike doesn't get defused. We're going to go for a wallbang as well. Almost looking for something. It's going to have to be a quick defuse here coming out from Maryland, but they don't have any more smokes now to conceal them. And it will be an attacker's round. Rutgers narrows the gap to 3.
Yeah, and a great way to get it done, still keeping 3 alive, and we saw almost bring out that Hunter's Fury. Now, interestingly enough, they had that on the previous round where they hit B. However, almost decided not to opt for that option because there were multiple players in that 2v1. So there was an opportunity for them just to hit the half mark and then let another teammate finish off that defusal. So that is a smarter play to wait till you have protection, because Ivan was there to keep them safe on the mid window. But now we have 2 more ups again, despite the loss of the previous round.
Yeah.
They got enough money. Endless posted up on A.
And, Rutgers has to be aware of this possibility as well. So they're going to be taking this, I think, very, very carefully. We're going to see a slow creep up A. Long Sewers now being approached as well by the other half of the team. Killjoy on the lurk now for the attackers. Aldron going to spot out Jet, who's going to have to dash back to the back of A site now to the cover of Endless and that tour de force. Rotation going to come out, though, very quickly over to C site, but Omen's going to already be there. Going to be curious to see how well they can lock down the site, or if they're just going to go for a trade on entry.
Okay, so they have the information. Someone is on site, but maybe they won't be expecting it. Okay, ultimate committed. Omen just need to escape. Balrush will get away, but they have to concede the site. They do allow a spike plant there for Rutgers, and this is just a disadvantage for them for the retake.
Yeah, it is, and Rutgers is up by a player as well now, so this is going to be an extra difficult retake coming out from Maryland. Endless has the tour de force, looking for an opportunity to use it. Now they've gotten a little bit of control over site. They moved around to the backside. That's going to be a pick. Rutgers needed to control that side a little bit more, but they were all centered up on the point. Now it's just a 1v1. Endless going to go in for a quick fake on the defuse. See if they can bait out almost gonna bide their time. They know they have to wait. They know that there's not much time left. They can just get a couple of shots in. That's gonna be a round win at the half for Rutgers.
That was such a critical 1v1 in the end, almost saving the day. But we got to talk about Endless with the 3K in that previous round. That was nuts, getting the double, the collat over onto Frutta as well. And it was such a difficult moment. Unfortunately, I think what could have saved them a bit more time was Endless didn't know exactly where the spike was planted. They were going for the default position, only to realize, oh, they got to turn back. It did shave off, a few seconds, but in the end, like, those few seconds are incredibly important.
Yeah, no, they baited me as well. I thought Endless was headed straight for that spike on default, but it was actually behind him. So, that was, I think, an excellent play there from the side of Rutgers to, there's so little confusion in there, right? Now, this is going to be very, very fascinating, Los, to see. We're going to see now both of these squads, I think, at their ideal, because Maryland College Park, they've got the aggressive composition. They are on the attack. And now we've got Rutgers with this very, very defensive composition on the defense. So I'm going to be very curious to see how these next several rounds go.
I mean, this is a classic play that we've seen from, Rutgers, is the fact that they love to play it slow. This time, Maryland doing something similar, checking out every angle that they can, and rightfully so. They want to make that correct decision, and maybe this decision is going to lead them over to C-Site. However, got a much harsher defense in terms of that Killjoy utility, denying it Balrush, about to walk right onto that Nano Swarm. If they're looking away, looking at the wrong angle, might be an issue. Oh, Nano destroyed. Time for the entry.
Wow, that's going to be a quick dash onto site, but Beast 2 Hype is there with a frenzy to make things difficult. Now just 2 players remaining for Maryland College Park. They have the spike, though. They're going to be looking for a plant, but the site still isn't quite safe. Several members of Rutgers can move in here. It's going to be a quick trade coming in. Now it's a 2v1, and the defenders will take the round.
Yeah, good retake out from Garage. That's what they needed. They were a bit too late to shoot the dart from almost. We did see Zix take a shot at it at the end, but the information was already given and allowed for the double swing out from Garage to make it an easy done cleanup. And I'm not certain if there was even a plant previously. No, they didn't get the money
there was no
either.
plant. Yeah, no plant that time around. So a beautiful defense really coming out from Rutgers right there. Excellent positioning, excellent recognition of where the spike's going to go. The default not quite working out for Maryland, and Ivan on a tear. Finds 3, almost going to pick up a 4th. It's just Balrush left, and they don't last long.
No, certainly not. A nice, cute little 4K there for Ivan, and that's also the equalizer this time around for Rutgers and University of Maryland. They're all tied up. And maybe Ivan wants a bit more. They do have the Spectre. Toss over a frenzy to a friend. Beast 2 Hype. Doesn't want to make that major investment after losing their life. So this is a good play for them. They are in a perfect position because 3 players without full armor, without full shields going into this 3rd round of the second half. So they're going to be vulnerable to these SMGs.
Yeah, this bonus for Rutgers is looking really good. This is just about best case scenario after 2-round wins, right? Make sure that the opposing team doesn't have full shields. So they're going to get the rifles, but they're going to be at a pretty big disadvantage compared to where they normally would be if they'd had a little bit better round. Going to be a lot of util expended over towards C. University of Maryland weighing their options at the moment. They pushed pretty far up into Garage, just about to the point of commitment. There's going to be a trade coming out, but Garage is back under defense's control. Got a little bit of a push coming up C long right now, but that's going to be a Nano Swarm preventing them from pushing on. And in fact, we're going to see another rotation come out, potentially over to... No, take that back. It looks like they are amassing at C for a push.
Yeah, they want to make that commitment, interestingly enough, even though this combination of players right now is their worst nightmare. No pun intended with Omen, but it's time for Kwanzi maybe to make things happen.
Oh, the knife's gonna miss. Kwanzi, they're gonna be able to get 3 off that corner. Everybody swung 1 at a time, and Kwanzi has to be happy about that because they are 1 away now from an ace as well. They just have to take out this Sova. They're going to start pushing through the smoke. Sova darts not going to yield any information. Kwanzi checking these corners, not going to get the 5K, but the round will be won by Rutgers in the end regardless.
A bit of greed in the end because they wanted it so bad. I mean, rightfully so. I understand why they wanted that one, Juggle. Who wouldn't want to press the advantage? Kwanzi in this corner. They even knew that they were there. They knew Kwanzi's location, but in the end, they just outgunned everyone there for Maryland.
Yeah, they did. Kwanzi did a fantastic job of taking out 3 of those players and shutting down that push really single-handedly. So beautiful play coming out from them. that's going to give Rutgers their first lead in this series.
Yeah, free guns, free money, up in hands of Ivan. This is not what you want. We'll be spotted out, so that should be a quick notice from Zix that it's time to move away. This is not where we push.
No, it is not. They're going to run back, pick up the spike, and start to amass for a B push, actually, it seems. Jet trying to push up through garage, seeing if they can get any information on people rotating around. They go back in right as the rotation comes in. Next, looking to see if they can push through. They see just a tip of Beasta Hype's shoulder. They're going to throw out the guiding light, but not find any value with it. Quanzi, though, able to pick up a pick onto Endless. So Rutgers University looking pretty good once again.
Yeah, now they're choked up here by grass, and they have no mobility at the moment. They're stuck. They want to break into garage, but it's got almost triple coverage at this point, and they can't make a move. And we have Zix over here, who's still waiting maybe for an opportunity on long, and they're going to get it because Ivan doesn't land the shot. This is a longer push. There's no escape for them now with the suppression.
Yeah, I'm going to be forced to back out very, very quickly. They're going to swap over to the shorty, looking to see if they can find some value in the smoke. They get one, but they are going to be able to actually dash out as well. But still, Rutgers looking at a good place. They are going to pick up the round win and go up by 2 now.
I really like that play by Ivan. You know, you back off, you hit with the suppression, your utility is out the window, nothing you can do, but you have a shorty in hand. The cloudburst, actual assist from Next allows them to run on through. Let's see this again. Thank you, Brad. Alma, good night. I mean, Next does get the revenge, but in the end, that shorty kill was everything they needed.
Yeah, it really was. It was beautifully done by them. You know, recognition of the situation. They need to just try and make something happen. Beautiful, beautiful play. We're going to see a push coming out onto C site. Now trade comes in. Ivan gonna be suppressed. Nar Alma getting 2 right there. Quanzi able to strike back, though. It's going to be a 3v3 now on C site. Can they get the plant in is the question. Now, do they feel secure enough? Yes. In fact, it will come down. So the timer is on. We're going to hear the Hunter's Fury unleashed as well. Trying to make sure nobody pushes onto side, buying a little bit more time for these attackers. But look at this flank. Quanzi going to be good for 1 onto Zix. We're going to see the paranoia come out. That's going to lead to 2. And Rutgers will get the defuse.
Yeah, great retake out of Rutgers. And, you know, we were talking about were they feeling secure enough to play, and that's something we've seen from Maryland, is that they're very cautious to execute strong moves, you know, whether it's a retake, whether it's a plant. They want to have full security before they get into that play. And unfortunately, you know, they got hit with a crazy flank out of Quanzi, and also we got a note specifically, they were hit with that recon arrow from Sova. So despite the fact that they were able to teleport away with the rendezvous, they had that owl drone dart in them to still show where the location was, setting it up perfectly for Quanzi. And now they're 3 out from taking out map 1.
Yeah, that they are. And look at the buy they're coming out with as well. They're going to get quite a bit there. There's going to be a Marshal showing up for the attack, but that's going to be a far cry from the operator in the hands of Rutgers. Already Rutgers good for 2 as well. So 5v3 coming in. They briefly flirt with the idea of pushing up A, but look at this. B and C are completely open, and they've already got a Chamber taking a look down C as well. But check it out. The strike backs come in. That's going to be a beautiful play coming out from Next with the Blade Storm. Just down to 1 player. It's just a Killjoy left, and they are scrambling trying to figure out where this team is going to go.
Oh yeah, you can tell that Maryland is pissed with this round. They are not allowing themselves to be bullied any longer. Quanzi wanted to get into the back line, thinking they could get cheeky again with the flank. It does not pan out. And that's a plan over onto C site. And we do have, Freda, they realize that this is where the site is. No coverage to speak of. All they have to do is maybe use that turret to play off of. Maybe they could bait out somebody. They have to know that these players are going to take the long angle, and there's not a damn thing they can do about it. Nair Alma with the operator shot from long gets it done, and it's a thrifty round.
That it is, and that brings Maryland back to within 2, and that is big for them. I won't say that was a must-win round, but it was pretty close, Los. Because if they had gone down again, things were going to be looking pretty dire. But as it stands, both teams are going to have a very healthy bye.
That's correct. I mean, the healthy buy coming out of Maryland is more weapons stolen from Rutgers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Endless now stealing Ivan's up. They're allowed to bring that on through, but now almost in a similar situation. They're just trying to cheese it out. They want to win this. They want to get this map done. They've brought out the Odin.
Yeah, they have. And when the Odin comes out, they mean business. It's going to be an air Alma throwing out a flash. Not going to find anybody. Next, looking for a potential push down A, as are several members of this Maryland squad. Zix considering throwing out a recon bolt, but opting not for it. Rutgers finds a pick courtesy of the Tour de Force. We're going to see the recon bolt coming out. That's going to yield a little bit of information. Setting off the turret. Frutta going to be good for 1. Make it 2. Beast of Hype connects for another. And that is a flawless round from Rutgers. And that has to hurt if you're Maryland, because there were quite a few guns on the line there.
That was a great response coming out of Rutgers, throwing out that last round to a bit of overconfidence that we saw from them. They were getting in so deep, trying to take the fights over to University of Maryland, but the second that they play it back and don't play into the hands of the attackers, it works perfectly. Beast and Frutta have no problem at all holding down this site with a full buy coming out of Maryland, and that's such a crucial thing about having Killjoy as your sentinel rather than Endless on the chamber exclusively, because there's much more stopping power with the nano swarms, the turret, as well as the alarm bot, more so than what chamber can bring to the table.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, the post-plant utility, the post-plant power that a Killjoy brings is just tremendous, and I really feel like we're seeing a lot of that come to fruition here for the Rutgers University side, you know. I think we talked about how this was, you know, just a very, very attack-heavy squad going up against a very defense-heavy squad, and right now the defense seems to be winning the day. Beast of Hype tried to spray through Garage there a little bit, but it's going to be Ivan who picks up the kill onto Zix. Now, Maryland down to just 3, and if they lose this, it's going to be match point here, Los.
Yeah, oh my god, next dancing with the devil, and unfortunately in the end they will be dragged down to hell by Almost, leaving just Endless as well as... Oh,
wow.
I mean, maybe leaving just Endless as it's only Balrosh maybe to save the day, but they can't save nothing. It's a flawless again here for Rutgers.
Yeah, that was a tremendous round for them. They have a lot of momentum behind them right now, and a lot of econ, a lot of guns. Even if they don't take this round, they're going to be able to just about full buy next round. A Beast of Hype maybe won't be able to, but somebody in their squad will definitely be able to buy for them. And look at this. It's going to be a pretty scuffed loadout coming in for Maryland. This is not looking good for them, Los.
No, absolutely not. And also, if you're looking at the scoreboard, that's 7 rounds in a row that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Rutgers, okay. Well, there's some information. Lots of players moving down through C-Lung. Ivan, thankfully, was able to save themselves with the rendezvous, and actually, another shorty! Second shorty!
Make it 2! That's going to be a quick 3v3 now, but the spike will be planted. Look at this, they're going for that that interesting positioning again, not opting for default. We're going to see, oh my gosh, Balrosh tries to use their fade to get out of trouble, but they're unable to. Rutgers down to just 2 players. Make that 1. This is a UMC coming back, but the defuse is coming in. They haven't been able to bang through the smoke. That's gonna be a Rutgers win.
Wow. With 2 alive, that cannot feel good, because they still had people who were there. They could have denied that possibility of the defusal. Unfortunately, it's another situation. We've seen something like this, I want to say maybe 3 times throughout this first map on Haven. Both sides were sufferers of this same scenario, being blocked off by the dark cover, trying to shoot wildly in it. But, you know, as we've seen, history has repeated itself. It has forced another round loss and another defusal again, but this one had so much more weight behind it because it's allowing Rutgers to take the first map.
Yeah, and with that, that's going to put them on match point as well. This is a best of 3, so not much room for error right here. We will be headed to Ascent next, and Los, this is one of my favorite maps in the game, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen as we move on to that map. But before we do that, we are going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more of the semifinals Valorant action. We are back and ready to head into Ascent, handsome host Los. 1-0 the scoreline. Rutgers up right now. University of Maryland, College Park. They desperately want to come back in this because there is a lot on the line, not the least of which is a ticket to that grand finals in Atlanta.
That's right. I mean, they certainly lost control of that previous map back on Haven. It was 7 rounds in a row. I mean, they did give away a thrifty round due to over-aggression. I'm not going to count that. I'm going to consider it was 10 rounds in a row for them to finish it off. So that's just my opinion. Maybe take it or leave it. But I mean, considering that was the map of Rutgers University, we can understand why they were able to bring it back so effectively. But now we're heading over to Ascent, and this is the pick of University of Maryland. So I can expect them to have a much stronger play, a much stronger time. But let's also not forget the fact that University of Maryland, they were very destructive on the defensive side back on Haven.
Oh yeah, they absolutely were. They did a fantastic job holding them at bay. So, you know, as we move into this next map, and with Rutgers being on the defense first, excited to see if they're going to opt for, you know, a very similar defensive heavy composition like we saw on Haven, or if they're going to mix things up a little bit, given that they've got one fewer site to keep track of, one fewer site to defend.
Yeah, well, now we can see what everyone is bringing to the table, and I can expect, a little bit of a adjustment. We're seeing a role swap out of Kwanzi and Beast 2 Hype. Beast 2 Hype, formerly on the Sky. Kwanzi was on that Omen, and now they're shaking things up, and that's what I like. A team that has that versatility, a team that can bring in adjustments when it comes to the different maps. Endless, hovering on the Neon. Don't even talk to me. Juggle, what are you thinking about them kind of going with a similar composition to last map?
We're going to see KOs at least being hovered over on both sides. Freda back on the KJ as well. I believe it was Freda on the KJ last round. Was it not?
I believe, yeah.
I believe so. Regardless, they had a KJ on there. Gonna be Omen again. So you know, this is interesting. I halfway expected to see maybe a little bit more Brimstone being played today, but they're opting for the more mobile, the more flanky option, the more aggressive option, really, in their smokers, both sides. It appears. Very, very interesting choices. It's going to be not quite a mirror composition on either, or right here. It's there's going to be some notable differences. I think most notably the Chamber and Jet. Similar in that both are likely going to be holding down these long sidelines with an operator, but in execution, it's going to be a little bit different. One gives a little bit more defensive presence, where the other is going to be more balanced in terms of whether they can attack versus defend.
Yeah, of course. It's all about how you can play to the strengths of your agents. But playing as Sentinels or with Sentinels on the offense is always a tricky scenario because you don't really have that efficacy that you're hoping for until you get that spike planted. So it's always about just covering your flanks, covering those angles, and that's why Chamber has been such an interesting shakeup to the meta, because you can have a Sentinel that is a entry fragger. They can bring that to the table. But going back to the composition that we're seeing here today coming out of Maryland is that we're having another swap. Balrosh, previously running the Omen, swapped over with Zix, who is Sova back on Haven. So we're having two initiator swaps for controllers as we head over into an Ascent, which is interesting. I like it. But now a lot of the posturing for this first attack by Maryland is taking us potentially towards mid and B.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fast push towards mid. They're going to take over market almost immediately, briefly slowed by one of one of Chambers' gadgets. Going to be a smoke onto site with a dash from next. They're likely going to be able to scoot around here, but they're met by Kwanzi, who's going to be good for one. Now, Maryland down by 2, desperately trying to decide whether or not they want to continue pushing on B. There's 4 defenders there, so this looks like maybe not the best idea, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rotation coming out.
And this smoke, if it dissipates, that's going to be endless. They're trapped. So they have to make a move before this goes away. I mean, there is no longer a cross-cover position. But maybe if they stick around, they might be playing for an aggression play out of Rutgers, who felt like they got the advantage. Maybe they want to walk up B main. Maybe they want to go in for a flank, but they're actually continuing to push on through. Yeah, that is another forward play out from
Wow.
B. They might potentially go for another take.
Yeah, that looks like they're actually going to go for B, so the rotation comes through on A, but look at how quick it's going to come through mid. They're going to be spotted out, Endless taken out, and that's going to be a quick 3K to end the round in favor of Rutgers.
Oh my god, the regret, the immediate regret from Endless, you could see. They went for the tiny swing, the tiny peek over into the defender spawn, saw 3 players, tried to get out, but it was too late. The tags were there. There was no escape, and that's a rough start. I mean, they were playing the long game, which we've seen both of these squads bring to the table, but, you know, it just didn't work out in their favor this time around. So maybe they could opt for some new strategies. They've got Sheriffs on deck, but they're going to have to worry about Ivan, who's back on the Marshall.
That they are. That Marshall came into great effect during this during our last map. So in really just the sniper rifles in general had a very large impact on the play. Of course, to be expected on a place like Haven. Massive pair of picks coming in from Ivan. More than half the squad for UMCPG. That's going to be them once again on the back foot. And, you know, not to be surprised in their save round, but still it's got to hurt.
Yeah, if there is a Marshall in the hands of Ivan, you know
Wow.
you're in trouble. Okay, a little bit of overconfidence. There's a 3K. Ivan shuts things down with the Marshall. A nice finisher, but in the end, Next did manage to scrap away 2 from Rutgers, so they will have a bit of a scattered Frankenstein buy, as we can see. Maybe they will make the investment as we go into round number 3, but more than likely, just some upgraded pistols that can try and find some support for the rest of the team. And yeah, this is Ivan back again, denying it. The jump shots are doing a bit of duck hunt in the moment, making those hits with the easy Marshall flicks.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out of Ivan. They really have been a standout player for this squad all day today. Gonna see a default coming in now from Maryland, trying to decide where they want to push. Looks like a lot of pressure being put up mid right now. Firefight breaking out there. Kwanzi throws out a grenade and a flash just to make sure they're okay. Fires through the smokes. Finds one with the Spectre. That is a tremendous amount of value right there. Unexpected as well. There will be a trade back in. So 4v4 situation now. Things not as dire as they were a moment ago for Maryland.
No, I mean, they have some safety. They can back off. The dark cover down mid, denying pizza is good enough. And a second one to boot, as they can clear out arches. So they've got control now. They have taken back everything that Maryland was fighting for and only lost 1 player for. Just some even trades here and there. Now they might go for another peek down mid. With dark cover still on some cooldowns, this could be an issue for Beast 2 Hype. It all depends on the first peek. Kwanzi gets some information and relays that to the team. Now they got to back off. But they only got 30 seconds left for the rest of this round to make another execute. And this time, again, it seems to be B.
Maryland may have twiddled their thumbs just a little bit too long, because now they're going to be forced to push onto B no matter what. So these defenders can rotate over there completely. Ivan finds one through the smoke again. We're going to see a grenade thrown out by Killjoy. Spike will be planted with just seconds to spare, Los.
Yeah, I mean, they get the spike down, but it's cost them quite a bit to get to this point. And Phantom's in the hands of Beast 2 Hype. They have to lead the charge for this one, and they have to ensure nobody is in B main. Okay, there's Zix, the first one, the first encounter, and they're gone. Forgotten. 2 left to defend this site.
They're doing a good job of it so far. Barrage going to be good for 2. It's just One left now for the side of Rutgers. Can Endless find the kill? Ivan's going to be able to pick one up. Can they get Balrush in the back? They've only got 33 health, but the timer's going down very, very quickly. Ivan goes for the fake defuse. Not going to get it. I don't think they've got enough time. 1 HP left. They get the kill, but the round will slip between their fingers.
I mean, they are removing every single gun from the side of University of Maryland, and maybe that will be enough. But they could still buy some rifles, Phantoms, Vandals already in place. But, I mean, gotta talk about this. 2 kills through the smoke today, just in this round. Just spraying through.
Oh my gosh.
That's so annoying to have to deal with that and still come out on top. I mean, Balrush put that round on their back. Ivan, in the end, did manage to get the 3K. But even so, they saved the day with their play on Sova.
Yeah, that they do. We're going to see a nice fragment come out that's going to deal a bit of damage as the members of Maryland try to push through. They're going to pay for it with a pick onto next as well. They went just a little too far, flew too close to the sun. Going to be 4 agents suppressed. That's the entire squad. So now we see the wholesale rotation coming in from B. Camper briefly decides, though, to remain over there to lurk on B side, at least for a moment. They are going to travel over to mid, but check it out, the spike making its way slowly through attacker side spawn with Hoban.
I mean, they're taking their time for sure. Zix is expecting a flank, but really no one is even on B itself. And they have to think for themselves, what is the play? What is the plan? They've always played it so slowly up to this point. I mean, even on Haven, they have been a slow team when it comes to the executes, and that has come to bite them in the end. Now with 3, are you seeing this? There's 3 players chilling out in tree and catwalk. They are expecting someone to go there. They are not letting anyone through. And here's the dark cover blocking off tree. It's time. The signal is here, and they go for the swing.
Wow. Brutta! Tremendous play coming out there. They get the 4K, eventually gunned down by Zix. But look, Zix suppressed it with 9 HP. There's no chance that they're going to come away with this round. Rutgers ends it and takes the 3-1 lead.
How many smoke kills are we seeing here,
right?
Juggle? we gotta check this out again. So Narom goes in for the peak, but they commit too much in terms of the 0 point. They want to make the swing, but they commit too much of their body to it. Front of there, a stalwart defense, a 4K without any fail. And they're going to continue to steamroll. Ivan's back on the operator. Balrush wants to try their hand at the Marshal. Maybe they can outduel him.
We're going to go for a quick wall bang here, seeing if they can get a cheeky kill, but none to be found. About 50 bullets expended at that, but Ivan gets one with just 1. That's going to be Zix out of the fight via that operator, and it's going to be a quick rotation coming out from Maryland right now. They're going to be picking up the spike. Killjoy is in spawn, and it looks like they still maybe want to try and push B despite that operator lingering on that site.
Well, I mean, the last time that they pushed A, it certainly did not go well. And currently there's only 1 player. It's almost, but if they get another shot on that recon, they have some information. Okay, there goes next. And they'll send the bullets right back to the entrance of B. And they can back off, walk away with that freebie kill. And that sets University of Maryland even further back than they already were within this round.
We're going to see a flash come out from Nar Alma. They're down to 11 health, so it's a very easy kill for UT almost. Balrush now looking towards mid, trying to find the head of KJ, or KO. But it's going to be Beast to Hype who takes Balrush out for the win.
Another Commissioner's Cup flawless that we're seeing there. No problems really for Rutgers on the defense. And this is looking a bit scary if you're a fan of University of Maryland, because this is their pick. Let's not forget.
Right.
And they're doing so poorly in terms of their executes, but also keep in mind, to be fair, they are having very scattered buys. It's unable for them to walk in with these full rounds, and they aren't opting to go for those full saves because even though it was more of an eco round for them, they still have light armor. They don't have that full utility, that full shield to get things done, but they're going to get it popping here when they're almost no command.
That they are. They're going to push on the site very, very quickly. It's going to be a flurry of kills coming in, but they're going to go the way of Rutgers. Going to be one player advantage here. Next with the Blade Storm, unable to get the kills that they necessarily needed. And with the ult coming out as well from KJ, that's going to be a quick spike retake and another round in favor of Rutgers.
That wasn't even a necessary lockdown. It was just to put some added pressure. But
Yeah.
when there's only 2 players left, the paranoia came through. It was the opener to remove the player who was holding on to Speedway. And in the end, when Next wasn't able to convert those blades into an actual frag for them to refresh those knives, that just left them stranded completely with only a classic in hand. And rightfully so, we're seeing a timeout being brought into play because this is certainly not how you want your maps to go, your rounds to go, your executes to be executed. If this is your map and you're intending to make it past the semifinals, because after this, they're out. If they continue to go down this slippery slope, they will not advance into the finals.
You're exactly right. And I like this timeout, right? It's going to give Maryland a chance to kind of reset their mentals, see if they can identify what's going on here, come up with a better plan to try and come back in the series. And if we can bring up the scoreboard for a moment, there's one thing I would really like to point out with the attackers. Look at Next. Next is supposed to be your entry fragger, right? Next is sitting at 2 kills right now. They just used the Blade Storm. Didn't find anything with that either. So Next is getting shut down hard by this Rutgers squad. So I don't know if Maryland needs to give Next more support or if Next just needs to find their aim, find their pop-off potential. But that, I think, is one of the crucial things that's preventing them from getting round wins right now.
Yeah, and let's also talk about this buy. That's a bit deep in terms of Next buying that Vandal with the full armor. Are they going to be able to bring in that full utility? It really depends on their performance here, and it's scattered. Sure, if you have that Vandal to start things off, it's good for yourself, but with the rest of the squad only on Sheriffs, you don't have that support, which is exactly what we were talking about needing. And the recon bolt just went a little too late. However, the box coverage is good enough. They're almost still getting hit, though, with the shock dart.
Yeah, a lot of damage taken by KO. So with that initiator looking a little bit rough, I think it's going to be up to Sova for Maryland to, make that initial push then, because you don't want KO going down early in the fight if you can avoid it. But Naralma is still posturing over on B. They're going to lurk there until the rotation is almost complete over to A site.
We haven't seen too many rotations. When we have University of Maryland and they don't have success in that first peak, they want to back off and re-peek it again, re-execute, but it doesn't work out. And maybe Ivan here with that operator will be in hand, but it's a flash out from Tree. It's actually working against them. It was their own teammate Rude, but Kwanzi almost lighting up the site.
Big kills coming in from those 2 players. It's just Killjoy left. They've got 5 HP. That's not going to be enough. And the defenders take another round. And at this point, Rutgers, they've if they win another one, they're coming out ahead on this half.
Yeah, and it's seeming to be the case. In the moment, Kwanzi dropped that flash drive. I just want to touch on that one again. He dropped out the flash drive, blinded Ivan, but in exchange for that oopsie maneuver, he got a 4K to save that day. So I think you could laugh that one off, but certainly not if you're University of Maryland. You still lost out on plenty of cash. Now you've got some money. You got some utility. Potentially use that lockdown. Use that Hunter's Fury because it's already been placed. This is your opportunity to take a site.
Yeah, and you could even use the use the lockdown on entry as well. One of the things we mentioned is that we haven't seen very many plants come out yet from Maryland. So possibly using that lockdown to get yourselves on site, maybe not might not be a bad idea. Of course, you want to save it if you can, but at this point, I think Maryland might need all the help they can get on site.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you have those assets at hand, and they're almost just continuing to give it a shot. Well, if the turret doesn't break on the first 10, maybe on the second 10 it will. Kwanzi sends out the flash drive looking for some info, doesn't get it, but Balrosh, on the other hand, they get their man.
That's a good start for Maryland right there. They needed something to give them a little bit of hope here, because being down 6-1 is a rough place to be in the semifinals. That's got to be bad on the mental. So getting that early pick definitely going to help pick them up quite a bit. We're going to see the push coming out onto A side as well. We've got KO starting to move over as well. We're expecting a push here in the next couple seconds. But once again, entry fragger next is gone. Ivan taking him out with the sniper rifle once again. Here comes in a knife to suppress. It's going to be Chamber unable to use any of their abilities, but the spike will be planted. And that's a big boon for Maryland once again. I would anticipate this lockdown coming out relatively soon.
Maybe that'll be the case. I mean, there's that from the shadows coming out of Zix, and they reposition back to A main. That's critical, and especially with this fragment, it forces a bit of pressure onto Ivan. They move away. They bring out the headhunter, but Zix is good for 3.
That was a much-needed round win for Maryland. They're going to be able to take a little bit of momentum with them into this next round, including a healthy amount of guns. So they're not going to be hurting too much on the econ. And in fact, look at this. Ivan not going to buy because they're going to be using that tour de force.
And that's a good usage, but you also have to be careful, because Nera Alma will have the potential to hit you with that suppression. But based on this positioning, doesn't seem to be the case. They're going to hit him with the default, looking for picks where they can. And yeah, that's exactly what we thought. Tour de force put into play. Make them think twice about any angle, any longer angle that they'll take.
Default coming in once again from Maryland. They just want to scope things out, see if they can figure out which side is looking a little less defensible by Rutgers. Narama picking up the ult orb as well, getting ever closer to that null command. Spike still hasn't been picked up. Nobody from Maryland making a move just yet, Los.
No, and this is an incredibly slow play. Another one that we've seen, and all this time has gone by. Maybe a little bit of information gained, and finally there is some control taken here by Maryland. They'll get a bit of mid, walking up toward Cat. And they might have confirmed that no one is hanging out in that area, but the second they walk through this dark cover, they're going to find resistance. Ivan's also here on the other side of A. Maybe they can get the shotgun in play. That won't be the case.
It's going to be one down for Maryland. Kwanzi finds another. Next, we'll be able to strike back. And as a matter of fact, it's a 2v2 now on point. Big gunfight. Gonna go the way, at least the moment, of Maryland. It's down to just Killjoy. And with that, the attackers narrow the gap to 3. Maryland is back in this, Los.
Yeah, that's what they needed. A bit of time to reconsider what their options are. And those slow plays have worked out well. Because Ivan got a bit comfortable looking down A main with the tour de force, and that was exactly their issue. They were good for that teleport away back into hell, but they were going for the quick scopes. They were going for style. In the end, style won't win it out. You got to stick to the basics, and that's what allows Maryland to get back and play. Big courtesy of Next with the 3K to open up that round for them.
And that's exactly what they needed as well. They needed Next to come alive here and start popping off. And maybe we've seen the beginning of that. We're going to see the null command used to get onto site very, very quickly. But Barrage going to be good for 1 as well. This is looking great for Maryland. They may be narrowing this gap to 2 momentarily. Plant is going to come out almost now, trying to wallbang through the floor, see if they can find somebody. East to Hype pushing through. Train out with a couple of other members. Freda going to be good for 1. That's Next out of the mix once again, and they were just popping off, so that's got to feel good for Rutgers. But now it's just down to 1 player. Almost going to see if they can find anything, but with that Killjoy ult online, not going to be much they can do.
They've certainly come alive. Wow, what a great resurgence from Maryland. A few rounds in a row, 3 even. And they can continue this, and they can turn this into an even equalized half.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it, how they only needed 1 more to just take the lead. And Rutgers was in the driver's seat for this map, but now things are starting to turn the way of Maryland. And if they keep this up, they certainly can tie this up. If we're talking resources now, it will rely on Kwanzi to potentially shut down any offensive using that null command.
And, you know, looking at the econ as well, if Maryland wins this round, Rutgers is not going to have a full bye next round. So this is Rutgers in their must-win situation if they want to come out of this half with the lead. And even if they win this round, Maryland's going to be able to buy up significantly next round. So I could very easily see a 7-5 or a 6-6 half. Not entirely sure if it's in the mix for Rutgers to make it 8-4, but it's a possibility, though I think that's an outside shot at this point. A lot of action happening over on A, but the first pick is going to come in courtesy of Maryland. Actually, there was one I missed. So already Maryland in the driver's seat. They've got 2 picks. Make that just one in their favor as Frudda is able to get a nice pick onto VALORANT. But they're not going to be content to be down by 1 for very long. Frudda finds another. It's going to be a 3v2 now, and the spike still pushing onto A.
There's a suppression. There's the information they needed. They will be able to get this plant down. Frudda hoping to get his shot on through by the door switch. Won't be the case. A little bit of damage on the Nara Ultra, but it doesn't matter too much. The pinch is here. We can have Ivan. Oh, there is the alarm bot.
Ooh.
That's what they needed. They could have gotten that flank around, but they have to swing onto Endless. Oh, the pre-fire actually gave it away.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play by Ivan. Narama, though, going to be good for 1. Can Ivan find another? No, it's going to be Narama taking us to within 1 point in this match, Los.
This is what you love to see, because we expected great things coming out from Maryland, because they came through into the semifinals with a 3-0 record. They were undefeated. And to go into this series, taking the first loss, and in a 7-round loss streak, 10 for me. 10 rounds for me. The board will say 7. But
yeah, but you have to think back to the last map, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So this is good for them to bring it back. And at this point, Rutgers, they don't even know what to do. They're trying everything they can. They're getting aggressive. Ivan gets a good shot onto VALORANT, and now almost is pushing the offensive. Wow. And that's a great flank.
This is a good comeback coming out from Rutgers University. They're looking primed to end this half 7-5. They desperately needed to come away with a win here. And it's against the odds as well, because they did not have a good bye going into this. Or at least not a great bye. The plant will come through, though, for Maryland, but it's a 5v3. We're going to see the lockdown come out as well for Rutgers, so that's going to make things that much more difficult for the attackers to push back in.
Ooh, almost good for 1, but Kwanzi there to close it out. Now it's all up to Zix, or it was all up to Zix, but almost denies it. They will not have the equalizer. It will be the 7-5 half in just a moment of just great power. Rutgers finally is able to find themselves one more time, bring it back, deny that 5-round win streak, and close it off 7-5.
Back to a pistol round we go, Los, and excited to see how Rutgers is going to fare on the attack. You know, I felt like they were much stronger on the defense last map, so going into the second half with not quite the same, you know, lead that we would have seen had they been on the attack first in the last map, but it might be a little worrisome for Rutgers, right? Because I think Maryland's defense was pretty solid on Haven.
Yeah, and that was the case. A big factor that allowed them to find success was their unpredictability. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Just shifting around whoever controls the operator, keeping them guessing on what angles they need to smoke off, what angles they need to flash, is what led them to success. But now they're rushing into B. Nair almost there to deny placements with 2 kills.
It's going to be a 3v4 right now. Rutgers on the back foot. Kwanzi going to throw in a flash to see if they can get a little information. Things are turning back around, though, for Rutgers. They've got the advantage now in the kill feed. But look at this. Ivan, only 4 HP and no heals in sight.
No, none at all. And this is definitely an interesting retake next. Fully relying on some wall bangs. Almost able to take out potentially 2. There's the alarm bot. Placement revealed. Maybe swings can come in, but none to be found.
Ooh, the suppression is there, but next in Zix, good for a kill. It's going to be just Kwanzi now to see if they can hold this down for Rutgers, but they won't be able to. That's the defuse coming in, And we are back to a 1-point difference in the scoreline.
Yeah, that really comes down to clutch plays from Next and Zix. Working together, a duo, an army of two. We'll throw back to that game if you remember it. But in the beginning, it comes down to Nar Alma. Everyone did their part. They got the 2K. They set things up for a potential retake. And it was a great one indeed. Although they did get the plant, at least Maryland was able to secure the round.
You're going to see a nice buy coming in now for University of Maryland. Rutgers relegated to pistols once again. So, going to be a tough save round for them. They're going to go for a default as well. Trying to get a little information on each side. KJ turret up in a very, very standard spot on B. Omen smoked out A. So, going to be a hard push on each side. And already Rutgers finding that out the hard way. Ivan down to 17 health as well. That B-side push looking a little less appealing.
I mean, that's happened for both teams when they want to make an attack on B-side. It is just such a difficult place to break on into. Almost hanging out on the side of the dark cover, waiting for someone to try and peek them. I don't think that's going to be the case. Next, just moments away from ripping apart these two players. They get a shot, but the tailwind provides safety, but they can't win it out.
Unlucky. Next had the opportunity, but just didn't land the shots that they needed to. Rutgers University down to just one member again, and while maybe to be expected them to take this, to not take this round, this is going to hurt quite a bit because they've only gotten one kill so far on the Maryland side, so Maryland's going to be looking really good for their bonus round next.
Kwanzi alone with a dream, a sheriff, and 20 seconds. Here's the big play. And there it goes.
Yep. Nice shot coming out from Nair Alma to end that out and to take us to a tie game here, Handsome Los host. Handsome host Los.
Oh, good. I mean, yeah, this was next. You just want to go to the next round after you're feeling that.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Oh, you can even potentially check. We got the insider scoop of all chat. Endless said wrecked kid. So that's a bit of insider info there. But hey, 7-7. Let's see what can happen now that there's guns on the side of Rutgers.
Yeah, Maryland hoping to come away with a win in this bonus round here, but it's going to be a little bit tougher considering those rifles that Rutgers has. We're going to see the push coming out onto B site. They're going to break through the door, try and push through Market. Aldrone sent out to do a little bit of recon now, but the site very well under control at this point of Maryland. Still a couple of defenders on it. That's going to be next taking out Ivan on lane. About half their health, though, left. They're waiting for the swing to come in. They find one. Not going to be good for the second, though. It's a 3v2 with Rutgers. Going to be able to get the plant out.
Oh, great use of that recon arrow, because it gave them the opportunity to wall bang onto Balraj Zix, the last one alive. They've been able to clutch things out in terms of the retake before. Can they get it done again to earn their spot with the 8th round? All depends on Almost. Will they make this peak? He's just hoping for it. Oh, it's the jiggle peek. It's the denial. It's just a little bit of toying with their food. And there's the double swing. Good for one. 6 will fall ultimately.
That was a beautiful double swing coming out from Rutgers. I mean, the timing there and just, you know, the fact that Zix just happened to peek out at that moment. Couldn't have hoped for better. Let's take another look here at how that round played out. Next got a couple of kills.
I think that's a bit of a redemption arc there for Next, being able to find 2 after that that Wild West whiff that we saw from them back on Catwalk, and they're certainly happy about that one. Unfortunately for them, they will lose out ultimately on the round, but Vendel's back in hand. A bit more opportunity for them with rifles to work with, and yeah, a lot of players stalking up toward A main. Not many people there to defend it. We've seen plenty of large stacks of defense for A coming out from Rutgers themselves, but Maryland, not the case today.
No, they're gonna just opt for the KJ and Omen, but we do have KO rotating around now. We're gonna get a smoke out on Heaven. Another's gonna come through on main. Aldrill's drone sent out to see if they can get some information on site. Not finding anybody, and with that, KO gonna pop their null command as well. They go down very, very quickly. A flurry of kills coming in favor of Maryland. Just 5 seconds left to go for one of the members of Rutgers to try and revive KO. They break down the door, though, to prevent the revive, and that's going to be KO out of the fight. It's just Ivan left. And we've got a tie game once again, Los.
Massive denial coming out from Maryland. Massive destruction coming out from Endless, specifically along with their Alma. They denied everyone completely. I was talking about, well, they didn't have a great amount of players on the site. You don't need a great amount of players when you're pulling off shots like that. It only took 2, and it dropped 5. So perfect placement, and they didn't even need utility to get it done. All aim, 0 brain is what was necessary to win that and equalize it again. And both these teams still fighting tooth and nail to get ahead. I think this is the time for Maryland because you got bare bones here for Rutgers.
Yeah, exactly. This is great for them. This is their round to win right here. So one of the some quote I heard from someone, right, is that when you're looking at teams in Valorant, right, something that separates the good ones from the great ones is winning the rounds you're supposed to win. And right here, this is a round that should go the way of Maryland. So let's see if they can capitalize on this opportunity as they push through mid.
They're getting quite deep through mid.
Yeah.
You already have next. They're waiting for players to just run on through, and they're consistently bobbing and weaving, looking toward CT, looking toward B main. And this is a perfectly read, perfectly telegraphed, unfortunately, for Rutgers. They know exactly where they are. They got the double crossfire put into play. Or maybe next. Doesn't really know. Oh, they go for the updraft. They don't die. But now they know everything they need for this execute. There goes. Oh, it's just a slaughter on mid.
Yeah, it is. Rutgers University down to just a bare bones composition. It is Chamber and Killjoy left. Chamber, Frutta will be good for 1, but that's going to be it. And Maryland goes back in the lead, 9-8.
Yeah, I mean, we expected that from Maryland because you were sending in Rutgers. They had sticks and rocks, essentially, going up against the rifles. Unfortunately for Rutgers, Ivan made a commitment of the tour de force. With all those players up on mid, there was no need for anyone on the side of Maryland to peek out from a position. They didn't need to get aggressive because they had 3 or an unknown amount of players in the palm of their hand. All they had to do was just pinch them.
Yeah, and that's what they did, and kudos to them. Came out with a great round win. It'll be Bale Rush now, sending in a recon bolt. Going to be destroyed very, very quickly, so all they learned is that they were there, but they knew that already. We're going to see Omen briefly flirt with TPing onto point, but they're dissuaded from doing just that. Frutta good for 1. That's an opportunity for Rutgers to start to come back in this, but the plant will come through onto the B site. So now they're in a retake position. Next, going to be good for 1 as well. That's going to even things up for Maryland.
And now there's the commitment, the no command coming out from Nara Alma. If they can deny this KO from walking down Speedway, that'll be important. But the flash drive is there. Maybe just a spray and pray out of Ivan and Beast too hype. They could potentially save the day. It's only next in a 1v2, but they aren't expecting Kwanzi in the corner. And again, 9-9. The equalizer is here, Juggle.
Like the Spanish Inquisition, nobody expects Kwanzi in the corner. That's going to be a nice win for them there. 9-9 now the score. Neither of these teams really given each other any purchase in the scoreline. I mean, we had such a dominant performance early on from Rutgers, but they, once, taking a look at the scoreboard again, right? Take a look at where Next is. Next has frags now. They've got 14. Last time we talked about them, they only had 2. And look at the scoreline now. Maryland is exceeding. So they found what they needed in Next. Next has found their footing. Whatever Rutgers was doing to neutralize them before isn't working, so they've got to do something else to try and mitigate their effectiveness.
I guess getting some information on them in the beginning is a good start. They realize they're in mid. There's 2 players. You still have Zix there to provide cover if need be, and even a rotation of mid a swap of positioning. So, interestingly enough, now Nara Alma in the back of mid. A little bit of a razzle-dazzle just to change up these positions.
Yeah, we're going to see a push coming in over towards A now. Several players want to try and take it through tree as well. And Maryland really likes that push, I think, through tree. Going to see the spike, though, making its way slowly around towards main. 3 defenders on A, but look at this. KO is opting to rotate back towards B. They think that the attackers may be, in fact, rotating, but they're all just still stacking on A, waiting patiently. 30 seconds left to go now, so the push has to come through on this side, and as soon as they commit to it, we're going to see all these defenders from B rotate over. Here it comes.
Okay, yeah, dark cover placed to stop the turret from having the efficacy. Whoa, Quanzi with a crazy god flick, and if they remove Endless, that's it. They can walk on through. No denial in terms of utility. With 9 seconds to spare, the spike is put into play.
We're going to see the Hunter's Fury taken out as well. Nara Alma going to be good for 1, but almost in front of combined for a pair. It's just going to be a Sova left to try and defend the spike here for the attackers. We're going to have VALORANT rotating through mid now. And look at this. So many members surrounding this player on site. VALORANT now trying to find some kind of way to get into sight. They're rotating all the way through spawn, and at this point, I think they're just playing for exit picks.
Yeah, there's no real way that they could turn this around unless they just have an amazing play, but the time is already up. They have to try and remove weapons out of the hands, and maybe they're good for 1. And honestly,
will they be good for 2?
Enough. Oh, they're even good for
3?
Potentially 3. No, it's Freda. Freda who denies that, keeps the Odin in hand. But what I liked a lot from Freda is the fact that VALORANT activated the Hunter's Fury, shot twice, and then Freda dropped the lockdown for even further denial, because that was the one ticket to deny the possibility of bringing that lockdown, because you can destroy it with that ultimate. But waiting until 2 shots were already made, it made it impossible. And I think that was the trigger for VALORANT to realize, well, I can't win this. I can't clutch this. The lockdown is denying space, and I'm running out of time. And now they are running out of time and resources, especially going into this next round.
We're going to see the Blade Storm popped by next. Going for a kill through the window. They find almost. That's going to be a big boon for University of Maryland. Most of the members now starting to line up towards a B and mid push, but next going to be able to find Freda as well. Rutgers now with just a bare bones composition, 3 members left, but they've got an initiator controller and that hybrid sentinel duelist on chamber, so they could still make something of this, but they have no ultimates commit to this, whereas next still has that Blade Storm. We're going to see the rotation coming out to A now.
Okay, this is a pretty wild execute. They're walking their way through Garden, getting into Heaven. This is a complete swap. This is a complete swap that we're seeing right now. They're dropping down. Next is there. Good for a 3rd. And maybe Ivan can secure this spike plant just to give him some extra money and put the pressure on the opponents. But they're able to find 1 before they fall. Beast 2 Hype may have to deal with 1 by Dice. And they realize it. There's the play moving around the position. But no. Nara Alma, they clutch it out.
10-10, gonna be the score line here, handsome host Losa. We have got a great game on our hands right now, and you've got to admire Maryland just scrambling back into this match and making it such a close one. Next, just a beautiful Blade Storm right there. I'm really happy to see them back in this match and having such a big impact for Maryland.
Yeah, 100%. They are certainly saving the day. 3 to get that round finished off, and it came off the back of an updraft with the Blade Storm to say goodbye to Almost, and that is just a huge play to remove him out. Now they have another chance, another opportunity, potentially denying the 11th round for Maryland. I mean, that's how the script goes. It's 1-1. If some team could win 2 in a row, we might have a bit of an issue here, Juggle.
Yeah, we might. That could actually be a runaway situation. You know, considering that the econ of both of these teams is tenuous at best, right? Because they've traded back and forth so much. Neither team has really been able to build up that much in savings. minute on the clock now, and Maryland, they love this slow push. It's worked for them in the past, and they're hoping it does again. Spike still hanging out near A, while we've got a couple of attackers, several actually making their way through mid.
Spike, not on hand. They don't exactly need it, but time certainly is running out. Oh, that's a nice looking Guardian, my way. Anyways, flashing.
Ooh, that is.
There's a sound cue. I have to know something's up. That position by the door switch is a critical one. It all begins with their look onto Zix, though.
They're able to get a pick onto him. Kwanzi finds them with the pistol. That's going to be Ivan good for another via the Guardian. We're going to see many of the members of Maryland go down. Rutgers in the lead now by 2. This is going to be their round to lose, and Bailrush going to be good for 1. That's going to make things significantly easier for them. We're going to see the Nanoswarm committed as well up onto that high ground, briefly dissuading Endless and Co from pushing out and trying to find a good angle here. There's another one that's going to take them down to 88 HP. Spike starting to beep a little bit faster here. Time is beginning to run out for the defuse to come in. Endless holding it down. Rutgers trying to make some progress on this here. Can they come away with something?
It's going to be too late, even if they decide to get these frags. We have almost playing for that Hunter's Fury, and there it is. Yeah, they'll be able to get it done. No clutch here. They saved the day, and they ended out, and everyone dies on the side of Maryland. No guns to be recovered by anybody.
And you know what? I think the slow play ended up shooting themselves in the foot that time around. Had they potentially made a push quicker, I think things could have gone a little bit better for them. But, it worked so well for them in the past, you can't fault them for trying it this way again.
I mean, also, Ivan, they had a good position there, but they pressed forward too much. I think in one of those scenarios where it's getting a little bit high stakes, you don't want to throw your body on the line. You just hold some angles because you have plenty of players still alive, especially when you have almost as your final condition to win it out.
The nerves have to be high here on both sides as the push comes in onto B site. Not going to opt for a default this time is Rutgers University, but the rotation going to come through in very, very quickly, it appears. They're going to take it all the way through mid, closing off Pizza and Market.
Oh, Zix, you sneaky devil. It doesn't work out. You're sniffed out.
That they are. Now Rutgers with an advantage here. They're going to see if they can run away with it. Now this could be them moving up to match point as Ivan gets the plant. 2-player advantage now for Rutgers University, but Killjoy has the lockdown, but it's not going to do any good when they're back in spawn. Just Sova remaining now. This could be Rutgers beginning to run away with it. This could be the beginning of the end for Maryland as we're now at match point.
Yeah, this is it. It's match and series point here. If they win it right now, that'll be the end of it. Maryland, they've let it slip, and that's 2 instances where they've allowed 2 rounds to go the way of Rutgers. They've got to stop them right here and right now. I mean...
Oh, Zix, unlucky. I've been caught there before by that same thing. Your gun's just peeking out a tiny little bit, right? And that's just enough for Killjoy to find him and snuff him out. So
that's why you got to have your face looking at the wall.
Yep.
You have to have your back to the opponent so they don't see you.
Yep, exactly. Smoke going to be committed onto mid cubby to allow for a nice rotation to come through mid for the attackers. Rutgers on match point right now. They desperately want to come away with this round win here because they know they've got Maryland on the back foot. This is Maryland's do or die time. Even if Rutgers doesn't come away with this win right here, they could take it to another map and try and clutch it out there. But they don't want to have to do that. They want to end this right here and right now. 3 ults on the side of Maryland, though.
We've seen this push up toward mid, and it hasn't worked out well last time around. Lockdown committed over there by Endless, and it does dissuade them momentarily. The question is, what is the play down the line? Do they just let that run out and then go in again? And I think that might be the case. A little bit of maybe a misplay coming out from Ivan. They've allowed themselves to get detained. And this is just a slow creep up towards B. 33 seconds left on the clock. They certainly have to make a move quick.
We're going to hear the tour de force committed now by Rutgers. Pick comes in. Freda going to be successful. That's Endless out of the fight. And with that out of play, there goes a lot of defensive util. Flurry of picks coming in. That's going to be a trade. And that just plays to the side of Rutgers. Few seconds left to go for the plant. They have to do it now. A couple of picks come in. This could be it right here. KO is out of the fight. It's just down to 6. Can they come away with something? No. It's going to be Rutgers going on to the grand finals for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
Wow, and what a finish. You know, it started off very hot for Rutgers, and it continued that way, but there was a strong resurgence there for Maryland, and they seemed to be able to go the distance. Unfortunately, in the end, they weren't able to produce that final victory, or at least a singular map victory. In the end, it is a nice, cozy 2-0 win there for Rutgers, and like you said, they're headed to the grand finals, and we're still wondering who they will meet in that finals matchup, because West Virginia and Concord still duking it out 1-1. It's going to be an interesting one. Regardless, this was a great showing from Rutgers, an equally solid showing out from Maryland, but in the end, they couldn't connect it. They couldn't close it out, even on their own map pick of Ascent.
No, they couldn't. Great showing today from both teams, but like you said, the story of the day gotta be Rutgers carrying themselves 2-0 to the grand finals. Can't wait to see who they are going to face there. And before we close things out, handsome host Lost, any final words for the audience?
Yeah, I think, I just want to talk a little bit about what we saw in terms of how Rutgers was able to win it out. I've got the stats pulled up right now.
Ooh.
So many first bloods were found across the board here for Rutgers. They were the majority shareholder in terms of those first bloods. They were always able to land those first kills, and it was by a large amount that they were able to open it up. And if you get those strong openers, you will have a strong finish, all likeliness pointing to that conclusion. And that's what we found. Strong opening in the first half, in the first kill of the rounds, and strong finish in the series as a whole. But that's going to do it for us for now. We'll be back in a little bit after this break for more CECC Valorant action.
Surprise, everybody! We are back. I said we were going to throw it to a break to get the next game underway, but we are going to have an interview instead. So we've got Kwanzi in the booth. And before anything else, first off, congratulations making it to the grand finals.
Thank you. So excited.
Oh, yeah, no, you all played great today. Now, can't wait to see this next matchup. But first, I want to know what happened on Ascent. You all were in the lead 6-1, almost, going into that second half with a tremendous lead. But Maryland was able to strike back. And one big thing that I noticed is that Next started showing up in the kill feed. So what kind of an adjustment did you all have to make as a team to be able to come back after such a strong resurgence from Maryland?
Honestly, we didn't really make any adjustments. I think it was just we were just trolling a little bit. We got excited, but that's about it. Also, we played this team before, so one of our players, Ivan's, good friends with a couple of the players, so we definitely wanted to win. I think we just wanted to win a little bit stronger this time, and we got a little bit excited, pretty much. Other than that, we know how they play. They know how we play. And I think we're the better team, so nothing too crazy.
That was definitely demonstrated with the result of this matchup. 2-0, not bad. But I want to talk about an adjustment that you made, you specifically, along with your teammate, that being Beast2 Hype. Swapping the roles, you were previously on the Omen for Haven, but you just jumped over and adjusted going into Ascent. Why did you make that change?
Well, I don't know if I can spill the secrets, but I'll just say that the way our comp is designed, we felt that me playing on the KO % would make it a little bit easier for us to play a little bit more aggressive in certain points. Ricky is our freshman player, and he's definitely a star player on our team. But we felt like the Omen was a good pick for Ascent for him. Just let him have his gun out, let him frag.
Okay,
pretty much, yeah.
can't give away all the secret sauce yet, at least not until you make it after these grand finals. But speaking of those grand finals, you spoke how you've already interacted with Maryland. What are your thoughts on the upcoming teams, that being Concord and West Virginia? Do you have any thoughts on them?
Honestly, no. I don't think we've ever played against these two teams before this league. We just played against West Virginia in Group B, and we honestly threw the game. We were up, I think, like quite a bit. Yeah, so I think as long as we keep our composure and we play the way we want to play, it should be fine. Whoever comes out of that, I mean, they're having a little back and forth, so whoever
Excellent.
comes out, I'm down to play.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Well, before we let you go, I just have one more thing I'd like to know, and is that would you like to shout out anybody, teammates, friends, family, whoever?
Honestly, just shout out to my teammates. I think we had like a rough last semester, but I think this semester we really found something that works. This meta kind of favors us in a lot of ways, and I think I'm just glad that I have a great team. That's about it. And our manager David Murmur. Shout out to him.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming in to chat with us a little bit tonight after your win, and good luck to you in the grand finals as well.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Well, that's going to do it for us for the moment, handsome host Losa. Before we send it to that extended break, once more, any final words from you?
No, at this point, we saw a great play coming out from Rutgers, and I'm excited to see them in the grand finals, whoever it is, whether it's West Virginia or Concord. Big shout out to either of these squads, and of course, Maryland, who put in a great effort. Unfortunately, the run ends here. But the run here for the CECC is far from over. And we'll be back with some more VALORANT action right after this. Welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. We're about to jump into the grand finals for the VALORANT series, and whoever comes out on top here is getting a ticket over to Atlanta for the grand finals over in the Gateway Arena over in May. It's going to be an exciting one to see. I'm Los, joined by Chad Lantis. Chad, how are you feeling about this upcoming matchup? We got Rutgers, we got West Virginia. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I'm really looking to it, forward to it, looking to it. I will be looking at it. I'm looking forward to it for sure because I like seeing those final slots of the lane getting filled out. Like, who is going to get their way over that direction? And Atlanta, it's going to be a fantastic event. There's already a lot of incredibly strong collegiate teams already slotted in over there. So today we get to find out which additional strong collegiate team gets to go there. And we get to see that through this bracket, the progression that we'll have here on screen, just a little bit of how we've got here as well, as we've seen Rutgers versus Maryland Collegiate Park 2-0 on that matchup. And then on the other side of things, though, West Virginia 2-1 against Concord. A little bit closer matchup there for sure. But nevertheless, they got the W and got themselves into the grand finals.
Yeah, not to mention Concord and West Virginia on their first map, they went into overtime. But once that happened, once Concord got their first W, West Virginia really turned on the gas and ended up doing the reverse sweep. winning it 2-1. So that's going to be interesting. And now with the rematch between Rutgers and West Virginia, I'm liking to see who's going to come out on top because they faced off earlier in that group stage. They lost out. It was a best of one, and, you know, it is what it is. In the end, they were able to win it as that second seed and bring it over to the grand final. So the question is, in this rematch, are they going to be able to bring it back?
Yeah, West Virginia winning out 3-0, as you saw on the graphic for the brackets. So if you just look at that and be like, okay, well, then West Virginia is going to be a favorite going into here. So I guess if you need somebody to be the underdog, you can just look at that and say it's Rutgers and root for them if you like rooting for the underdog. But, I mean, that's a best of one. Like, anything can happen in a best of one. It's really tough to really say which team is stronger based on a singular map. So we get a best of 3 this time around. We get to really find out who comes out on top.
And yeah, speaking of those 3 maps that we're going to jump into, we have those map picks. The first one is going to be Haven, picked by Rutgers, Ascent, chosen by West Virginia, and if we need to get to it, it's going to be Icebox to finish this off. Yeah, a similar map pool that we saw in the previous matchup.
Yep.
But, you know, it's standard. It's standard. Collegiate players, NA players, they love these 3 maps, and it's exactly what we'd expect. But, you know, with this case, we should see both of these teams finding comfort across the entire map pool.
Yeah, the NA Classic for sure, just like you said, as we're going into the Agent Select. And based on NA Comfort, also Comfort picks for Agents as well. Chamber being a big one, Killjoy, Sky, Omen, Sova. But what you don't standardly see are the no duelist compositions, which is exactly what Rutgers is bringing out here. And they say like Sky and Chamber are like pseudo duelists, but they're not real entry duelists. So there's not going to be any explosive, just throw yourself on site, create that controlled chaos strategy that you see a lot of teams very standardly use in Valorant. So it's going to be a little more slower pace on the attacking side, especially for Rutgers.
And that's actually what we saw for Rutgers the last time they took to the server in Haven in the semifinals. They were very slow to start. It was going the way of their counterparts from Maryland, but as the map started off, as it continued, they were starting to get hotter and hotter, and the second that they were on the defense, it was just too strong for them to even lose it. I want to specifically point out Kwanzi, who has been a menace on the Omen, especially when it comes to holding sites alongside Ivan. Those two, when they work together in conjunction, it's amazing. It's a masterclass.
I'm looking at Black Coffee being the person who really changes the tides in this match, because on the offense, that will be the person that does exactly what I said with the Control Chaos format. On defense, it's even the same case for retakes. If the players are all alive, they need somebody to get on the site first. Retakes are basically the same mentality. So Rutgers, if they can get to a position where they can control a space, their composition should very effectively control that space. And with the double initiator set up as well, Sky and Sova, they should be able to get a lot of useful information to be able to work their way onto a site effectively. We have this trademark set up at B site though, plus a couple of members of West Virginia ready for this, especially Agility, ready to drop that pop flash from the KO coming out of the dark cover.
It's going to be interesting. Here comes the Guiding Light. Doesn't find anyone. They back off in the quick
fragment
response. Coming from Agility though.
Yeah, drop that fragment. I thought it was a pop flash. Held something in his hand, that's for sure. But this trademark is still there as well. If anybody tries to make their way on site, that's why you see this over ready to swing on that one. Rutgers not getting the same information that you really wanted. That Guiding Light, though, I mean, if you want to like look at the little minute details, a rechargeable ability, that's still a win for Rutgers to be used versus the non-rechargeable ability of the KO's fragment. So technically Rutgers in the lead so far for this match, but it's very slow pace. Like, it's so slow pace that we're looking at that to commentate on.
Bro, it's the trade war, Chad.
Yeah.
It's not about the guns, it's the trade war. They've got this dark cover up. Everyone's kind of slowly pacing through. Sora inside of it, not getting tagged by the Guiding Light. They take one back off, will be tagged by the arrow. They have the rendezvous to move away. Sora finds a second. However, Ivan brings out 2 of their own. And with only 12 seconds left, such a slow play, they finally get that plant.
Some shock dart chip damage as well, trying to hold them off. Here's those flashes from Agility, try to get themselves an access to the site, but everybody fell off from Rutgers. They left behind their utility, and they planted for long, so they'll be able to just pop out and get some quick shots in if they ever hear that chime, somebody trying to defuse, just like Jay Kronic's doing right now.
Yeah, they don't really have too much smokes to work with unless they have that cloudburst from Black Coffee, but they bought the Sheriff. They don't have the opportunity, but Chronic, they're just diffusing. They got it. Why?
Wow.
What happened?
Well, kind of what happened was the plant wasn't like perfectly planted for long. You saw it like tucked away towards the right, towards close to the default there. So they were just stuck around the corner that almost just didn't quite see the person defusing. Sora doing a lot of work for the team, of course, getting a double kill on the exit for the map side as well. So that made it even winnable for West Virginia at that point. And that rotation came through as well. I believe that was out of Ivan going through Garage, get crossfire, but the plant was in a point where Ivan couldn't see the diffuser, almost couldn't see the diffuser. So if they planted a little bit more towards exposed area, that would have been a world of difference. So something they'll have to look at for the future.
Yeah, it was just being safe in the initial execute, getting that spike planted. So that's a risk you have to run. And it ended up biting him in the back. Got a bit of a skirmish going down by A lobby, but the real action is going through Garage, guiding light onto C. As they get into the Garage window, no one's there to greet them.
The fallback from Saucin, though, definitely aware that that ground was lost and they might be playing for that right now. Oh!
Perfect timing, but Saucin with the 3K lines him up and knocks him down. Sora, another one, leaving Ivan all alone. They've been able to come out with some great shots out of that headhunter, but not this time. Sora finishes it off. It's a nice little buddy ace between Sora and Saucin.
Yeah, that was Saucin definitely having that awareness. Like, yeah, they're going to be going for this. Jake Chronic, unluckily, was using an Aludro in a position that was not safe, but at least the crossfire is there. Completely trusted Saucin having the back just in case. And that's exactly what happened. We have a buy up now for Rutgers, which I think is going to be a better situation for them. It seems like a very one-sided match so far for West Virginia, but this kind of the nature of these compositions is the slower moving comp without having that entry duelist for Rutgers. You really want to have those rifles to try and get that quick pick at longer ranges, especially to then be able to motion over towards the map control. You can't just explode and suddenly be in their face with a shorter range weaponry.
We have that site or that space taken. 3 players by A long, looking to get into face of Rutgers. And Kwanzi might be aware of it. They're very concerned with their flank as they just hold the angle. And you can see potential creep up, agility, as Saucin as well, but they're going to take it slow.
I like the dark cover. Those naturally just present a threat because you can be in it. The spray through?
Are you kidding me?
What?
Even more, Kwanzi comes out swinging. However, there is help from agility. Agility will lose their life thanks to Almost, and now their position is revealed. They might be able to hold Star Wars, but that won't be the case. Beast too hype. Even it up, it's 2-on-2.
That's insane. The spray through was good enough, but now it's going to be 2v2, like you said. It's just a ghost in hands with Jay Chronic, but in a position that Rutgers is not expecting at all. Has the timing on to Beast too hype. The plant will go down, but is the 2-for-1 in favor of West Virginia. Jay Chronic could even just fall back right now and grab a rifle if they wanted to, but they want to press the advantage right now. Sora with the follow-up. Let Jay Chronic with just a ghost in hand be the, like, sacrificial lamb, essentially, at trade, and have Sora be the one following up. While it might feel bad to be the so of that situation, it's still an effective strategy. It is one that works for West Virginia to win the bonus round of 3-0 to start off the series.
Sora's not done. Sora's not done. Got the half, wanted a bit more, and yeah, what a come up for this squad. They certainly have been dominant, and I was definitely skeptical of that forward play that we saw from Agility, Coffee, Saucin, but when they got that spray through the dark cover, that just changed my mind completely. And the ability for them to find even more kills along the way, despite losing great amount of numbers, was still nice.
Yeah, I feel like it might have just been I didn't quite see what gave it away for Black Coffee. I didn't see any info gathering resources to say, yes, spray here right now. It might have just been a prediction thing, knowing that there's 3 of them there, so you can just go for a spray. Worst case scenario, you just lose like half a clip and you have so many bullets in this game anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But either way, it worked out beautifully for them. 0 point being thrown out when the strength of the KO, giving an idea of where those attackers are going to be located to start off the round, but it's going to be his default, and one that Sora is responding to beautifully, finding that first frag on the Beast 2 hype.
The question is, can Ivan get away? I think they're sending off their rendezvous, and they will be able to escape. And that's all they can do. A nice little trickery there to get away.
Yeah,
but in the end, they still lost one.
Based on this positioning as well, the rendezvous, I don't know if it quite makes it over. Actually, I haven't played Chamber enough. I don't know if it quite makes it over to the cubby for C-Long to be able to like fake that they might be in there still. But nonetheless, Sora just rotates off, has a read that they are rotating, and finds a 3rd frag for the round. It's going to be a flawless for West Virginia on the anti-eco. Seemed pretty casual for them that round, not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, it all started off with Sora, who is going absolutely insane right now, especially with that tour de force. They actually donated that rifle to one of their teammates in the previous round. Now they have that operator in hand, and they just laid down death in that previous round. So it's exciting to see what they're going to be able to do now that they are continuing this dominance here on Haven.
Yeah, it definitely feels like West Virginia University members are not going for cheesy angles that often. As I say that, they're pushing up through C-Long and playing with a paranoia push. So go figure. But overall, they've been holding angles and just aware of the slower speed of Rutgers. So they're not being like scared of a potential aggressive play. But agility does get caught out by Ivan. Nice guiding light to tell that somebody might be over here, and exactly they were. Pushing on the B site. Sora J Chronic popping off. That happened so fast, Los. I thought I was setting up a play-by-play for you, but they just instantly all died on the site. Thanks largely to J Chronic's spray down.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the power of West Virginia we're seeing now. You think that they're going to have a play. You think that they're going to stall out a fight. I mean, that's what we saw in at least the first round, where they were setting up denial options to delay a fight. But that's not what we're getting anymore, especially if you have Rutgers just running it down mid, hoping to win those duels. Well, not with Jade Chronic in the way.
Definitely not. Oh, man. That's definitely heartbreaking because that was a big buy around for them as well. And they're going into that ping pong setup of big buy up, Eco. Tag through the wall, shot through the wall. Sora just has B-Stripe's number. B-Stripe just cannot live through the opening parts of the round against this player.
Yeah, what a way to go. Not expecting that for sure. And they had some information that there was a player there. Wait a minute, Black Coffee might have been able to catch them out, going for the jump peak, hoping for some resistance to be found, but not going to be the case. I think that this player, this team so far, is confident enough to just take that peak.
At least Quanzi was able to get out of there just in the nick of time. He'll be rotated away. You see that read from West Virginia as well, rotating his Austin over towards C site. Try to bolster up the defensive line over there. Trademark is still there for B site itself. Austin's going to wait for the exit of Garage, while Agility watches for the exit through the connector as well. Yet again, a read by Austin. Ready for them.
Backing off. Quanzi might be able to spot the player on the platform, and there it is. Agility goes down. A nice headshot out from the Omen, but they have to watch out because Black Coffee will be on the flank. However, they won't make the full-on commitment. I guess waiting for a bit more presence to be felt on some other sites.
You kind of see the Rutgers is definitely trying to find some comfort in slowing things down, which has worked out so far. As trade 1-for-1 overall. The trademark end window will catch out Black Coffee. The cover will be able to. Oh, man.
Oh, and everyone's already dead.
Instantly, dude. This can't keep happening. We just die instantly, all of them. That's insane.
They can't keep getting away with this, Chad. They do. Black Coffee just finds two easy picks while Jay Chronic is getting that Hunter's Fury action in. While they were able to find that spike plant, it just, what else can they do with it?
Dang. So a good setup with the recon bolt, things like that. They did get an answer back with a frag there from Quanzi, but once they got to the site, Hunter's Fury from C is so good for covering for the plants. People were just swinging through and getting the spray down. It is the anti-eco round as well, so not the best weaponry for Rutgers to answer back with once the challenge was there from West Virginia University. But now we're going to a timeout called by Ivan on the side of Rutgers. Definitely makes sense. They call a timeout. They go into another big buy-up round. They have 4 ultimates to work with. And honestly, I want to see them slow it down, maybe go for default more, or just try to work with like a 2 or 3 player skirmish setup where they set the pot flashes from the sky, or use Paranoia of the Omen to try to just create space. And once they earn a lot of map control, use that to work with to make their way on site. Try to find a pick or 2 as well, because they've tried a couple times now where they just throw themselves on site. And we saw like with the J Chronic spray down 2 rounds ago, just now kind of again with Black Coffee doing it on B site. Rutgers team composition doesn't allow them to just create space with an entry duelist, so they all slowly just stampede onto a site, which is really easy for players as skilled as these West Virginia University members to just spray you down as you try to walk right in.
Yeah, brute force is not the way that Rutgers is going to be able to win it out, and I actually got a chance to speak to Kwanzi after they won their previous match in the semis, and they played against West Virginia. They said their main issue was that they were throwing rounds because they were a bit nervous in the beginning, but maybe they can start winning things out by spraying through the smoke. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Ivan walking in the fire because they aren't going to get hurt too bad, and that's another kill for them. They could walk on through to B, but Saucin, they're causing some problems over in Garage. That's the spike carrier down, but Ivan doesn't give a damn. They've gotten 3 kills so far and secured B.
Bomb still not on the side. The spike is now rotating in from Kwanzi, but still a 2 versus 3. If they get window control, that'll be huge for West Virginia University. That turret is not useful at all anymore because Killjoy did fall, so they won't know about people rotating over into window. This might be in a situation where almost gets caught by surprise, but tucked away behind the stairs. I don't know if Black Coffee is going to be checking this quick enough. Nobody else is punishing them.
Even if they do, even if they find someone in the window, it's going to be too late. Yeah, almost. They get the shot. Turn into a 2-on-2, but we have such low health on Saucin. A single bullet will be enough to ruin them. Dark cover put into place. They're going to jump right in. They're going to teleport in. Black Coffee finds one. Saucin gets the last, and they still continue the win streak with 7 rounds in a row.
Wow. Yeah, just nobody watched window. I mean, they had almost sitting under it, but nobody was actually punishing if somebody jumps out and peeks it. Somebody can swing out from the B main and just shoot them down from afar, something like that. That set wasn't there. There was no proper crossfire from Rutgers to be able to punish any kind of advantage that these 2 members of West Virginia University was trying for. And once they got onto the site, it was just a lot of playing around those dark covers, shenanigans, and just outplays on the microscopic level, essentially, that Saucin came on top alongside Black Coffee. 7-0. The Hunter's Fury was used by Rutgers, but they still have the Seekers. They still have a lockdown they can use, especially get onto an A site. If they get control over into the sewers, there's no Hunter's Fury from West Virginia to answer back with it.
Okay, wait a minute. They're getting a bit too confident on the side of West Virginia, but Jay Chronic fires back and has the equalizer. Ivan pushing through the sewers, got behind them. The angle wasn't covered.
Saucin.
All of their eggs on the A-long basket. But maybe Saucin can ease the pressure. That won't be the case with the lockdown being used, not finding anyone. We've got Sora in the flank, and the Seekers are going to give them the information that they need.
Yeah, Jake's up Sora. He won't be able to get with the flank. It kind of seemed like for a little bit there that the members of Rutgers weren't really expecting a flank play, but just based on timing and being able to use the Seekers, they'll definitely know. Standard Storm's going to make it so hard to get on site with an operator in hand. The Yo confirmed they definitely are in short now, which I feel like Sora didn't really have to shoot that one, but here we are, 1 versus 2. Sora with a lot of guesswork in a 1 versus 2 situation. It's going to be tough.
And there it is. Frudda has been known to hold down sites. They get the post plant, but really with the 3K to start things off. Finally, we have Rutgers on the map. It only took about 8 rounds for them to find their stride, and certainly a lot of overconfidence coming from West Virginia on that.
Yeah, they're just positioned so far forward without utility to support each other. I mean, Jay Chronic had a fantastic spray down, as we've already seen multiple times so far this map, but still, that's just too many members of Rutgers to deal with that situation without having proper map control either, because Sewers A short was given up so quickly as well to Ivans. So, definitely around giving up. Ivan finding continued success as well. Rutgers getting some wind in their sails, getting some momentum gathered. Black Coffee getting pushed off from A short as well, and A site might be the play. That might be the solution they were looking for. Just play for a pick and A long and get control of short. Play up to the site. The trade out is good as well for Rutgers. Keeps advantage in their favor.
Now we have in the back line in hell. Kwanzi, nobody spotted them. They must have assumed it was up in heaven, but no, it was right in hell. They shot him directly in the back of the head, and now it leaves only Saucin. As well as they performed so far in this map, to win a 1v4, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, we've seen them get 3-4Ks in the past, but this is this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Does the dark cover try to step play as well as try to continue making the baits? You see all the spray-ins because Rutgers has to give respect to that at the very least. But once they didn't see any tags or any notion of motion in the dark cover, they said, you know what? Might still be in heaven. There they were. That's where Beats 2 Hype found them. Right now, West Virginia needs to figure out what they need to do about A site because they just keep giving up frags. They keep giving access away to Rutgers.
And that's true, they might have to play it a bit more back, but I think the major issue was allowing Kwanzi to teleport. They must have assumed that sound cue was incorrect, and we've seen a bit of Omen trickery. At least that's what we saw from Stockton. They attempted to do something similar and play with those sound cues, but that was a major setback for their defense, and certainly won't allow that one to happen again.
So looks like the solution is send another player over to A-Long to play with, and it works out so far as it got 2 for 1, but Kwanzi yet again tucked away, finds 2, make that 3! Kwanzi popping off the scene, but they don't expect Jay Chronic.
Oh, but Ivan's there. They've got their back. In the end, Stockton alone again, hoping to clutch this one out. It's a lot more doable this time in a 1v2, but the second those smokes go down, they decide, nope, we're out of here. Let's move on to B.
It's a tough situation for Assassin as well, because the last 2 members alive are the trademark wielder, the turret wielder, Killjoy, and Chamber up. That Assassin can't really make a flank play happen against them, but push up because doesn't know if, even though the steps are walking away, to go on the distance where North gets cut, has to just confirm on A site if they're going to be here or not. Might, at this point, honestly, go for a save, because if you go across the entire freaking map at this point, but you have a round lead at this point, the economy should still be pretty good. So going to go for the play, and honestly, in a 1 versus 2, reasonable enough to try and make this play happen.
Yeah, you might as well send it. As you said, they've got the money, they've got the attempt, and what you want to do is just remove any possibility of them being able to bring guns. At the very end, even if you can't win the round, at least stop them from having the money. Oh, and a nano swarm damage.
Chamber on the backside.
A bit of chaos there. Second one.
Tough. There it is. Ivan just rotating around the narrow one, stalling out for Stockton, not being able to make any plays, not doing any dark cover shenanigans. Great side by Rutgers. They are definitely getting some momentum right now.
That's what they need. I mean, it's all a game of steamrolling. We've seen them try to steamroll again, and this is another one of those times that they're getting way too confident in their pushes. They want to stop Rutgers from having any map control, and in doing so, they're losing out rounds themselves.
Instant Hunter's Fury answer, because Rutgers so many rounds in a row now, 3. In fact, that they've been successful with them, have just stacked up in A lobby and pushed through and getting a frag or 2, but Hunter's Fury throw them off, force them over to play for C. Stockton finally will be able to make a fight happen with the rest of the team alive.
Okay, Stockton sending some shots through the dark cover. If they can stop him at this point, it will be good. I mean, we haven't seen a great execute out of Rutgers to go on to C before, and I'm excited to see what they can pull off. Because the last time they made an attempt, it was certainly stopped by Sora, out with the tour de force looking down long. And at this point, they're choked up again. Those dark covers are going to keep continuing back.
Good information. Only catches the Killjoy with a 0-point information, but at least this way, 1, Rutgers won't actually have that free turret coverage to know if anybody just stuck into lobby. So they have to spend some time clearing that out. And because of that uncertainty, they're thinking, you know what? That's going to spend a lot of time trying to clear that out. So we still have coverage over C long to try and make it play happen at C. That's where they go, and that's where West Virginia is expecting it.
Stockton with the paranoia right outside of this dark cover. They send it out, only good for 1, but Ivan and Kwanzi light up the stage. And this is a site execute in a perfect form. However, the post-plant setup allows Jay Chronic at least to spam through the box and the smoke. They could walk into the back of site undetected, unbeknownst to the rest of the crew. Almost doesn't see it. Coffee gets another one, and now they only have to deal with the lone frutta to end it out. This cover, this cloudburst will be able to save the day. The shock darts stop the peak, and the second frutta shows their face. Jay Chronic is ready for the headshot.
What a fantastic retake. Black Coffee and Jay Chronic just found 2 1v1s, and then instantly won them in a way that the members of Rutgers couldn't respond well enough. They couldn't quite get there into the setup in time. That spike was playing a little bit more exposed. We saw in that first round of this entire series of where it wasn't quite set up perfectly for long coverage, but Kwanzi got shut down by Jay Chronic instantly, and the explosion on the site by Jay Chronic Black Coffee didn't allow Rutgers to get the setup that their team composition really thrives on.
Yeah, that was a great attempt in that black cover, hoping with all those players on the other side to be able to find a great response. But in the end, it was done by the rest of the squad. They did their part in terms of clearing out the site for the retake, but in the end, we have another pretty wide setup coming in for Rutgers.
Yeah, not playing as far forward onto the A site. The utility being shut down a little bit there. Alarm bot's left behind just in case of a rotation over. They have 2 trademarks and alarm bots. 3 alarm bots essentially to notify of any flanks going through. So it's going to be hard for West Virginia to make things happen with that, which is why they don't really look for flanks that often unless those members of Rutgers have died. But right now, set up in garage. Agility. Ready to pop flash and try to make a play happen.
Okay, there was a TP inside. B, I believe in. Yeah, Kwanzi got inside. Regardless, Agility is cutting down the numbers. Maybe Kwanzi hoping to shoot down, but they can't hit anybody. Sawston fires back. The spike is planted, but Fruita's all alone. I don't think they have enough nanoswarms to send some more out. They're pinched. They're cut off. We have the walls closing in on them. How many players are going to send out to try and fight them? Sure, Fruita's good for 1. Maybe they can get a second, but it won't be done. The first half ends 9-3, and what a wild way to pinch off that last player.
Yeah, that was such a tough spot for Front to be in because of just being exposed out there and realizing they're getting pinched. They had to fall off because there's a crazy person to stay out there completely exposed and like having to deal with being flanked like that. So they were systematically forced off of West Virginia so beautifully. I like the moment as well from that second half. The highlight moment that I didn't get to talk about yet was when Kwanzi won the site in the second to last round, getting onto C site. The shrouded step took them like past the paranoia that Sawson put out. So Sawson thinks everybody's going to be blinded. Kwanzi teleports past it and is right close up next to Sawson anyway. So it was like this weird situational timing thing that just played out. It was fun to watch.
Definitely, and well, we had Kwanzi with an attempt in the previous round, almost was able to secure it if they could land a shot. But now we've got Ivan. They're stuck in. The fragment does force them to hit the rendezvous, but now they've got a ton of information. The cavalry is arriving, so this is going to be an all-out brawl here on the A side, and it'll start with Sora picking off almost, and they're going to try and get some more shots with the headhunter through the smoke, but it doesn't really matter because they've got help. They've got support. The only one who's able to bring one down will be Beast to Hype, but it doesn't amount to much.
Oh, man, that fragment almost backfired nicely because all of West Virginia had to wait for that to go away before they pushed onto the site, which allowed time for Rutgers to start rotating over, but Rutgers members didn't quite get there in time. They got those first initial frags, and West Virginia members were able to spread out and get crossfires just in time to make it so hard for Rutgers members to be able to stand their own ground. This is going to be a half where I feel like Rutgers still isn't out of this game, even though it's a 10-3 situation, and things largely have looked heavily in favor of West Virginia overall in this match. But still, Rutgers has such a heavily focused defensive composition. This is probably going to still be another really tough round because of pistols. They haven't been able to really buy full util either. But once they get full utility, that's when this composition comes online. So if they win this round, amazing. But either way, they're going to look a lot better going into the next.
Well, they have some heavy presence by Garage, and they're backing off for a little bit, I guess waiting for the cavalry to come, waiting for some backup to help them out. And it will get a plane over there for West Virginia. This is going to be a slow retake.
Yeah, definitely a slow retake. This is it's going to be a hard full positional. They're ready for the flank as well from members of West Virginia. And all the retake happening now. Sawson is Julie getting frags. A couple going the way of Rutgers, so they do some damage, but it's not going to be all that much, and West Virginia is still looking really nice and healthy going into this bonus.
And that's one of those issues that we see from playing it slow. I mean, that allowed you to not have that much space. We've seen how all of those players got into Garage. They were clustered up, and only one player, I believe it was Ivan, might have been on the flank or almost, but it was too late. You had multiple people looking on your flank. You knew they were in the garage, and the walls again were closing in, so there wasn't much mobility for them. Oh, we did see 2 frags get the way of Rutgers. It just wasn't enough. But now they have some rifles in hand. Maybe this is going to be their time to pop off. They have a much stronger defensive capability.
Yeah, look at all this utility laid out as well. They notice more for the entry, turret set up for cross and awareness. Try to dash on the side as Black Coffee, doing that controlled chaos, that space creation is working out so far for West Virginia. But Frutta with the spray down answers right back. Black Coffee still alive, but really hard situation for the win out on.
Now it's only Sora, last alive with the Headhunter. Maybe they can make some magic happen. It is a 1v3. They can just isolate these headshots. Maybe it could work out, but Frutta denies it again. Wallbang to solidify the 3K, and Rutgers is showing signs of life here in the second half.
Yep. Everything changes when they get rifles in their hand for this composition, so they can have a lot of advantages when they hold longer angles, as well as using all that utility as well. That's composition really coming online, especially, of course, if Freda gets a really nice spray down and spray control. Nice transfer as well, finishing things off against Sora. But we'll have to see how this composition really continues to perform as a couple of judges go in the hands of these members of Rutgers. No armor being bought by Kwanzi, question mark. They definitely could have bought that up. But either way, West Virginia will have to deal with Ivan holding A long.
Yeah, they'll get that freebie. Get away with the tour or the rendezvous. Now they're setting out the 0 point, getting suppression, but no information really gained. And they'll back off of that. It's a nice kill to walk away if you're Rutgers, and maybe you can convert that into a rifle if you want to retake that space.
Yeah, I mean, once you realize that the chamber has the setup over on A site, you're going to have to assume Killjoy probably has it set up on C. She has every round so far. If you have a double sentinel set up, you just naturally split them across. Spreading out, getting some shots down, trying to destroy all that utility. The Narrow Swords will slow down a little bit, but it's still going to be a 5v4 retake on site.
Yeah, we can see that Freda just hanging out by back at C-Link. They're waiting for the rest of their squad. And this time they aren't all clustered in Garage. They have a lot of options. They have a great pinch potential to work with. So it all begins, I believe, with a guiding light from Beast to Hype. Now that they've got some support, there it goes. Black Coffee, they're away to look away from it. But they still get hit with the paranoia. Cloud Cover to save themselves, but Agility and Sora do everything by themselves and bring it to map point.
Dang. Yeah, the paranoia comes through, the guiding light as well. Throwing all our flashes and everything we possibly can, but still that 0 point came in as well, which negated a lot of the utility usage from these players, which honestly from the Sova, Chamber, and Killjoy is not going to be a little bit tough. The Sova utility for like a recon bolt beforehand would have been really nice. That actually would have been a really big deal, but end of the day, it's a crossfire setup and just perfect, like a very cohesive explosive response from West Virginia, where they just exploded into a crossfire set, make it so hard for Rutgers to really figure out who do I shoot at.
Okay, this time around, they're going to have a much stronger
They're just sending it, man.
No rendezvous. They're trying to end it. It's 12-4. One more round to finish it off, and it starts with Sora removing the lone defender of A,
Ooh.
but Beast too hype has that intuition. Sprays through the smoke and evens it out. The spike is planted, but it certainly isn't out of their hands yet. The Seekers get a bit of information, put some pressure on them. Guiding Light doesn't find any. Kwanzi has a great shadow step if you're on the side of West Virginia, but almost is going crazy. Unfortunately, they aren't crazy enough as Jay Chronic finishes it out with a 3K of their own, and West Virginia is going to win on Rutgers' map choice of Haven.
I didn't quite see if Kwanzi had a dark cover in that moment or not. I have to imagine he did because I didn't really see them being used otherwise. I might have just missed it. But if the dark cover was there and then Shroud Step into it, all right, solid play because you create a threat there and everybody has to look at that Shroud Step or the dark cover while also dealing with people exploding on the site. That would have been huge, but completely exposed. A little tough. Honestly, West Virginia looking very, very impressive in that match. I think the composition was advantaged. There's a lot more towards the meta. It's the meta for a reason kind of situation. Not that you can't look outside the box, but usually when you look outside the box, you're going to run into some difficulties and some difficulties that Rutgers couldn't overcome.
Yeah, and this is a composition they like to run even when we're going on to Ascent. Rutgers doesn't opt in for the Duelist, and maybe that's an adjustment they should be looking toward, but we'll see if they can bounce back after this performance after we head over to Ascent right after this quick break. So don't go anywhere. The CECC VALORANT action continues. And welcome back to the CECC Finals here for the VALORANT Mid-Atlantic Invitational. We just wrapped up our first map of Haven with West Virginia University. They really came out on top 13-4. It's a bloodbath, essentially. I said it was going to be before, but I was not expecting it to this degree, considering that West Virginia really taking control on the map picked by Rutgers. Chad, what are you thinking going into map 2 of Ascent?
I'm really hoping Rutgers either changes the composition to add an entry duelist, or they could start on defense. I think it's really important that with the compositions they run with no defense, or no duelist, I should say, they start on defense, because we saw those compositions very naturally have a hard time on offense for the reasons we just saw in that last match, where if the defending team can get a read on where you're coming from, players like Jay Chronic can just spray you down. Players like Sauce can just spray you down, make it so hard for you to actually get onto the site with enough players alive to actually play a post plant if you get there. So having to start on offense, they had a really struggle fest on that side of things. They found some success on A side a little bit, but the response was there by West Virginia. They made an adaptation. And on defense side of things, they just didn't have breathing room or just the morale momentum or anything like that either. So it's really hard for them to get really moving on their favored half even. So if they can start on defense on Ascent, that'd be a huge deal for them. And looking at the Mac pick fans, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, we are going to Ascent. They will be on the defense, and historically, their agent lineup, their composition is similar to what we saw previously. They like to run the double Sentinel, double Initiator, but rather than having the Sky, they normally run with the KO. I mean, it will be Kwanzi, as Beast 2 Hype and Kwanzi like to swap roles, as we saw back on the previous series. So no longer on the Omen. They should be, based on history. Yeah, there it is, the KO.
Yeah, that's fair, because the flashes handle really differently, so it can be really awkward if you go back and forth between Sky and KO a lot of times, whereas Omen is a little bit more of like a, we will always play Omen so we get used to it, but then how like the tempo works with KO and Sky varies a lot to where it is pretty common to see people switch just like that. So we'll see how that goes. Kwanzi was a player that popped off a lot with the Omen plays, especially with getting into creative locations and getting multi-kills for the team. That create a lot of advantages for them, especially in those rounds that they did win on offense for Rutgers. So we'll see if Kwanzi can get some like nice like self-pop flash options or something like that going into this next map.
Yeah, it should be exciting, and specifically, you know, calling back to the previous interview with Kwanzi, they said Beast 2 Hype, they like to put them on the Omen. They wouldn't fully give me the secret sauce of why they like to make those decisions, but they said that's the young gun, that's their freshman player, the newbie on the team, and they really rely on some aim shots coming out of that player, so they want him to just send out smokes, hold angles, maybe use the paranoia, and kind of do what we saw Jay Chronic pull off in the previous round, just mow anyone down who wants to enter their site.
Start off the defense. You already see all this utility from Killjoy set up out of B main. I wonder if this Aldrin is going to see all of the nano swarms, perhaps. Lower yourself down a little bit, but just say use the turret. That still does give a giveaway that, yes, there's going to be Killjoy utility here. Turret just away. Flashing out, pushing on a site. But with this crossfire, Rutgers has a trap set. They're ready to pounce.
Ooh, nice use of that information from Frudda, getting the shots through smoke, and maybe they can continue it completely unseen. You can't kill what you can't see, but now that they are revealed, so are the deaths. Jay Chronic shooting across from main, but that won't be enough. Ivan continues to rain their terror as Rutgers is able to hold off the first round.
Yeah, it was definitely a great read on the B-side hit. That Killjoy utility slowed them down just enough because they had to deal with turret first. By the time they got there, Rutgers already rotated on, had a crossfire naturally set up, and it was really hard for these members of West Virginia to actually make it onto the site and make the plays happen, especially with low util, things like that, of course.
Also, it was pretty crazy how quickly West Virginia was able to run up through mid and take control of market. I mean, I know it was a more relaxed play, but wild that they have that ability. And again, they only put a simple trademark in pizza.
It should be still enough. It's very way back when Chamber wasn't in the game at all yet. It was very common that we saw Killjoys who just drop alarm bot and pizza. Ciphers drop a tripwire and pizza. Trademarks and pizza allows the alarm bot to cover for B main. So the Killjoy Chamber setup actually is incredibly strong, especially on Ascent, because it so heavily favors people who play for mid control. So you just leave that completely exposed, chilling, and you can stack a lot more heavily on the sites themselves instead of having to relegate one member of your team over towards mid.
Now we have this rotation towards B. Maybe they got that sound cue. There's a 0 point, doesn't find anyone, but there's still plenty of utility to use, and they're gonna get ripped to shreds from almost on the... Oh my god, the angle from CT. It's just too much. The Ares is unstoppable, especially when you're shooting through the smoke.
Freda getting a nice little swing around, almost finishing things off again. True the name saying, you almost had me, but not quite. 20 HP. We'll be able to live just long enough. That's the last time I'm going to make that name pun. Don't worry. And 2-0 for Rutgers. Nice start, especially considering they're on defense. So this is like the bread and butter for the composition picks is defense, and this is perfect that they're starting off on the side.
I think you could make the pun at least like 2 more times in the series.
2 more times? Okay, bet. I'm marking it down 1 notch. I got 2 more. Okay.
There we go. Nice. And we got some rifles in the hands of West Virginia, and they are here to play. I'm waiting for someone to try and peek out on mid. They want to get those initial picks, but all this information gathering will find nothing. But that's information enough. Eventually, they'll read the pattern of this kind of laid-back passive defense from mid. But it really is going to come down to Ivan and Sora. Who's going to win it out? No determination, but a lot of damage going on to the defender.
Sneaky using dark cover while sitting there in A main. Dark cover for mid, making it seem like maybe we're going to go for a B side play through mid itself, but no, it's going to be the tree side, but the long bot's going to give everything away.
Okay, flash to get inside, but while they're too busy shooting at the alarm bot, Hype is there for the shot with the Sheriff. They're going to put that dark cover back on main. Continuing to hold this angle as Kwanzi defends tree deftly and even forces out a rotation. They don't want to deal with this anymore. They have to back off. They've lost way too much in the process.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be in. And they just saw, if they go towards B side was sitting there with the Sheriff. We'll be able to grab the rifle off the fallen members of West Virginia. Dark cover will be able to hinder any members of Rutgers from stopping them from rushing through. There's a spray down with the Ares, but it's not going to stop them completely. Still, it's 2 members here of Rutgers.
Oh, pop flash. Sora is completely blinded, but they don't decide to peek. Maybe they still hold this angle, but it's all Saucin who gets the job done. They still have to deal with Ivan, who's sitting in the back line. Maybe they'll be able to clear it out. No! Ivan's there. But they still have the plant. They have to deal with that aspect first, and now they can clear things out. But can they really? It's all up to Saucin at the moment, but no. In the end, there's just too many players on the defense for the retake, and Rutgers will solidify their 3rd round here on Ascent.
West Virginia may have made this map pick, but honestly, this team composition from Rutgers is so much stronger on Ascent, and we're seeing exactly why. It's because there's basically 3 or 4 different ways you actually go towards a site. Haven, there's 5. There's a lot more spread out of where you have to put all your utility as a team. But with this heavy defensive composition, double sentinel, all this kind of situation, you can just consolidate all of that utility that completely brings the members of West Virginia into a crawl to where they're going to really need to slow things down, clear utility properly before they can actually go and explode on a site, because if they can't at least get a read of where this utility is to deal with, they're going to have such a hard time making it onto a site successfully, especially if members like Ivan are sitting there with an operator watching through mid, or people like almost just spraying down with an Omen or Odin through B main, but still safe round for West Virginia.
At this point, all you could hope for, maybe remove a rifle from the defenders from Rutgers. This costs them a little bit more money, and they still have plenty of it even going into that 5th round. Even if you decide or happen to be able to get one of those frags, it isn't that big of a hit to their economy. And they're all stuck here in main. They're just hoping someone goes for an ego peek, looking for something more. Wait, Hype expecting flashes, but they got a shot to the face instead. Kwanzi now going for the pop flash, expecting more, but they get less. Chronic had the opportunity to take Ivan toe-to-toe, but with the operator, you gotta go.
Yeah, West Virginia's been leading with a pop flash so far, so Beast just on that reach thinking they're going to keep leading with a flash. Here we go, but Julie's like, nah, it's a safe round. I'm going to save these flashes for next round maybe, or see what happens. So swung through, got the frag, good read on the situation. At least a bad read for Beast to Hype, but happens, man. 50-50 guess in those situations. That's one of those things. It's like, you look silly if you get caught by it, but if they did leave the pop flash, then Beast looks like the smartest player in the world. You know, so it's just like, sometimes you go for the harder reads and get guess wrong. All good.
That's what we call in the biz unlucky, but now
Unlucky.
luck has got nothing to do with it. They've got that no command agility running on through. No one is trying to deal with this. They all back off, and this will be sight for free. Or at least it did cost them 1 ultimate. They should be able to get the plant. Unsure of whose Omen that happens to be, but regardless, they're able to stay alive, and they remove agility. Now they can counteract with the lockdown.
The Hunter's Fury can counteract that, though, as it's been destroyed and some damage going alpha as well. Get some information from J Chronic. 3 versus 5 on the side for this post plant. West Virginia on the back foot.
Oh, and they'll continue to fall and stumble onwards, but maybe Saucin can work some magic. Unfortunately, they're only good for 2, and this is 5 in round or 5 rounds in a row here for Rutgers University. They are certainly flipping the script from what we saw back on Haven.
Yeah, in front of having a little bit of a flutter of a situation, just not having an easy read of who to actually shoot at, but finally figures out at the very end what they needed to. Overall, a fantastic retake situation. Honestly, Los, this is a composition that if people, a little bit of lore on the NA region of VALORANT, where a team called Virtuoso made the no duelist composition really popular with their coach Vanders, who was like, oh, high IQ composition, and they smashed every ascent. They completely dominated the defensive side, but many times teams made a comeback happen on offense. And we're going to probably see a similar situation here where West Virginia needs to at least get breathing room to have a fighting chance, and it will actually have a pretty good opportunity to make a comeback happen on the offense. But it could be a similar situation to what we saw in Haven, to where if they don't get enough of a breathing room, they might not have enough time to make the proper reads happen. I guess wins down.
They can continue through on to mid. They're at least getting some picks, and took down 2 here for Rutgers. They could just keep slowing it down and deny information, keep them guessing, keep them sweating. As you can see, they're very spread out over on the defensive side of Rutgers.
Yeah, so far, West Virginia is still having just such a hard time getting through the utility, and with an operator being in the hand of Ivan, as well as this Odin that just sprays through these paper-thin walls, those just feel like more utility, essentially, that just slows you from being able to get on site. From the shadows being used by Saucin, so they do have side access now, but they still have to deal with these members of Rutgers making their way in, as Almost continues getting frags with Odin.
It almost feels unfair when you're running up against Almost with the Odin. And you don't really know what to do about it. You want to hold your ankles on sight, but even so, Saucin decides to take the advantage, press it.
They don't know about agility.
Rutgers. Now it's just hype, but agility with the flank from Market. They save the day, and finally they can breathe a sigh of relief. They have their first round here for West Virginia.
Agility at 13 HP, just completely tucked away in a super deep rat angle on the rotations. At least just for a rotation watch for if anybody goes through mid, or can swing around if people commit through Market from defending spawn. And that's exactly what happened. Had the flanking beast, had no idea they're coming out on that timing. That's another situation of just unlucky, really, just beast having to be forced in a situation where you need to make some hard reads, and the read just wasn't there. But still, overall, honestly, that's the 2 deaths for Beast of Hype. Otherwise, has been having a fantastic game. Rutgers especially doing exactly that. They have it from Shadows themselves as well this round, so they will have a really fast rotation, faster than they already have been doing for whatever West Virginia tries to attack through, which looks like mid, if that's for right now at least.
It is such a difficult place for West Virginia to try and attack. If you look at the mini-map, you see every single choke, every single angle that could possibly be taken here by West Virginia. There's a piece of utility waiting for them. So any move they make is going to be stifled. It will be red.
If they can cut noise and default again or something like that, it could pull off members of Rutgers, but if they commit too fast, Rutgers already made the rotation. They're already willing to make the fast rotation happen. They've proven this, but West Virginia trying to bring the fight to them.
Oh, they almost walk in. Sora almost goes onto the platform, but they decide not to. They want to watch their back, and that was the right call. Beast too hype wanted to walk through Market and maybe get a cheeky flank. That won't be the case. Ivan somehow walked into B main and has the tour de force with her completely surrounded in the end. Yes, Saucin there from the flank will eliminate them. That was a little bit of a wacky scenario, but regardless, they waddled their way on through mid and found this second round for themselves.
So far, the MO for Rutgers is let's over-rotate and hard hold the site as long as we can and do the best we can for doing so. So West Virginia making an adaptation to that, has a crossfire set up for people who do make the rotation happen, and also just expecting people to be holding the angles and just come in ready for that approach from Rutgers. Answered beautifully. Nice adaptations for West Virginia so far. That's exactly what they need to do. Get some rounds on the board so when they go on the defensive side, which will be a little bit more statistically advantaged towards them, they should have a lot easier time making it comeback happen. But Rutgers, this is their time. They need to shine right now. Beast of Hype trying to get greedy on map control, and Saucin punishing him greatly.
Wow, what a great read. I was a little bit skeptical on what they were using that Shrouded Step for, and then I saw the angle they were holding. And the second that round started, you can see Beast was walking on through, and that was exactly what they needed to open up A site. No more nanos, no more alarm bots, no turret to stop them from walking on through with a dark cover. Would have provided a bit more cover if they didn't walk on to heaven. So a little bit of overaggression. Regardless, they have the spike down. They have that suppression. Maybe they can have a bit more safety. You cannot peek Ivan in this moment.
Sauce was on Shiki Ingle with the pop flash coming out of Kwanzi, forced him to have to drop off. So now it's going to be standard positions, but still working out just fine for them.
Okay, wow, agility. Checking every angle. Kwanzi there to remove them from play. But at the end, Sauceton has their back, and we're seeing West Virginia climb and claw their way back and potentially walk into an equalizer. At this moment, the economy is looking a bit scattered, a bit rough there for Rutgers.
Honestly, a lot of these rounds have been Sauceton having the read and just outplaying Beast Hype on positioning a lot of times. Just Beast Hype trying to go for that map control, but it's fallen from there. After that, it was an explosion that found Freda, and once Freda fell, all that utility is gone. Nothing slowing down the speed of West Virginia University. Getting onto A side beautifully, set it the full post plant. Such a tough situation for Rutgers to come out on top of. Rutgers now trying to continue making adaptations, realizing their old playstyle has been countered. They're trying to get more aggressive through mid, but the trademark announces of Ivan's presence. They're waiting for him over in Gelato. Meanwhile, the spike is getting planted. It's going to be another full setup for West Virginia.
Oh, but that suppression is exactly what they needed. They had the flank, but now with that 0 point, they figured it out. Even so, Freda with the Sheriff is an absolute menace. They can't deal with it. They brought in the lockdown. Agility wants to destroy it. So the second they swing, they lose out on it. Jay Chronic, though, has something to say about it. And with Sora in their backhand, they get it done. Kwanzi now sending out a 0 point of their own, looking for a shot. They get one up to Jay Chronic, but there's not much time left. And even when they go for the defusal, Sora is there lying in wait to get the kill.
Yeah, they last saw Sora and Tree as well, but Kwanzi with not a lot of time to work with and just kind of assumes that maybe Sora was trying to make a rotation happen towards heaven or something like that to get more advantageous angles. Sora, no, I'm just going to hang out with Jay Chronic, my boy. We're going to sit here, do a crossfire over your door, peek out here once you go for the defuse, and that worked out perfectly for West Virginia. So these adaptations, the reads, it honestly like West Virginia is in the heads of Rutgers right now, like as if they just downloaded their strats mid-game.
When you get your read on your opponent, can figure out exactly what they want to do, and that's going to make it so much more difficult. Dodging and 0 point, not in the position to be spotted through that dark cover. If we see Beast too hype, walk up again and die again, that is going to be such a critical loss. Maybe Black Coffee in this moment get Kwanzi out in the middle of grabbing their utility, caught with their pants down, and now they've isolated off Beast too hype. There's no one left really to defend a site, especially if you have Sauceton looking down one. They know exactly where this player is going to be.
At least a read on potential of being there because he didn't clear it out, but Beast So Hype gets their kill anyway, and now has such a big just pressure point. Having one held, these members of West Virginia are completely surrounded on site.
And what angle do you look at? Where do you check? Where do you peek first? It's such a stressful situation, and they're being whittled down moment after moment, not to mention the help from that recon dart to get the wall bang out of almost. And while they had some momentum, it's going to be halted at this moment, and it really comes down to Beast 2 Hype being that pressure, being that added player to deny their security.
Yeah, we saw in some rounds previously that Beast Hive just gets fallen and gets their first blooded, things like that, because they just had a bad read on a situation. Unlucky. However, this time around makes a play that does succeed, and like we talked about, looks kind of bad if it doesn't work, but looks great when it does work. And when it did work for Beast Hive just now, had that huge hold on A main, completely surrounding West Virginia at this point. And then, yeah, at that point, as long as everybody plays clean, there's no way that West Virginia can actually succeed in that situation. Rutgers stopping that momentum West Virginia's been building, trying to maintain the lead on this first half. You talk about Beast Hype as well, being that new player as well. You like having him on Omen. That's exactly why we're seeing it. Because they are able to make these plays, and it looks like Rutgers just completely trusting him to make these plays, and they're able to do it consistently. Finding another frag over towards Pizza. West Virginia is awkward position where they just can't actually make their way onto the site as successfully as they were beforehand. They're not fighting those initial picks. Rutgers, with the adaptation of their own, looking out so beautifully, now with the crossfire setup in mid, it's going to be so hard for West Virginia to get through this pass.
And they don't really have tools to make it through. They don't have flashes to start this off, and now Sora's cut off. They have the dark cover. They want to go for the swing, but Beast Too Hype gets 2.
Massive kills there. It's all down at Sauce. And the familiar situation we saw from the first game, the first map of Haven, stuck in a really awkward spot in this dark cover. Pops out. Freda with a nice reaction straight to the head. Perfect accuracy. Rutgers will at least guarantee a round lead going into this next half, but obviously A4 will look a lot better. And Beast Hype, man, that's that player's like not up there on the scoreboard, but like just how these rounds have gone. If Beast Hype falls early, it's been hard for Rutgers to continue succeeding. With Beast Hype get success early, it looks so heavily in favor for Rutgers.
Now we're on the final round of the first half. Should be interesting. They have a bit of utility, Jay Chronic specifically on that Hunter's Fury. And if we're speaking specifically Beast Too Hype, maybe they could just preserve themselves. I think that's the name of the game. Stay alive, maybe be able to put yourself in a better position using that from the shadows. Regardless, you need to be there for your team, not only just to keep those angles held, but to keep those dark covers being put into place. But regardless, we have Ivan holding things down. They have a bit of pressure, and they walk through. They get hit with the Hunter's Fury. They don't care, and they remove Black Coffee.
Still living, fight another day. Sora finds the frag on Beast Hype, but it's still a situation that Rutgers can stay alive in this round. Rotations coming over from Freda. The chip damage from the shock bolts. Ivan still holding the pressure point over towards Street, but with a Grort going down. You have to deal with this dark cover situation, which is definitely awkward to have to deal with. But once dark cover goes away, confirm this door there. Nobody's in the side tree area. It's going to be a slow retake from Rutgers. Oh, door's gone. There it is.
Has to be Ivan. They've got the Tour de Force, but they also have the Vandal in hand. It really doesn't matter. One bullet from anything will take them out of play. They send out another dark cover to block off door, but it doesn't matter. There goes Saucin and Jay Chronic. They continue it. The trifecta, 1 for each as they defend it out. And they close out the first half with a victory.
Nearly a tie game going into the second half is massive for West Virginia, considering this team composition point that we talked about earlier, kind of just being down the old narrative at this point. So we all know what we're talking about at that point. But Rutgers, at the very end there, couldn't quite close out a 3v3 retake situation because they're so spread out. Members are kind of challenging at different times. And honestly, credits to West Virginia being able to just find those fights in ways that they have a constant 2v1 or advantage situation to win out on. It was impressive from Ivan, though, to be able to get those frags the way they did with the Tour de Force. It just wasn't quite enough at the very end, but still a very impressive 15-7 start on this map. Finished in that first half. Rutgers, we'll see if they can make a better play on this map than they did on Haven on the offensive side.
Well, this is going to be the true test, as we were speaking before earlier. They definitely struggle with this composition in terms of their offensive play. The offensive capabilities aren't exactly there, but they've got a strong push coming out from Mark, but they're going to walk right onto the fragment. Ivan walks through. They get taken down by agility, and they'll continue to hold their angles. No, Sora can't maintain that position as Beast Too Hype and almost get the job done.
Beast Too Hype comes up again, almost as well. Here, ready and fighting. They will have this plant there for the spike. Dark cover is being set up. Nice one-way setup, actually, so it's going to be even harder to get on the site now. It's one of the many reasons people love Omen on this map. Things like this.
Black Coffee might be able to spot out almost. They do, but they can't capitalize on it. Maybe more can be done. No! Beast Too Hype is just too hype at the moment. They're stacked up in the same location. I don't think they'll be expecting Beast to be in that same spot.
There's not much time to work with.
Yeah, there's not much time. At this moment, you gotta move. Almost. Oh, there's a shot onto almost. But does it even matter? At the end, no, it doesn't seem so. They want to go for the exit frag, but Beast Too Hype is good for 4.
What a round for the young player, Beast Too Hype. Had some unlucky rounds in the first half, but definitely had the ones that the reads came out on top, and even starting in the second half might be that player that you have to look at because there's no duelist to work with. So you're definitely going to be looking at an Omen naturally to use those dark covers, shrouded step, those kinds of things to be the one to create space for your team and to make plays happen. It's going to be a little bit of a slower process, but it's one that can still work for Rutgers, and winning the pistol round is so massive for them as well. Get this anti-eco underway. Should they win this one out, they can move forward with quite a round lead that they can actually make the magic happen on this offensive side of things. Great job by Almost Beast to work together to find a 2v1 situation to be able to make the numbers be in their favor.
Okay, this is going to be a standard take. They'll try and run through B main, and Almost and Ivan, they're just tearing apart the defenses. Even through the walls, it doesn't even matter. They don't see anybody, but they won't see anyone because they're going to fall before they can even try for a retake.
Yeah, SMG beats Classic almost every day of the week. All down to just Black Coffee with a short A, trying to make something cheeky happen to do some eco damage at the very least, but Beast Hype shuts them down, just keeping the frenzy from that first round, not even buying up there because they'll be able to buy up now with a rifle to try to keep this momentum going for the team. Will they even buy a rifle? They might just save and just go full buy next round too.
Maybe. I mean, Beast is just holding on to that frenzy. I mean, they've done so much work so far. And why buy one when you could just steal one from your opponents? And
yeah.
I'm thinking that's what that might be the case here, Chad.
Now, honestly, like Frenzy is pretty solid in the meta right now. And also, if you want to, you can save money so you can buy an operator for perhaps your chamber player or something like that next round. So you can try to work slower picks for the op kind of situation. Statistically, you lose this round anyway, so just playing for the future could be the case.
Okay, from the shadows there just to gain some information, but the only info gained is that sight is pretty deadly, especially when you got Jay Chronic there. Sora good for one before they fall, and Jay Chronic's still in play. They have to fight too, just to preserve their life, and maybe they'll be good for it. The sprays almost as good on the tracking, but what else can they do to survive? They have a Vandal in hand, but they got to take down more, and they can't get it done.
Yeah, and luckily had to run so far to get that Vandal grabbed up. And by that time, West Virginia University members are swarming through. So I'll just see, does it buy the operator? So just wanted to go for the option of just having a really healthy economy instead, which is fair enough because operators are really tough to work with on offensive side of things anyway, and they can make that play happen with Ivan later on anyway, naturally because of the ultimate. So just see how things go with the rifles instead. Full rifle round. Looks like Phantom Gang for Rutgers, Vandal Squad for West Virginia. Which one are you, Los?
I like Phantom when I'm not getting my one taps on the Vandal.
It's a spray day.
This gun's broken, man. I gotta use the real gun. It's
yep. Not crazy accurate, so we're gonna spray it down. Fair enough.
Sometimes you gotta be that way. But
sir.
right now, a bit of resistance in terms of utility. But when it comes to actual players, Freda getting the job done. Removing one, that being Ivan. They have to back off. And this is not a bad start here. They've gained some serious map control and already a kill over on Sora.
So slow things down, which is good because of what we talked about. Slower approach onto the sites. So you don't want to find a situation where West Virginia just reads that you're going to attack a site they get a pick on and just heavily over-rotate, and they're all just completely set up with crossfire, spraying you down as you walk onto the site. So they just defaulted, cut noise, force West Virginia to have to respect the fact that a rotation can happen, therefore keeps them spread apart. So when they do execute on a site from Rutgers, even though they have a little bit of a slower pace to it, they will still have the numbers advantage to work with and should therefore be able to take the site effectively.
There's a dark cover. It's going to force Kwanzaa there. Pop flash, no one there to greet them. So you have such a far play. The back of sight on me and getting hit with that 0 point. That'll be what they need to clean things up. Jay Chronic and Agility have no signs of resistance. They will have this plan in play, and it's a 2v5 for the retake.
Almost got taken down there, but not quite enough. Still sitting at 30 HP. Some chip damage going on the way, taking more than 30 HP off of Black Coffee. At this point, it's a 2 versus 5 against a heavily defensive composition. We're not going to get in that site. Time's not working for us at all. They know exactly where we're coming from. Let's go for a save at this point, which is a good call by West Virginia in this situation, which also West Virginia, they kind of got checkmated because of that force spread out in the defensive line situation. They're probably going to have a hard time with this game if they aren't able to successfully find map control, get some space themselves earlier on. Freda getting that first frag onto the chamber and into garage was massive for them because suddenly those trademarks are gone off the site of the map, so they have no more flank watch or any of that free control from mid, things like that. And also, they just instantly lose a lot of map control on top of it. So West Virginia can't lose that first blood, especially not it being the chamber.
Yeah, so that's going to be a lesson for Sora, as they're sorely going to learn it. They have to stay back. They have to play with the rest of the squad. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be here today. This is when the invitation was. But yeah, no, that's a tough lesson to learn. But they have to play it. Sora will stay in the back line, as they rightfully should. They've got a bit of a light buy. Only a few. I mean, they do have rifles, but some of them come with the light armor.
Yeah, working with what they got, try and make some lemonade out of limes. The situation. It's gonna be a little bit tough, but you can try to play it off if you do it right. Put enough sugar in there. Jay Chronic, though, speaking of sugar, getting nice tags with that Hunter's Fury. Almost, I like that, realizing, you know what, they might have a bit of a safe situation going on here. Throws one weapon off the map, wear a player down, they don't need that anymore. So nobody in West Virginia can grab that up.
Yeah, smart response to a tough situation, and a few players tagged up. Now they should be a lot easier to deal with. It all depends on Sora in this moment. Jiggling a little bit. They're itchy. They're waiting for someone to come on through, and it's a good thing for them. They brought out that weapon. This is such a game of chicken right now. And maybe Sora, if they peek, they aren't expecting 4 players to be around the corner, but here it comes. Oh, they're good for 1, but do they realize that agility is here? Well, they find out too late because now there's just 2 left to try and take this site.
Sora all alone, but tucked away from Bose. Will be able to buy enough time, just hang out, wait for the team to rotate through. But because of the pressure from Rutgers, don't allow them the time to do so. But still going to be 3v2. Still going to be advantage for West Virginia, especially with Sauce being on a good timing here, catching them out. Jay Chronic finding Beast of Hype. Kwanzi fighting with their last breath to take down Sauce. But that's all they're going to be able to do. Is Black Coffee runs right through and finds the follow-up frag to trade it out and win out the round for West Virginia.
I love that placement of both Agility and Sora. Having Sora in that moment, looking down B main, there is the first point of contact. I don't think they expected another player sitting inside of B main, and it worked out perfectly. I mean, Agility did lose their life in the process, but it was enough to just cut them down before they could make it into the site proper, making that retake that much easier.
All right. So Rutgers' solution on offense for Haven, let's stack up at A and take A. We're about to find out if that will work on Ascent as well. Stacking them at A. There's one way. Drop by Sauceton makes it so much harder to push themselves through. Black Coffee, though, because that null command being forced right back, but the rotation is already happening for West Virginia. Can they get here in time?
I think the main question relies on, will they be spotted out by the Eldro? No, Kwanzi goes down. They want to shoot a bit more. They're trying to get the resurrection in. Agility finds 2. Well, they have to get that medical procedure in place. It doesn't work out, and they are all wiped the floor with them. That was not the attempt they were hoping for that we saw back on Haven, Chad. My God.
Los, I love hearing your New Yorker accent come out when you get excited about the action, man. I love to hear it. I'm here for it. Just like West Virginia loves to see them having success with a gamble, like hard rotate, like, okay, no command. They're coming in. They're stampeding. We learned a lesson from Haven. They're trying to take A side at this point. Instant rotate. And Black Coffee just making some like bait and switches, some like ins and outs behind generator. Sauceton doing the same thing from Tree Word up perfectly. Sora, though, can't perfectly get the shot down mid, so has to give that up. But the trademark will still be there to work for coverage.
Now we got Ivan. Double guessing. Do they want to make the peek in? They have the Eldro in there. They can walk on through. There will be protection. The real issue is what is going on in terms of Tree. Who is going to be there to stop me? I mean, they have that trademark there to prevent any information. The shoulder, the elbow is spotted. Goodbye, Sora. Thanks for playing. That is going to be a major loss, a major setback here for West Virginia with so much ground gain, but that is, again, it's 4 players in market. If they can lock that down, that'll be such a dastardly choke point to stop them from walking on through. But maybe they don't even want market. They want CT.
Ooh, the nice crossfire from Agility and Sauceton and be able to force them back, though, just in the nick of time. Like, that timing was almost perfect for Rutgers, but what's going perfectly for Rutgers is to take on B-side itself, front of B-side, finding the frags themselves, making it a 4 versus 2 situation for his post-plant.
Black Coffee in such a long rotation, but, I mean, Agility is quite far themselves. This is going to be a wild one. Do have at their disposal... Oh! What a 1-2 punch there. Black Coffee too concerned about the alarm bot that they aren't expecting Frota to have the ill swing, and they get the job done now. Agility potentially was contemplating using that null command. Well, you might want to save that for another day in the 1v4. Yeah, Frota gets the job done.
Yeah, nobody will be there to revive you if you fall as well, so you're basically just guaranteeing you're losing a major element of your ultimate. Try using it by yourself, so smart to hold on to that. But Agility, Rutgers maintaining the lead. They have a Hunter's Fury and a Lockdown, and I really want to see them use the Lockdown this round because there's no Hunter's Fury from Jay Chronic to answer back on that. There's no other utility that West Virginia can really use unless there's like some crazy Shock Dart lineups that Jay Chronic just happens to have or whatever position that Frota puts that Lockdown on. But this would be an ideal round to use it for, especially towards that Cubby and A site is one of the more common locations because it's so effective.
Yeah, definitely much more pressure being put onto Sora because they got hit with that 0 point. No option for them to run away with the rendezvous, and there it is. That's the lockdown. A lot more pressure being put in place. Sora still standing firm. Guess they'll jump out at the last moment.
I'll have to see, are they going to go for a fake and rotate through mid, or are they going to use this to go towards tree? Because they have the Sova and Killjoy still A main, so it's going to be an A hit most likely that we know. West Virginia wouldn't be able to know themselves how to fall off the site no matter what. The null command now is there for Agility, who'll be the entry onto the site because he can get revived later on, perhaps. Not seeing any presence from Rutgers, but time is ticking. We see it coming. The execution is now.
Oh, they close that door, and now they've got site control, but do they have heaven control? It doesn't seem to be the case. Agility, good for 1. They reposition behind that, just outside of the range of the no point, but it doesn't matter. They've got the Hunter's Fury as well. The support from the back line will be good to deal some serious damage, as Ivan is doing well on their own. Sauceton reduces the numbers by 1. Maybe Black Coffee could be good for some support, but in the end, it's still a 2v3. And the angles, plenty of them to clear. They have not a great idea of what is going on, especially jumping out, getting tagged with the recon dart. And especially once that dart cover falls, so will the rest of West Virginia as Rutgers is on map point.
Oh man, Black Coffee, the victim of the most unlucky timing in the world. As soon as they jump out from heaven, Recon Bolt lands and tags them, and they get shot through smoke. They try and reposition, try and like create some space. As soon as they do, that's the dark cover drops and they get sprayed down from multiple members in A main. Very unlucky there. Honestly though, a great call out by Rutgers, just using utility perfectly. Like, we realize there's no Hunter's Fury to answer the lockdown. Let's just get the site control for free. Let's push through tree so we have multiple angles to work with when we take the site from there. And then using the Hunter's Fury to push people off from trying to get back on heaven, just force Austin back. And that really stalled out the West Virginia members enough to allow Rutgers to more optimally set up the post-plant situation.
Now in this moment, there's everything to lose here for West Virginia. It's the map. We'll be heading over to Icebox. If they slip up one more time within the next 4 rounds. Agility isn't taking any chances. They want to check out the surrounding area. Using that 0 point. They back off. Find some shots going their way. Maybe they want to peek it. Maybe it's a little dangerous.
Yeah, 0 point didn't get a lot of information either. Very defensively used. All I clear is that nobody made it past the gateway yet, but still has no idea what's going on in mid. Just answers back to some crossfire, like some spray downs basically, but that doesn't really give you a lot of information either at this point. West Virginia has to do so much guesswork. They're going to have to have such an amazing usage of gunplay essentially to hold on to the site here, as they have no real clue of where Rutgers is coming from.
Okay, wow, Shock Dart deals a lot of damage onto Almost, but now Sauceton goes in, tries to take advantage of the one-way. They're only good for 1. That's a one-way ticket for that one-way.
Ayo.
Thank you.
Good wordplay. Good wordplay.
Anyways, now it's time for them to walk on through. They sent in so much utility, denying space into market, but now they had that from the shadows in the backline. Agility with the 4K says, no, you shall not pass. You are not getting onto my site. What a play. What a hold from the staircase.
Yeah, in situations like that, it does come down to just having insane gunplay, and that's what Agility just did. They kind of did like a half check over towards Agility's location. Didn't quite confirm that they were there until after re-speaking like a double take, like, oh wait, there is somebody there, but it's too late. Agility, too fast on the draw, too quick on the response, too agile with the gun in hand, able to find those frags, and that 4K was massive, keeping West Virginia alive in this game, which if they lose, it's not in the world because best of 3, they won the first map, but if they can bring it back in overtime and win out from there, they can just make it a quick 2-0 and stamp their ticket over to Atlanta.
Kwanzi, oh, I realized it was there. We know that. There's no chance to be taken by Black Coffee. They dashed out immediately. They don't want to deal with the possibility of losing out on that duel and putting your team at such a great disadvantage.
Yeah. Tough situation. You have so many rounds to make your claw your way back on. You can't really get away with taking many risks. If you get bad to read, you had rounds to work with, all good. Bad to read, we take a high risk, high reward play, but if you do a high risk, high reward plays too often here, you're inevitably going to lose it out. That last round is going to work out for Rutgers, so you have to play as completely safe, smart VALORANT. That's what Black Coffee is trying to do.
Oh, and they're good for one agility there to help him out and provide support. Went really Stockton from the heavens, able to rain down some fire. This is a blow-for-blow ping-pong match. Bar for bar, word for word. They're trying to steal their flow, but Ivan, they back off. They go away. They go into tree. And another one of those opportunities for either of those players to secure the kill, but they run away instead.
Ooh.
They back off. A fake rotation to be put in the works by Ivan.
I love that because they recognized that they were both going to be heaven on A. Once they ran out through mid-cubby going over towards the catwalk there, the distance naturally makes the sound cutoff happen to where West Virginia members don't know if he actually rotated B or A at sites. He's back, but Jay Chronic sitting here just in case, sticking together. Just needs to stop him from planting.
What?
Gets the kill too. Oh.
What? Wow, yeah, that was a real razzle dazzle. That was brought in by Jay Chronic.
I like that.
But this is just a crazy gunfight.
Yeah, it was literally back to forth. Like whoever got the kill died next. Was basically what it looked like on the site. It was crazy. Like I'm gonna swing you, or I'm gonna swing you. I'm gonna swing you. So like I got to trades. 10-12 for the round count, and I like what Jay Chronic and Sora did there, sticking together. If the commitment to A site was there, they'd be late to it. You just stall them out on the timer, win by time. If it is at B site, we can work together, make a 2v1 retake happen. Worked out for them there. What didn't work out for them is agility. A player who's been performing so well in these last rounds that they have to stay alive in for West Virginia falls immediately in this round to Ivan on a save round for Rutgers at that. Beastly back to just a frenzy in hand. An ultimate used by Ivan to make that kill happen.
Right here.
They take some ground on mid, but what do they want to do for their next play? They're backing off a bit. They send out a trademark. And we definitely see that Ivan wants to maintain their posture looking into CT, but this might be an issue because you've got Stockton potentially looking through market. They might catch off player off guard. I guess the door must be closed. Otherwise, that would be free and clear sight lines. This is a bit of a rotation back to B.
I like
they
that.
Thought it was cleared.
Stockton teleported back, but he's going to walk right through the sight line. Doesn't get killed from it. Now we have Sora dealing with Ivan in mid.
Okay, well now maybe Jay Chronic, who's been able to put in so much value so far. There's one. Beast 2 Hype is out of the game. Maybe Kwanzi able to stop them. They continue this fight. It's currently a 2-on-4. With the tour de force still in hand. Sora, if they could push this, if they could win this fight, it's huge. But it's all based on this timing at the moment. We don't really know what the play is. He goes in for the pre-fire, but it's not going to be enough. And now it is all up to Jay Chronic. We've seen them perform magic in the past. Maybe they can provide one final trick for us here in this critical moment. But no, we can see through this magician's tricks. It's 13-10. Rutgers are able to win it back and claw it on West Virginia's own map pick. Again, blow for blow, map for map. We're going to Icebox.
We are going into Icebox almost at the very end there, saying you almost made a comeback happen, but not today. Shutting down Jay Chronic, closing out the map. And it's just a situation that is very odd and happens very often at people who make the map pick. will lose their map pick, and that's what we saw so far in this series. Both times, that exact thing happening. Going to Icebox, it'll be very interesting to see how these compositions go. Interesting to see if they stick to, on the side of Rutgers, stick to the no duelist composition. A map like Icebox, where a lot of lurks and things like that are very effective, getting on the site, going past operator lines. If West Virginia University uses the Chamber Jet composition as well, gets operators set up, it's going to be really hard for Rutgers to make themselves onto the sites. But we just showed that they could do it on maps like Ascent. They had some success on Haven, but definitely Ascent they can make it happen with the smoke play, information gathering, things like that, rotations. They might be able to pull it off on Icebox. I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly if they can.
Yeah, we'll find out if they need to make adjustments or if this composition is working for them. It got them a map. It might be able to give them a second, and we'll find out as we head over to Icebox right after this break. Yo, welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Valorant Invitational. We're in the finals. We're in the final map as well. We had Haven. We had Ascent. Neither of the teams who picked their respective map won it out. And now we're going to the decider of Icebox. I'm Los, joined by Chad Lantis. And Chad, how are we feeling after this recovery from Rutgers back on Ascent?
I'm feeling really good because they proved like proof of concept, basically. Our composition can really work. I will say that Ascent is the map that I've seen a composition work the best, though. So they still have a little bit of proof to me going into Icebox, going up against a team like West Virginia that should prove that they're really good at working some picks and making some map rotations happen, especially thanks to Stockton, a player who is really good at moving around the map really quickly for the team, makes big clutch moments happen as well. So that's going to be the big player that I'm looking at. I mean, like Black Coffee as well as Sora being the opera players, jet chamber action, that kind of stuff in Icebox will be a big deal as well. But Saucin's the one I'm really looking at, doing the one-way smoke setups, the rotations for the team, getting pressure from the team as well, especially that I'm going to assume to go ahead and continue playing Omen, which is still a really strong choice on Icebox.
Yeah, and speaking of being strong and getting those initial picks, we got to talk about Ivan on the other side from Rutgers. They were able to bring out 6 first bloods in that previous map. That is a wild stat. They are always on the hunt, on the prowl, whether it's with the Headhunter, Mandel, or even the Tour de Force. They are deadly, and you don't want to take peeks against them initially. So this is going to be an interesting one. I'm excited to see it because we're about to head into Agent Select. Will they continue to run on that chamber? Will they adjust it? I don't see any change being necessary for this player. And okay, there it is.
Oh.
The insta-lock on chamber from Ivan.
There it is. B-side going over towards Jet as well, because this is a map that just like you find so much success with op wielders, especially being Jet and Ice Chamber, because of the fact that it's just really long line of sight for B main. A main as well has a lot of control from multiple advantage points that both Chamber and Jet can work with very well, as well as from Snowman for B site coverage, as well as mid control from Boiler, things like that. So there's a whole lot of strength in that. So it makes sense that they'll put the young player Beast, who did seem like the player who kind of was like that pseudo duelist like pick, even though they're on the Omen last game, on Sky for the first game as well. Also, we saw a double controller setup, Omen and Viper. So going to be a lot of vision denial going to this map. So my heart goes out to you, Cole Scoots, on the observing role here. But good luck. I believe in you.
Oh yeah, this is gonna take a real toll on everyone's CPU watching this one.
Both teams have it, man. Both teams going double controller.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Beast do hype on this one. Beast certainly has proven to be like a very solid gunner with the great aim, having the ability to move around, having the ability to just get that aerial advantage. I want to see what they could do with the projectiles of that Blade Storm. Maybe they could find their mark. Maybe they have what it takes. Like, this could be their X Factor. This could be the moment where they really step above West Virginia.
Trademarks being dropped in kitchen, something very commonly seen these days. Sora finding the first blood of the final map of this tournament, getting the kill onto Freda. So a lot of that Viper utility just gone now. It's going to make it so much harder for Rutgers to get onto the site in the first place, but also to lock it down in the post-play situation.
They're just hanging around beyond this dark cover. They are so careful. Beast to hype is getting a lot of attention. I think if they find a pick, this will be just an alarm in the head of everyone from West Virginia to run.
Wow, this timing.
Back, but Maybe not. Oh, there it is. With a shot out from screens, you gotta know that this isn't going to be the place where they'll execute. But even so, Spike Carrier dead. Agility lying in wait. They've been such a sneaky player now on the Omen. They've left all alone. It's Ivan. Just one bullet on the Headhunter. Maybe they can make something work, but they just cannot get it done.
Wow, the timing worked out really well for Beast there to get that first frag, but it was also Black Coffee still sitting on the A site, so the timing also was, it was the positive, it was the con that Beast got to experience in that round. Overall, West Virginia doing a fantastic job of just sitting around angles, holding trigger discipline, finding the right times to strike, and reading the rotation of Rutgers. And a lot of that was also thanks to that trademark in Kitchen. It was destroyed by Ivan. Instantly, the West Virginia members kind of had like that awareness of, you know what, they're probably going to play for B at this point. Let's at least rotate over and at least respect the fact that they have Kitchen control. And that worked out beautifully for them.
My question is, how are they going to react in this second one? We only have just a continuation of this Headhunter for Sora. I mean, that's all they really need, but agility, getting that aggressive play, moving through Tube, they remove two. They prune the branches here from Rutgers, and they've left only 2 left here. Oh my god. Scarlet Knights, what are you doing? They're bleeding all over.
Clear the floor, you're covering it with blood, just pools everywhere at this point. And yeah, there's just members of West Virginia at that time being very aggressive, like multiple times, largely being agility, but also Black Coffee along with allies going over towards that pressure towards A main. That worked out beautifully for them. Also, something we didn't really mention, that Saucon was on that Omen previously a lot, now going over to the Viper because they don't really have that second initiator. Agility was that flex player, now going over to controller instead. And another player, just truly named, is very agile and moves across the map very quickly and should play this Omen role just fine. So far, so good. But this is going to be the bonus round. How well would they be able to find success doing those kind of like quote-unquote ratty plays or aggressive plays on corners? Kind of hard to do that when people are watching like laser focus on sight lines with rifles in hand.
Okay, Agility sending out the paranoia, making players think twice as they walk down. B long, okay. B's too hype there with a nice shot. Moves the yellow player. And there isn't anyone there to directly stop this offensive. You may have Saucon waiting in with that that snake bite, hoping to stop a plant, but as we know, this isn't going to fully kill them. It might dissuade them a bit from getting that plant in, and it actually has denied them space to be taken, as they're holding back. They have to kick in that that yellow line of fire, as they're hoping someone is going to show their face.
Yeah, but those toxic screens still going to be there. The snake bites were used preemptively, so that's going to be gone by now. They had plenty of time to work with for Rutgers. They were not going to be in any hurry to get on the site. Kwanzi finds a fragment sauce on top of that, and this round is going all Rutgers' way. They have the time on their side at this point. They had all advantages in the world. They're getting all the frags, still flawless on the round so far. These two members of West Virginia have to play from longer angles with just a Headhunter and I believe a Spectre in the hands of like Jake Koronic.
Not much time left to work with, to be honest, and maybe they could go out in a blaze of glory. They realize what the job is. They got to go out. They have to try their hardest, maybe take a few down with them. They don't want it to end in a flawless round. And those missed shots, they don't hit their mark. There isn't much for them to do. Maybe one can go down, but it's seeming to be a flawless. And that will be the case.
There they go. Have that nice little look at each other before, and it's like a pleasure serving with you, brother. Let's go. And then into the fray they went. They didn't find any frags. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't get the kills to do any kind of damage to the economy of Rutgers, which actually would have been very valuable considering there's like just nearly hitting at 3K price points for some of these members. But they know also on the side of West Virginia, we're not planning on really taking in these weapons in the next round anyway. And all things considered, it actually kind of works out that they didn't die to Rutgers as well. Even though it still would have been better to get those kills, but still there's no over point going over for the kill credit for Rutgers members. They don't get the bonus 300 credits, things like that. So all in all good. The round ended up the way we expected it to at that point, and West Virginia will be able to going round number 4.
All good indeed, as I stare out longingly from my window. Regardless, I'm enjoying the adjustability that they have. They're so willing to change out who is holding what angle.
Yeah.
As we've had 3 different players take on the position of Kitchen Now this is the first time that they might be looking down it, and Jay Chronic unable to defend it. They get a decent amount of damage onto Ivan, but it certainly isn't enough. But they have some potential pressure coming out from Orange. It's Black Coffee. They narrowly miss a shot going on to Kwanzi, but they will be able to finish the job regardless. Spike will go down on the opposite side of that toxic screen, and Fredda will continue the onslaught.
And Ivan now just buying so much time, just making it so hard for these members of West Virginia University to make it onto the site safely and quickly. Teleport away, we'll be able to regroup with the team. It's going to be all on these hands of this Viper on site. Fredda got some first frags. Snake might be able to reach, but it's going to be a swing through by Saucin for 3K on the round. Player coming up big for West Virginia, trying to get the momentum back in their side. But Ivan, Utmost, the two members shooting so strong for Rutgers. Now in a 2 vs 1, it's all down to agility. Time's running low.
They got to make the commitment. Oh, but the dark cover, it ran out. They were exposed, and it was a perfect timing for Almost as they get the swing from Yellow and save the day and narrowly get away from that explosion of the spike.
Gonna feel good to save that gun for sure. Economy should have been fine for it. Agility twice now has gotten found themselves completely left exposed from the dark cover timer being running out. Their own dark cover as well. So it's very interesting that is the case. Maybe just not as familiar on Omen as they were with the other agents they were playing. Who knows? But might just be distractions in the moment too. Some comms could be going on. You miss time, what things happen, what was going on. I don't know. Either way, Rutgers finding a lot more success getting the play style going where they are counterplaying a lot of West Virginia's utilities. You saw that dark cover and kitchen getting rid of that trademark. You're seeing now Too Hype countering the utility of a gun in hand of Black Coffee not being as strong as Beast of Hypes. And Beast with the confidence finds the shots, finds the frag, finds access to A site.
And they'll get this spike planted indeed. Ivan just outside of the range of that shot there, and they can escape. They have plenty of opportunity to shoot and play for that those lineups. No need to hold on to the site proper, but Almost is doing a good job of denying anyone who wants to get back in. Chronic, good for a response. Out with the Marshal. Maybe they can find some more damage and do a bit more, but they are simply outgunned, out-equipped. And that is another round going the way of Rutgers University. They're taken away. That's 3 in a row for them.
And you can see they're having a lot more speed and confidence. Beast of Hype going aggressive and having that tailwind option, Cloudburst, updrafts, things like that. Just something we didn't see them from those first 2 maps of the series because they didn't have that entry duelist. But now with Beast, younger player, confident in their abilities, being willing to be pushing forward and creating that space for the team, creating some action. Ivan, obviously, we know is very successful at finding first bloods as well. Very good on his entry, and Chamber being kind of an entry duelist, setting up those rendezvous for teleporting out in case they need to as well. So now with the Viper Spit being dropped in A site, I want to see if Rutgers tries to use like a Hunter's Fury to push out Saucin, get some recon from the Aldrin as well. If this tag goes on Saucin, they're going to be doomed to a Hunter's Fury, I believe. But it doesn't quite find them.
Oh, a nice little dance to get away from it. Oh, no!
At the last second it did! Oh!
But none of them make a connection.
No, okay.
Oh! That is an unfortunate use of the Hunter's Fury. And they might be able to eke out a nice kill onto Beast if they get away. No, Beast is actually the one who deals death. They are not the prey. They are the hunter.
Beast punishing Black Coffee for getting a lot more eager than maybe they should have been in that moment. Knows that there's multiple members of Rutgers here outside the pit, but pushes out anyway, trying to give him more advantage despite them successfully holding on to the pit's map control here. But now we're seeing Sora trying to do the same thing, trying to get some control over mid. Julie trying to just get some information or be main of what exactly is going on, because West Virginia has to try to get some information, like what are they doing? Where do we go? Where do we hold the line?
Definitely a bit of aggression. They want to look into the sight lines back in the spawn. And Kwanzi just back over an A. There goes the Viper's Pit. There goes Saucin repositioned onto the rafters. Way in the back line, and I don't believe Jay Chronic will be expecting this, but they know exactly where Agility is. And just a very quick reflex, they're able to move away. But in these final moments, they have to somehow get the spike planted. Only a few seconds remaining. If they realize it's in default, they might be able to stop it, but no, it will go unabated. And now it's just Sora left to deal with this 1v3 into the Viper's Pit. They could get the shot onto Kwanzi. However, that is not the case. A 3K for the Omen and a 4th round for Rutgers.
Quanzi absolutely stepping up for Rutgers in that round, finding the frag onto Stockton, later onto Agility when Agility was trying to punish the plant from Freda. Agility, if he could get to that point where he can get the kill on the Freda, then West Virginia would have won purely by time, but Quanzi gets a frag onto Stockton, gets the team access A site, gets a frag onto Agility, allows him to get the plant in time, and at the very end there, gets the frag onto Sora, of course, closing out the round, things like that. So Quanzi, MVP moment from this player that has a lot of shining moments, especially from Haven, but during Ascent was a little bit quieter because the rest of the team were stepping up, but when the team needs him, he steps up for them for sure.
100%, and that breaks the economy of West Virginia, so there isn't much for Agility to work with. They will jump back over to Yellow, might be able to take a close range skirmish, and they get the job done. There's Beast, they lose out. Ivan there for that recompense, and they'll get the kill. However, Spike's already in play. J Chronic looking for some more with the Hunter's Fury, but they'll find absolutely nothing with all those shots.
A lot of ultimates pop, Blade Storm and Tour Force as well. It's going to be hard to get onto the site. The reposition option available as well for Quanzi if they need to, just to create some distraction. Player Norris making things even tougher as well. And the Viper is still alive as Freda, as well as Ivan on the rotation, finding some more frags for the team and making it even tougher than already was for West Virginia. It's all down to Black Coffee with just a couple knives in hand. Can't find anything. This right click should be enough. There it is. 4K for Ivan on the round.
Wow, another singular player step up here from Rutgers, where previously we had Quanzi. This time it was Ivan. Both of these players really showing that there's individual skill coming out from everyone here on the Scarlet Knights, and it's a great thing to see as we have a big resurgence from Rutgers.
Yeah, after the way that first map looked on Haven, you think, like, okay, maybe West Virginia just goes runs away with it. Rutgers doesn't know how to play its composition. Then Rutgers proved they know how to play that composition on the second map, and now going into a little bit more of a meta situation, they look even stronger than before. Makes you wonder, why would they even do that in the past when this is looking so good for them? But Quanzi gets shut down by J Chronic. You have to keep in mind that these members of West Virginia University, they're in the grand finals for a reason. People like Agility playing a frag as well on good timings and good reads on rotations.
That slows things down. Ivan has taken a lot of space. They made their way into Kitchen and actually, I believe, dropped a trademark over there. So it'll be interesting. They'll get some information. Yeah, the Gadget does get some info, but what does that net them in the long run? Because Agility has their number over by the tube, and this is falling apart. Freda's the last one alive, and the 1v4 might be good for this kill onto Stockton, and I think they won't be, especially after switching to that classic. It seemed that they were doomed, and now we have West Virginia back in the game after such a drought of rounds.
You know, what became successful for them is what we saw in the first two rounds was them pushing forward and getting success off of very eager peaks, basically just pushing forward in ways that Rutgers were not expecting them to be that far up. It worked on pistol round, it worked out in their anti-eco, but they didn't find success with it since then. They kind of went back to a default for a few rounds. It wasn't working for them, so they tried going a little more ambitious on positionings again, and it paid off. So Agility kind of doing that yet again, and we'll see if that continues working out for this team. Jumping forward, but Beast is here, ready for the spray down, be good. This member Agility, that's the smoke's gone, forcing these members of West Virginia University back to Snowman, but all of this toxic screen, dark covers. West Virginia has no idea what is even happening on the site right now.
Yeah, it's absolute chaos, absolute madness, and tons of confusion to boot. But maybe in this moment, they will make the commitment because there is a bit of pressure coming out. Now, Chronic sends out the Owl drone. This gives a great deal of information, but here's the dark cover denying the upper platform on the site. But you have so many players stacked right around the corner, right from the default plant, and that makes it a bit easier. Black Coffee no longer there for the easy escape if they want to make a poke, a prod, a peek out, and now there is no longer any possible information to be gained. All the tools are gone. Everything relies on strictly gunplay.
I love that toxic screen as well. It creates like a one-way over towards the new default, but Stockton trying to make an answer back, but Freda's the one alive. Couldn't clutch out the last round, but definitely holding the ground for the team this time around. These members of Rutgers, man, it was Quanzi multiple rounds ago, and then it was Ivan, and now it's Beast and Freda stepping up for the team. When all the members of a team can step up and shine, that makes it such a dominant force, and that's exactly why we're seeing them up at 6-3 on the scoreline.
And they have plenty of tools to work with. Look at all the money in their bank right now. And even Ivan, Beast, they both have some eco round fallbacks. They could just buy somebody else if they're running low on money. Bring out the Tour de Force, bring out the Blades, but they don't need to because they're having so much success on their regular takes. I mean, Black Coffee, someone we saw come through big multiple times, they're at the bottom of the scoreboard. They're only running with the Sheriff. They're having a slow start here on Icebox, but now we have another Viper's Pit put into play. Black Coffee, player we were just talking about, is the first one to fall again.
Sauce having to force themselves back away from the pits. Finding some frags though with Jay Chronic being big for a 3 up over towards the rafters on the heaven position. Has to deal with Frutta, who was able to get the frag, but Sora answering right back instantly, all down to almost 1v3. Could this be a case of almost making the clutch happen? It is. Sauce shutting them down. Can't find success through the Viper's Pit this time around.
Hold on, can we get a replay on Jay Chronic just running into sight like that? that was the most insane thing ever. Yeah, I gotta see this again. He hits him with the drive-by. Oh my god.
Love it.
Wow.
Hey man, you gotta get out there. You might as well take some shots while you're running away because it doesn't stop your movement speed. So I mean, why not? And if you get lucky, sweet, we'll take those.
Not to mention that was sandwiched by a 3K. They had to take complete control of that site. Good news for them. They'll be able to hold it down, but it won't be so easy for them this time around. They'll have that utility to work with. Almost does get some information, but Black Coffee dashes away. They have the safety, but Sawston causing a lot of damage, and even so, on top of this, Hunter's Fury is putting a ton of pressure onto Rutgers.
Yeah, Rutgers, they take a blow, but they answer right back instantly. Have a player advantage on the side. They're going to be able to get the spike planted in just a moment because West Virginia members aren't quite close enough. Paranoid comes in. The Viper's Pit will be able to stall things out. Unless Sora is aggressive, but can't get the kill. You can't get it.
And they wanted to try and pull off that running gun similar to Jay Chronic. They can't pull off that same style. Now the man himself in one of the two positions. Be able to win this out. Agility only a whisper away from what? a blind spray through the smoke. They turn it into a 1v2. But even so, they activate that from the shadows to get a bit more information. There is a player who's hanging out by screens. That bait, it forces out the snake bite, but in the end, they won't be able to win it out. They make it much more expensive though. 3 kills before they'll fall themselves. As Ivan gets the job done, they finish it off with the Tour de Force and walk out with a rifle to boot.
I made it expensive, but because of how successful Rutgers has been on this attack, especially a lot of the rounds that they win have been very healthy round wins as well. Their counter should be fine. Agility though, like, man, if Agility had more time to work with, Agility had another like 15 seconds to work with, I think they might have been able to make that happen against Ivan. Like, that was insane. Very impressive effort from Agility. Good hustle, good attempt, but nevertheless, they weren't able to make it out on top at the very end. Rutgers confirming a lead for this half, a very successful offensive side of things, and 2 members of West Virginia trying to stall their approach in. Agility being the one first contact, but Beast shuts them down immediately.
Kwanzi here for some information in the backline, but it's not even about
We're
information.
committed.
Now they just have some straight positional advantage, and yeah, they get away with it. Goodbye, Sawston. Black Coffee there to pick up the trade, but in the end, it doesn't even matter because Jay Chronic there to put in so much damage with the 3K. Now that's a good finish to the first half. 7-5. West Virginia back in this game for sure.
Yeah, not too bad of a finish there. Definitely was looking kind of hairy once it got to like this 5-2, 6-3 kind of situation, but bring it back to 7-5. It's competitive. It's nearly a tied up game. 1 round away from that happening, basically. But man, Kwanzi committing to that from the shadows was pretty hyphy. Found a fragment, but didn't expect Black Coffee to be there so soon. Meanwhile, Jay Chronic holding the line that we've seen him do so many times. This is the replay for it. Kwanzi expected a rotation, gets that first frag, but then didn't think Black Coffee would quite be there in that timing either. Instant rotation. Jay Chronic finds Ivan wandering through their own toxic screen, mind you, but couldn't just quite work it out just right.
And now we get a chance to see what West Virginia is packing here on the offense. Jay Chronic sends out that Owl Drone, finds a scout. Beast too hype. I think they actually evaded that dart. They'll be able to keep their position unknown. Nice shot onto Agility. Now they have to walk through that toxic screen. A lot of damage being taken, but Black Coffee there to deal some of their own. As this is just a blow-for-blow matchup still. They have one player down, make it two. Almost wants to press the advantage. J Chronic, the last one alive. Just a classic to their name, but they'll try and run away and fight for a better angle. That won't be the case. They're hunted down. Frota finishes it off.
Rutgers winning a pistol round. We saw that on Ascent, and we saw them close it out from there on once they had the lead. So this feels like it might be a similar story, but still early in this half, so we'll have to see as the time comes. No force up from West Virginia. They had a hard time getting on site right there. It's really just Beast of Hype and other members of Rutgers just holding the line. West Virginia couldn't make their way in. A little bit of a clumsy take. They couldn't quite create space and force off members of Rutgers very effectively. But these are the low utility rounds overall, though, so we'll see how things move out moving forward. Hunters not quite able to find the frags. B-side, though, able to do exactly that from main. Marshall is basically like that budget operator for rounds like this, anti-ecos, and that's where we see success coming from so far.
Oh, this is going to be a brutal finish. Agility. They've been spotted. Look at all the bullets flying their way.
Oof.
A firing range, the firing squad execution, and it's a flawless here for Rutgers. It's what we expected, but maybe you would hope for West Virginia to maybe get a bit more blood on their hands that time around. No guns removed, but they have guns in hand here on the next round. I forgot what number it is. I'm going to say it's the 15th. I think it is. I think I got it. Yep.
Quick maths. Easy math. 5 plus 9 plus 1.
Never do math live.
What you can do live is challenge 2 members of Rutgers and get the frags anyway. That's what Black Coffee just did on the buy-up round. Unlucky reload timing, though. A great position for Front, but can't connect to the second kill. That would have been massive for Rutgers, but instead that forces almost into a position of having to fight through 4 members. West Virginia, and 2 at the time, can't find the same success Black Coffee did because the Spectre at long range is just not going to do it. West Virginia with a very fast round win answer back, shutting down the bonus of Rutgers. And we'll see the replays of how fast that went because these replays could basically be the entire round, and we see it happen within a few seconds.
Oh, yeah. Black Coffee made quick work of that opening frag, and Stockton there to keep things kosher. And they only lose 1, so not bad. And they have enough orbs where they could just feed 1 more back into Black Coffee. They could just run with the Blade Storm if they choose to. But, hey, not the case. They'll just have some light armor and keep full rifles for the entire squad.
Forward posture now from Ivan, as well as Kwanzi. Agility is aware of it, though, shuts him down. And something to keep in mind that last round, all the members of West Virginia University, despite having 4 live, all of them were in the red for HP. Like, they were weak at the end of that round. So if Rutgers had better weaponry, they actually probably would have gone the other way, a grand scheme of things. But at least for the start off this next round, it's going the way of West Virginia. Forward posture from Rutgers, trying to keep mid-control aggressively, hiding out in the dark cover. We'll go away in a few seconds here, but the rotation's already there for West Virginia, who are completely spread off in this map. Looking to see if they can just spread out the defensive line, find maybe another pick to work with, and then explode on a site. Who knows?
I mean, they have a nice spot of Sora. If anyone wants to look back toward pipes, aggressive on the side of Rutgers, but there's no need for that. They've already lost out on 1 player, and they're all kind of sticking close together at this point in that wide line across the back line of CT. But with this slow play that we're seeing from West Virginia, it's making them rethink themselves. And that's the beauty of having a slow play. You make your opponents consistently guess or second guess where their position should be. But now this should be a clear indicator. The play has headed over to A, but Beast to Hype. Great shot on the op over from screens. And they're going to try and get some more blind fire plays in play. That won't be the case. Kwanzi takes out J Chronic. And that'll make it a bit more difficult, but it's still a 3v3. They can back off and play for the post plant. Agility with the shrouded step. Doesn't put them where they would hope to be, but regardless, the pinch is in.
1 versus 2 for Beast to Hype. Has a rifle in hand now. Can make this happen, but has to figure out where these members are. But Saucin on the high ground. I don't think Beast to Hype's aware of it.
No. Oh, no. Certainly not. and they're able to defend that one successfully. The up investment is ruined, but they still have a bit of money. Piece to Hype can bring in that Blade Storm. Regardless, yeah, this was a tough forward positioning out from Ivan, and losing out on that one, it's a lot of heavy losses taken by Rutgers there.
Yeah, it was a tough forward position from Ivan, but it's definitely a tough execution from Agility, who dark cover was sent out, but it was a little bit late when the member of their West Virginia pushed out towards default. It got caught by Beast Hype before the dark cover came through. Beyond that as well, just couldn't quite get the timing to assist the people who were up at top nest. Rotate out was the shot step misplaced. Also, Sasson getting the first frag. Can't quite get the kill on Agility as Beast to Hype. But Trey's underway. Things going both ways in favor of Rutgers at the very end.
And now that spike is planted. West Virginia is in full effect.
Some upgrades.
All depends on this post plant. I mean, we've got Black Coffee all the way in the back. I guess they're expecting a much further rotation. Maybe someone from A, but that's not the case. Probably going to go through mid. Yeah, the 2 will be that choice avenue for them to work it out. All depends on, I think, most important position is Jay Chronic. Because even if they go down, I mean, Black Coffee, they don't have a good angle on the spike. And now especially they don't, considering we've got the Viper's Pit full on denial against Black Coffee. They have to dash on through. Oh, maybe they'll be expecting that nice spray through the smoke, but it can't be done. The thrifty return from Rutgers, committing that Viper's Pit. They'll be able to stop this plant, deny Black Coffee from being able to stop the defusal and win it back.
I think Thrifty, honestly, just getting the trades alone made that a good eco round for Rutgers. But the fact that they were able to get those kills, force those members of West Virginia to commit to the site, allow those 3 live members of Rutgers to get the upgrades into rifles, and then make a retake happen when they have a Viper's Pit as well. Yeah, sure, you know what? We have a numbers advantage, but at this point, let's go ahead and commit this Viper's Pit because we can win an eco round, which would be massive for us, and then that they did. Now double digits on the rounds for the final map of this tournament. Whichever team wins this wins it all.
Oh, and that's a big win for Ivan, but in response, there go 3 for Rutgers, and this should be an open sight. You've only got 1 more hurdle to jump. Maybe they can get it done because it's only Kwanzi in the back line, and a lot of blades hit them. However, Agility, Black Coffee,
sheesh,
they finish it off. They were mad for losing that previous thrifty round.
Yeah, they took that personally. Those members of Rutgers all were there on A side, but they just kept getting rolled through. Though, to be fair, though, those members of Rutgers were challenging like 1 or 2 at a time, while all of West Virginia was a unit just deathballed onto the side, just swarming through. So it's just a firepower issue at the very end of the day at that point. And with that, with the confidence as well, and a pacing that Rutgers hasn't been used to out of West Virginia so far, because West Virginia has been very slow overall. That was incredibly aggressive and definitely seemed to catch Rutgers off guard.
Now, what's the play this time around? Zora has that tour de force, and they're following up on the Recon Owl. And maybe it'll be a much quicker play. Ivan playing it close. They got the Headhunter. They don't want the smoke at this point, and they're willing to rendezvous their way out of here. If that gets destroyed, they'll follow up, and oh, the attempted flank completely denied. Oh yeah, there's Ivan. They got their one. They got their man, and they tried to rendezvous away, but that second position, the second location is not good enough. West Virginia back at it. They win the anti-eco.
Feels bad. You can see like the slivers of the body around the corner, but you can't quite get the shot off. It feels bad. But yeah, Rutgers was forced into an eco round because how the last rounds played out. So they weren't able to make the same magic happen twice. They say lightning doesn't strike twice. Sometimes it does, but not today. Not today. The Hunter's Fury is available for Rutgers. We've had success with that in the past from Almost. They do have a full buy-up as well as that tour de force from Ivan, who very clearly has had success with that in the past as well. Will West Virginia, though, continue with this very aggressive gameplay? Because once they switched up to this mid-adjustment, they've been successful 2 rounds in a row, very heavily successful at that. Pushed up already. It's still going to be fairly fast-paced from West Virginia.
Yeah, they're running on quite quickly. The only thing that they have to work with is Frodo with those snake bites, but it doesn't even matter because now they've got a Viper's Pit in play. They can just take control of this space, and maybe a saving grace is going to be that Hunter's Fury, but it doesn't find any shots. Almost hoping to save the day, but it doesn't matter because it's Frudda who will be the superstar in this scenario. Just Sosted and just Sora hoping to survive it out. They're taking so many bullets through the crossfire, through the sprays, and maybe they can send some back themselves. As Sosted, last one alive, no longer in play. Almost will get the defusal, but Beast to Hype is the one you want to thank along with Frudda for saving that one.
I love fast gameplay, low, so I'm really glad both these teams are willing to make it happen right now. The answer from West Virginia goes faster. Answer from Rutgers, they're going faster. Let's also go faster. But they're all working as a unit as well, not straggling in one at a time that we've seen in the past. Frudda, though, big and definitely a hero play, getting two massive frags with a nice read. Somebody we tucked away the way that they were. No rats in my closet today. Rutgers keeping the round lead, up 11-9. And now with no ultimates on the board for West Virginia University, I don't know how they're going to continue finding success doing what they did, because they got into the site successfully, but they didn't find frags before getting onto the site, really. So once they got there, they dropped that Viper's Pit, but Rutgers had plenty of answers to snap right back with.
Now a bit more slowly, as there aren't many options to work with, especially when you're so close away for losing this whole series. Just 2 more rounds is all Rutgers needs to take this one home and take a nice trip to Atlanta. That's not what West Virginia wants. They want to take the trip. They want to be the ones who could hold up the trophy, who could hold up that ticket at the Gateway Center. But Ivan punches a hole through Sora's chest, denies any possibility, and they could walk over to A.
Man, Ivan's been so good at getting those first bloods for this team. Just been a rock that Rutgers has been able to rely on so heavily this entire series, especially the later the series goes. It seems like this player just keeps stepping up more and more.
And there's a good response. Agility, and make it 1-for-1. And they can take even more space. Denying those dark covers to be put into place over by Kwanzi, that's going to be a difficult maneuver. Now the double dark cover, but it is denied. They have that poison orb and the toxic screen just to dissuade them. Not to mention the snake bites. And they've only got 20 seconds left to finish off, or at least get the plant in play.
The time's running real low right now. The sun's going really low down, big guy. Big guy, though, is Agility. Getting a massive 2K on response. There's only 2 members of Rutgers left alive. They're low on util. They're low on HP for Frudda. Oh my god, this is going to be such a tough retake to happen. An operator hands are Ivan. I gotta say at this point you're 1v3. Let's go save the operator.
Yeah, you don't want to give Agility the ace at this point.
No.
You don't want to hand it over. I mean, you can tell that Agility, they want it, but they'd rather take the round, and that's the right move. But they will go hunting just a little bit, running through kitchen. Oh, they might spot him if they continue this hunt, because you have to deny. Oh, player spotted, but they are going to run away. Chicronic, though, right around the corner, and there it is. No op to be saved. No weapon to cross over into the next round. West Virginia only 1 round differential from them tying things up.
It was actually so massive because having operator in hand has been so good, especially for Ivan on this matchup. So taking it off the board, they can't buy it up. So they're going to a timeout talking about what do we do because we're losing ground. They're starting to make a comeback happen. You can kind of feel it. You can sense it in the air, the energy of West Virginia starting to make that comeback happen. They were down by 2 rounds, 7-5 at the half. They were down by 1 round. So that comeback hasn't been like insane. But like you can feel these past few rounds, especially momentum has definitely gone in favor of West Virginia.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is their surge moment. As we've seen Rutgers being able to take round after round after round. And if you look at the timeline, they have had longer streaks. It has been West Virginia that's just starting to get their way back into this fight as they are behind. I mean, we have seen a complete turnaround from these squads, at least if we're talking about Rutgers, from what we saw on Haven. That was a 13-4 finish. We are at another neck-and-neck matchup, another neck-and-neck map, and this is so close to the wire, we might even see overtime.
Yeah, and honestly, man, situations like this where, like, if you got stomped, it's like, oh, good GG's, like, we just kind of got crushed, they win, move on. But, like, if you're at grand finals, you're trying to get access to that big Atlanta land, all these collegiate teams are talking about how cool it's going to be to go there. It goes into the wire like this on the final map, and you're so close and lose it out. Oh, that's going to sting. So neither of those teams, you don't want that to happen to either of these teams because they've been playing so well. Meanwhile, if you win it out, you're like, yes, we're able to squeak it out, especially if you're a player like Ivan, still finding first blood so consistently for Rutgers.
And now they've got that forward position, specifically Beast 2 Hype, in that Viper's Pit. And this is still under consideration that West Virginia, they want to take this site. They want to take this fight. Oh, and maybe the Shrouded Step could provide a bit of a tricky scenario. But Agility doesn't have much place to move after this. What's their next move? Where do they go after this? Because no one is budging. Certainly not. Wait a minute. Freda walks out. Freda has left the zone. They do have a connecting poison orb, so they can walk right back in. So what is the plan right now for Agility?
Just kind of here as a just punishing anybody who would rotate over towards B side, essentially, if they can hold the ground here. Also, they're waiting for Recon Bolt to come back as well. From the shadows for some info. Oh, the timing. That was insane.
Wow. Wow. I don't even know. That's unlucky. F. Ouch. Oof. Those are all the noises that went in my head after seeing that. They wanted to take that teleport over onto B. Completely denied. No access to it. And now they have to take it the old-fashioned way. Through blood and grit and aggression. But mainly because of Saucin pulling up with the 3K. It's leaving Freda all alone in this 1v2. One and done. Another one for Black Coffee. 11-11. West Virginia is back in it. Back for the climb. And both of these squads are going in only one more round until they hit map and series point.
Yeah, this time it was going for from the shadows, but that's the exact moment that almost just narrowly got into the position to see that line of sight finally. That time it couldn't have worked any better for Rutgers, but it was the hero play from Sauce and holding down that mid cross that Rutgers was trying to use. They were all weak from that poison cloud. The decay didn't come back fast enough, and just some nice body shots, headshots as well, of course, will do the job. Now tied up for West Virginia. This B main hit has worked out so effectively for them for getting to the site. But the post plant has been a couple times that Rutgers have been able to hold themselves on the line and bring it back.
Is that one's dead?
Oh, good opener.
Ivan again, dude.
Ivan. That's who gets it done. And they're almost out in the second gunfight. But the Rendezvous is there to save themselves, save the skin. And they walk away free and clear. Not much ground game. They have gotten to yellow. What else do they need? There isn't a toxic screen there to provide the cover that they're hoping for. I mean, it is in play, but it isn't used up. So this is just a slow one. I guess they're waiting for it to recharge.
Yeah, they got 50 seconds on the clock, but 15 for the Recon Bolt, the Hunter's Fury. Clear out Snowman. If nobody's Snowman, you can use Hunter's Fury for like the kitchen. Basically, a lot of positions you see Rutgers. That's exactly what they're going to do. Snowman's clearing back sight, and make sure nobody swings late. Meanwhile, the teammates are going to be trying to get the spike planted, but these members of Rutgers answer so fast. It's the speed pulling the trigger that's working out for them so well. Rutgers, their response to the aggressive gameplay for West Virginia rounds ago was to just go faster on their retake and answer and clapping right back, and that's exactly what's working out now, bringing them into match series tournament point for Rutgers University.
And that was a great teleport out from Kwanzi. They jumped into the Covey on B long, and they were able to get the flank. Nobody was looking on their flank. If they have those trademarks put into play at the front of B lobby, then they wouldn't be expecting to look back that way. But when you have that teleport that from the shadows, you don't have to trip it. You already get in that position and allowed Kwanzi to pick up two.
Man, so many players, both these teams are stepping up, down on the wire right now. It's Black Coffee trying to make some action happen, forcing back Kwanzi though, but dropping down some dark cover, making it not as easy for the Owl Drone to fully clear information for the teams. So Black Coffee might go for aggressive throw onto this black cover, dark cover, but decides to go ahead and just wait out a little bit instead. Smart play. That'll only last for about 15 seconds anyway.
Now this is a moment where whoever dies first, it's going to dictate the swing of this round. Ivan hidden behind two different smoke lines, and they'll have that Viper's Pit and the double shock dart is put into place, but they back off. They don't want to fall prey to. Oh my god, Ivan going for a hero play, trying to stop the plant. They lose their life, but Beast 2 Hype is there to pick up the pieces afterwards. Frudda on the sideline, hoping to have some more impact. But maybe agility on this off angle. Watch it all go down, but no one is simply walking on through in their crossfire. Chronic good for one. Maybe agility can save the day. There's two potentially in their sights. They've gotten one, and they only need to take down another to turn this into overtime, but almost gets it done. A 1v1 to finish it off. Can they save this out? It's only one more player. It's just Sora. Sora saves it. They win it out in the 1v1. They clutch it and bring it to OT.
Oh my word. I honestly, the amount of times that Ivan gets the first blood successfully, even though that was a wild play that he went for, I thought, you know what? He might get it. And that might be what his thought process was too. Like, I'm just getting every first blood. Maybe I'll just throw myself into the Viper's Pit and still get the kill anyway. Drops right in there. Almost has that right click on point. Does get some damage off, but it wasn't quite enough. Also, agility on fantastic positioning, but it was almost closed out the map. Man, if you have a name like that and you almost close out the map and y'all actually lose in overtime, you're going to be hearing it from all your friends and enemies.
It's a curse now. It's a blessing and a curse. Let's see if they can bless West Virginia agility in this unknown position. I don't think they've been known to hold it before. That has been a spot where I believe Sora has been caught out previously. Oh, there's the dart. They gotta leave. Position revealed. Time to go.
Yeah, at least has one-way options though, so we'll fall back. Ivan though had a lot of success going through kitchen beforehand, especially against Jay Chronic. In this exact same scenario on that first half. Freda finding a first frag as well over towards Sora. Says B main opened up just a little bit, but Julie's still trying to hold the line. But still, they're going to have to deal with this trademark from the side of Rutgers getting into the kitchen. That might be popped by Ivan as execute happens on B site, because amidst the chaos, the members of West Virginia might not recognize. Actually, no. I mean, if Sora went down, that trademark is inactive. What am I talking about? I'm losing my mind right now, Lost. It's so late in the game.
It really is. Unfortunately, we got Kwanzi jumping up through the smoke. Headshot. Goodbye, agility. And now, hello. The post plant setup will be able to survive, or maybe not. There's the shock darts dissuading that possibility. Now that they wasted that utility, only shaved off, what, a few more seconds for the reposition. Black Coffee does a fake check. And you always got to check those for real. And that will cost them. How can you do that in such a critical moment? In OT, in map 3, in the grand finals. But now we've got Stockton. Potentially, they can bring it back. They've gone huge before. They could do it again. It's a 1v4, though. Narrowly avoiding
that's awkward.
Caught out. Just a little bit of ducking. But even so, there it is. Ivan closing it out. They only need one more round for Rutgers to go to Atlanta.
Man. All right, we'll have to see if Ivan can make the first picks happen again on top of everything in the past. Kwanzi getting first frags over there. Ivan doing the same on kitchen. Nice little wrap position that was being invested into for so heavily so early on in that round. We're going to the situation, though, of both teams had 7-5 defensive halves. No, offensive half. Both teams had 7-5 offensive halves. So it's so narrow that like there's not even that storyline of like, oh, it's so heavily defensive or offensive favor, which team could win on the other side of things. It's literally like which team can actually figure things out the best overall.
Okay, well, maybe Bisu Hype is figuring out the perfect aggression. They've got that pick on the Stockton, and there goes half of your smokes. What are they to do? They're completely split up now.
Stockton's been such a big member of West Virginia as well, with not only just the Viper utility, but also just positioning, getting those, punishing the rotations of Rutgers as well. So that's going to make this take so hard, as well as that presence on that flank position.
This time they do angle themselves, looking over to A. There's 3 players over by Screens and Boiler. They're ready for whatever may happen. Specifically, we got to talk about, I believe it's Sora. Saying, no, Ivan into. They're ready to adjust. They're ready to make a move. And as long as nobody's walking through, but it's got to be agility. They're opening things up, but so much damage goes on to Black Coffee. They can't walk through that toxic screen. Almost picks up to agility, the last one alive, but they can't get it done. The First Blood Master finishes with the final kill. Ivan closes it out. Rutgers University win it in overtime, 14-12. Rutgers is going to Atlanta.
What a match there, Lowe's. I'm so glad we got to go the distance and in overtime to determine which team moves on. It couldn't be any more hype, and I love that you pointed that out. Ivan, the person who so consistently was opening up the rounds and frags, is the one to close out the tournament with a final kill on top of it all. The young gun of Beast being the one to get the first frag for that final round as well. And Agility trying their best to be all over the place, dancing around the site, getting frags with the team, but they couldn't quite make it happen. Shout out to Rutgers for proving they can play two completely different styles of compositions as well. The no duelist slow move, heavy lockdown composition, as well as the more standard meta with Beast type being on that jet to enter onto sites, things like that as well. They did both of them beautifully today.
Yeah, it was amazing to see how they could bring it back from that double initiator, double sentinel. I was definitely a bit skeptical on how they were able to bring it back, how they were going to implement this onto Ascent. They found success, and it even allowed them to move on to Icebox, where even that adjustment into, as you said, a more meta composition, they found success again, and Beast to hype on the jet. Maybe a duelist is something they should look into, especially if they go on to Haven, because that was a bit of tougher map for them, but in the end, they won it out, and they did it in style in overtime, and I can't wait to pick the brains of some of these players. We'll be able to interview them in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. We get some more CECC Valorant action, knowledge, everything in between right after this break. We're back with the CECC Mid-Atlantic Valorant Invitational. We wrapped up this series, and what a heart pounder, a heart thumper it was. I was stressed by the end of it. I didn't know how it was going to go. I thought it could have gone either way, but in the end, it's going to be Rutgers that won it out. And to tell us a little bit more about their journey through this tournament, we're bringing in Almost. You won. How are you feeling after this amazing victory? You're going to Atlanta.
I'm feeling great, bro. Not even trolling. Anyways, like, that game was definitely, like, those three, I don't know, like, that Haven game definitely was, like, a heartbreaker for us because we've been practicing that map a lot. Like, that's definitely our most played map for the past, like, 2 months. But, I mean, we definitely practiced our Ascent and Icebox a lot, too. So I'm proud that we kept our mental up and popped off.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that directly, Haven having the no duelist composition, doing the same over towards Ascent. Some small differences, and Ascent also historically has had a lot more success for no duelist compositions than Haven. You really rarely see that on Haven. What do you think really was the big difference maker between those two maps?
I really think we played a little bit too slow on Haven. Like, usually we have a faster tempo. Like, I know we have no duelist, but we still, like, kept the tempo a little bit too slow, and we were like kind of scared to peek them. Like, we called that out in the beginning of the game too, but we couldn't adjust because I feel like UWV or something, whatever their name is, they played really well and adjusted really well to us. Like, hard, we couldn't do anything. Like, props to them, honestly.
Yeah, West Virginia University definitely looked really good. Los, I want to let you have an answer. I had a question, so your turn.
Okay, yeah, no, West Virginia was looking pretty poppin'. You actually faced off against them earlier in this series, in this event, in the group stage. What do you think you learned from that you applied here in the grand finals?
I think we learned that their mids are really abusable. Like, on all the maps, I feel like their mids were super abusable, like every single one, even on Haven. But we just couldn't, like, on Haven, we couldn't, like prioritize it because we were just too scared defaulting, like, towards Garage instead of, like, forcing mid. But, yeah, on Ascent and Icebox, I feel like we abused it, like, really hard there mid. I think that's why we won, because we would have Ivan lurk up, and then, like, or Ivan lurk up on Icebox, and then for Ascent, we had, like, our entire team just work up with my drone.
Yeah, for Haven,
so
we definitely saw them being able to just hold, like, angles basically in mid and be able to just get the gun down essentially. We saw Jay Chronic especially, as well as Black Coffee, just from A-Link, C-Link, when y'all tried flooding onto the B site. Seemed like you couldn't quite get the flashes on, good timings, spoke them off properly, things like that. So I'm sure y'all will figure that out by the time Aladdin comes around. Going into Icebox, though, you went forward towards a more traditional composition with Beast to Hype being on a Jet who went in, and we were kind of doing a narrative of how Ivan was very successful with getting a lot of first kills, because topped the charts for Ascent, was doing it really well on Icebox as well. But then looking at the scoreboard, Beast to Hype kind of like Loki went and got 8 first bloods on that entire map of Icebox. So it looks like y'all are more comfortable with other compositions as well than just what you were running on the no duelist comps. Is it something that you want to try to mix it up, even on the same maps, like Haven duelist or no duelist, based on how you feel, make it throw off the opponents, or are you kind of like looking forward to just, these are Icebox comps, these are other map comps?
I feel like we play like really slow, so like we kind of don't need a Jets that much. But the reason we play like Jet on like what's it called, Icebox and Breeze is because like Jet can get like really good angles, and like you kind of need the dash to entry on Breeze and Icebox, because if you entry onto the Viper site, a Jet dash like disrupts like the entire like tempo, like or like whatever they're trying to do, and then the dart scan, and then like Jet can just get the free kill. Like on Ascent, it's like a lot slower. We could like abuse KO too. Like I know a lot of teams recently have been playing KO on Icebox too, which could change a lot. But I feel like most teams are running double smokes because it's just stronger in general. I feel because one smoke for each head on the map.
Makes sense. Well, almost you did it. You won the Mid-Atlantic Invitational, and you're headed to Atlanta. It's exciting news, but before we send you off to enjoy your victory, enjoy your night, is there anyone you want to give a special shout-out to?
I want to give a shout-out to, like, obviously my entire team, because they all played really well today, and we kept our mental up. I love them for that. Like, we finally did it after, like, last semester. We couldn't really do anything. All we did was place 4th UGC, but right now we're like top 8 in big time, and obviously we made this just now, which is amazing to me. Like last year I was on the D2 team for a while, so there was like no chance of really doing anything there. So like I feel like originally me, Ivan, and Ricky were from Beast 2 Hype were from what's it called, the D2 team, and we definitely worked our way up, and I feel like we've definitely improved a lot to like show that we deserve to be here.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for your words, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see you guys go to Atlanta. Chad, is there something you wanted to say?
No, I mean, I definitely was interested in your mindset after nearly clutching out a crazy 1v3 scenario, having going to overtime, but still together, and then still won overtime anyways. Like, you must have been feeling like a roller coaster of emotions in that progression.
Yeah, definitely. Like that round where we got that round where we were full eco and Ivan got the first kill, and then I got a kill on the Omen, and the Viper lurked up mid and then changed the round. Like that kind of hurt a bit because I was like, fuck, it was a 3v5. We should have won that round. But regardless, we still won the map, so I don't really care. As long as we win, as Shazam said, I don't care how we win, as long as we win.
Dub's a dub.
That's all that matters. Again, you won almost. Congratulations. And like I said, can't wait to see you and the rest of Rutgers compete in Atlanta. But that is going to do it for us here tonight for the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Rutgers University is your champion, and there will be one more opportunity for schools to compete and get their way to Atlanta in the last chance qualifier. But that's the end of us from here at Esports U CECC. I'm Los, joined by Chad. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to all the teams who competed here today. Thank you, and good night.